Yeah, you thought you get rid of us. No, I don't know about that. Like, I'm still here. Oi, 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 how's it going, everyone? How you doing? Yeah, this will just be a quick one. This ain't gonna be long. Fuck that. No way. Not a chance. This is gonna be quite quick. So until there's more in here, actually. See what's going on in here. Yeah, Dark Corners, you're in the house. How you doing? How you doing? How's it going with you? Immediately to mine now. Immediately to mine. Yes, how you doing? How's it going? How exactly are you doing over there? Well, fucking hell, I've got 7 people watching now. Jesus Christ, how is it going? Yo, Punches, how you doing? How you doing, Adrian? How's it going? Aye. Everyone thought to themselves, well, oh, I'm going to sleep now. No, I'm live now, so you've got to watch me for a bit. No, I'm only joking. You haven't got to watch us. No one's forced to watch us. It's completely optional. Completely optional to watch us. I'll stick. I don't know. I don't know if anyone will. Do you want to come up, Dan, or anyone else for that matter? I'll just probably leave it for the time being. See if anyone else wants. Frank or Crazy John or Dan wants to come on. Or anyone new even. Can't stay till late. Got the old poison dart first thing in the morning. Oh, the poison dart. All right. I think I know what you mean by that. Like, yeah, that. Oh, pardon me. The poison dart. Yes. Oh, I was actually going to do something, but I'm going to work. I'm going to work on the dinner for the week. Nice. What kind of dinner like Punches? What are you cooking up? Cooking up a storm? I need to start eating properly because I got more stuff. I got more snacks, which I shouldn't get. It's kind of not good, but it is what it is, isn't it? Eating too much bullshit all the time ain't good. But that's what happens, you see. I just do that from time to time. Back in a sec, dogs need letting out. Know about that Captain Caveman. Go and let those dogs out. I wish I had some pets, actually. I could do with some pets. Probably like a cat or something. Maybe it's a dog, but dogs kind of need a lot of. Need to walk them quite a lot. Obviously, cats, they don't need to do that. They do it all themselves. Obviously, with cats, you just need to like feed them, water them. That's pretty much it. There's probably more to it, but obviously, I've never owned a cat before. I've only had a dog, but never owned a cat, which I'm thinking of. Soak some beans overnight, adding boneless beef ribs. Gonna make. Oh, that sounds amazing. Yeah, that sounds really good, actually. Fucking hell. Shame I don't live in Texas, otherwise I'd be over to yours, Dan, and I'd bloody get tucked into that. Sounds amazing. Sounds really good. That sounds absolutely delicious. Delicious. Oh, God, right. I'm just gonna Facebook group. Change the cat box. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, change the cat box. Because obviously you don't want like a shitty letter tray. That wouldn't be very good. But yeah, that as well. And that's the only thing I can think of. Yo, Glenn, how you doing? How's it going, Glenn? Nice, Glenn. Good looking guy. Good looking guy. How many joking? Fucking hell. Punchy Pikachu. Got 13 people in now. 13 people. Fucking hell. That's pretty good. Very good. Very good. And I'm just gonna message his group chat, see if they want to join. See if they want to come in here. That's about it, besides the occasional vet visits and flea treatments. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, another thing is also is like bloody expensive, like vet bills and that. Because when I had a dog, whenever it got ill, I had to get like treatments from the vet. It was freaking expensive, absolutely ridiculous. But we in this country we have the NHS, so we get everything free, like medical treatment and that for free. Animals, you have to, if you have pets, you have to pay for that, and some of it ain't cheap. It ain't cheap at all. Bloody expensive, fucking like really expensive. Like someone I know like paid hundreds of pounds, like probably even more, to get like an operation on that. I think they had a pet dog and they had to get an operation on their pet dog. Cost them like a hell of a lot of money. Like it was in the hundreds. It was crazy. Right. Right, that's that. And that's that. Can I put some music on or something? Nah, I was gonna think of like video. You can watch videos on here. Get pet insurance if you can. It's way cheaper. Pet insurance, yeah, pet insurance, yeah, yeah. I think we have that. We have that here as well, pet insurance. But still, even though it's cheaper, like you said, a lot cheaper than paying like fucking the full amount. Because obviously, some people can't pay the full amount. You know, it's just far too expensive. Anyways, how are you doing? How are you doing, Sue? How's it going? Welcome in, and everyone else. Last time my cat had blood, I stones, I had to pay $750. Fucking hell. 750. So what would that be? I'll have to look that up. $750 in pounds. That's fucking insane. $750 in pounds. So £543. Yeah, that's quite expensive. There we go. Let's get John in the house. Let's get him in. I don't have pet insurance. Yeah. There we go, John. There we go. Anyone else want to come in? You want to come in, Dan? There we go. There we go. Yeah, if I ever get a pet, I'm getting pet insurance. Definitely 100%. If you want to do something, yeah, actually. The PDSA. The PDSA. I could do with an energy drink, actually, or something. Or some snacks, also. Got like a pork pie in the fridge. I might tuck into that, because looks quite nice, actually. This pork pie, eh? I might put some mafia-related things on here, actually. That could be quite cool. That could be interesting. But I don't actually know if the internet will... Oh, it should handle it. Oh, we'll fucking find out. I might put something in about Tony Accardo. This is like an interview. This is the only interview with Tony Accardo. It's more of a hearing, a Senate hearing, and it's like 18 minutes long. So if you just want to watch this, I'll put it in. I don't know if anyone's into this. I might not even bother with it, but I'll put it in. I'll put it in anyways. You know, I'll put it in. All right, the Senate. This is the Senate hearing of Tony Accardo. This is like 18 minutes long, so I don't know if you really want to watch this. Put it in anyways, because I was watching a bit of it. This is quite interesting about Tony Accardo, the Chicago outfit. He used to be the boss of the Chicago outfit.
These are high stakes.
Hang on a minute, I just need to do something. I forgot to put the Bluetooth in my headphones. And I hope to God this works. Hang on a moment, I just need to go on. Do something first. I need to fucking close the door. Makes it easier, you know. Hey, right. I just need to connect this. See if this works. Oh, for fuck's sake! Hang on. Sorry, everyone. Power off. You mean power on? I want power on. Power on. Yes, good. About 50%. Okay. Right, good.
You don't remember.
But Bluetooth connected, but yet I can't hear it. So we're going to have more shit again as usual. Fuck's sake. It says paired. Connect. So why the fuck? Oh, for fuck's sake. Here we go. This fucking bullshit happening again where I can't fuck it, I'll just not fucking wear the fucking goddamn things. Fuck it, I don't care. It's bullshit. It says connected. So what the fuck? Hang on a minute. Maybe because I had Bluetooth on my phone and they were connected to my phone and not this. That could be the reason why. See if they connect now. Should be okay. Hopefully. Right, connect, disconnect, connect. Right, connected. So I want to actually hear the goddamn thing.
Has he ever told you?
There we go. Fucking hellfire. Anyways, where was I with the video? I'll put it like this. Actually, how do you make it like? I'll do it like this. Right, this is quite an interesting video. Very interesting. So
Who he plays golf with for money?
So this is Tony Accardo.
Has he ever told you who he plays golf with for money?
No,
It's quite interesting, actually. Very interesting. This is a Senate hearing.
Pass down to the witness marked as Exhibit 4 for identification.
Oh, fuck, I don't do that. I'll just... Oh, yeah, it's going slow again. I'm probably not going to have to do it this way, unless I do this. Every time when I put a video on, it fucks up, so I'm just going to put the quality down, see if that does anything. Right, should be fine. This is mafia-related stuff, yeah, if no one's really into this sort of thing.
Is that a picture of you and Mr. Cerrone?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when that was
That's
taken?
Tony Accardo, him, that guy,
Do you
the old
recall
guy,
you
that's
were
Tony
doing it,
Accardo.
at that time?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Did you ever attend a business meeting with Mr. Cerrone?
No, sir.
No, sir.
And you're completely unaware of what he does for a living?
No, sir.
No, sir. See how he's denying every
Outside
question?
golf.
See, he's denying every question because he never rats out. He
We
never
have
like
another witness
lands
here
anyone in
not
the
long
shit.
ago by the name of Al Pilato. You know Mr. Pilato, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And what business is he in?
It's in the labor business, according to the newspaper.
The labor's union
And
business.
he was on trial with me.
Right. Are you suggesting you didn't know what business he was in other than what you read in the newspapers?
No, sir.
He never told you?
No, sir.
No, sir.
I don't understand the answer to that question.
I don't understand the question.
I don't understand the question.
Did Al Pilato ever tell you what he did for a living before he was convicted?
No, sir.
No, sir.
We understand he played
No,
a
that's
lot of
Tony
golf.
Accardo,
Did you play golf
Pike.
with Pilato?
Different guy.
I think if I played once.
I think if I
You
played, I
weren't with him
played
when he
once.
was shot on the golf course, were you?
No, sir.
It's quite interesting, actually. There's more I'll put on. But that's Tony Accardo, ex-Chicago
Mr. Accardo, we
outfit
also have
boss.
a great
Died in
interest an
1992.
attorney by the name of Sidney Korshak. Like Mr. Ed Hanley, he also has declined to testify by invoking his Fifth Amendment rights. Have you ever met Mr. Sidney Korshak?
Yes, sir.
When did you first meet him?
Sir?
When did you first meet him?
Oh, years ago.
Can you give us an estimate?
I have no idea. I don't remember.
Would it be like 20 or 30 years ago?
Possible.
Could it have been longer?
I don't remember.
How did you first come to know Mr. Korshak?
Why, I don't remember how we met.
Did you meet him in Chicago?
Yes, sir.
And who introduced you to him?
I don't remember.
Did you understand that he was a labor lawyer at the time you met him?
No, sir.
What did you understand that he did for a living?
Just a criminal lawyer.
A criminal lawyer.
Yeah.
Did he ever represent you?
Sir?
Did he ever represent you?
No, sir.
Any of your friends?
No, sir.
We received testimony last April that Mr. Korshak was sent by you to the Los Angeles area to represent criminal interests there, and that Korshak was introduced around Los Angeles by hotel worker official Herman Levitt. Would you comment on that testimony?
No, sir, I don't know.
Is that true or not true?
Sir?
Is that true?
No, not that I know of, I don't know.
Did you send Mr. Korshak to the West Coast?
Sir?
Did you send Mr. Korshak to the West Coast?
I can't hear you.
Did you ask Mr. Korshak to go to the West
Mr.
Coast?
Korshak.
No, sir.
Yeah, this is not
You know
interesting.
Blackie
I'll
Levitt?
put something else on.
Herman Levitt?
No, sir.
Never met him.
No, sir.
Nah, fuck this. I don't think anyone's interested in that. I'll put something else on. Vincent the Chin Gigante. Because this guy right here is very interesting. Here's this guy. Obviously, I'm not going to watch full. We're not going to watch the full 44 minutes of it. Or we could watch Michael Francis talk about him. This could be interesting.
Have you ever wondered about your heritage?
The adverts.
I did,
Like
and
Matt was saying, pile of fucking shit that I don't give a shit about and that no one cares about. Fuck you. I don't know why I'm saying her for.
My heritage DNA.
Yeah. Should it be fucking seriously? I don't.
So I'm walking up and down Houston Street with Chin. He's in his bathrobe and his slippers. His hair is all
God, that's
messed up.
choppy.
He hadn't shaved. They're walking up and down for like an hour and a half. And then we stop and he turns to me and he looks at me and he says, if Persico don't treat you right, you let me know.
Michael
You'll
Francis,
become a
great.
cop
We'll
of
watch a
the
bit of
week
Michael
with this
Francis.
family.
The Genovese. I'll let him speak. And he's 71 years of age, Michael Francis. 71 years of age, and he looks like he's in his 50s. I wish I looked that good at fucking 71. That's quite loud, actually. Can you hear it well? Can anyone hear it well, actually? It's fucking loud. That's Vincent the Chin Gigante there.
Hey everyone, welcome to another sit down with Michael Francis. Hope everybody is doing well. As you can see, I'm still not back in the studio. Undisclosed location, not a real big secret. You'll find out where I am pretty soon, but don't want to leave you without content. So here we are. We're catching up on a few things. I'll be home next week, but for now, here we are.
Evening, Iruka.
What else is going on? Everybody's asking me about the Sammy thing. Just stay tuned. That's all I can tell you. Stay tuned. You'll see what's happening pretty soon. Watch Rick Bet David. He's got the real information on this. What are we going to do today? You know, a lot of people ask me about a lot of different names and guys that I might have known in that life. And I've responded and talked about many guys. Recently, I spoke about my former boss, Carmine Persico. I want people to understand this whole rat thing that was reported on him in the Daily News. Hopefully, I debunked that. Not true. Persico is not a rat. And I want you to understand something. One time, he and I were pretty close. He was my boss. And obviously, I respected him quite a bit. When I walked away from the life, honestly, contract on my life, he was very, very upset. I get it. You're not allowed to walk away from that life. I betrayed my oath in that regard, so I understood why he was mad. But I'm not going to go and say bad things about him, things that aren't true. I happen to like Junior. I liked him very much. You know, it's unfortunate that we thought differently. You know, I walked away. You know why I walked away? To preserve my family. And, you know, I'm not going to get into all of that again. You know, I don't want to be redundant, but you understand that by now for those of you that are following me. But I just want to make sure you got that. Persico, no rat. I get asked a lot about Chin, you know, Gigante. And I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't know him really well. You know, he was a boss.
The UFC fighter, Michael, no.
I'll tell you one thing about Chin. He didn't care who you were. If he didn't want to meet you, made guy, capo, underboss, boss, he wasn't going to meet you. That was it. He was the real power in New York for quite a long time. And yes, Fat Tony was the boss of the Genovese family, but it really was Chin. Chin decided that he was going to stay undercover. You know, for 30 years or so, you know, he pretended to be
Chael Sonnen in the UFC fight. He does look like him, like, really fucking hell.
You know, my answer always is this, and it's kind of a playful answer. To pretend that you're insane for almost 30 years and get away with it, you got to be a little bit insane. But actually, he was as smart as a fox. And I'll tell you how I did meet him. I met him on 2 occasions, and I'll tell you how. Very dear friend of mine was a Genovese capo regime by the name of Fritzi Giovanelli. He was a bookmaker, he was a loan shark, But I like Fritzy a lot. I met him early on in my mob days, I would say. And for some reason, he took a liking to me. He was older than me, and I really liked him. He treated me almost like a son, just a great guy for the time that I knew him. And he was a very, very successful bookmaker. Any bookmaker that knew what he was doing normally was successful. And he was very, very good. He always said to me, Michael, if you need anything, I had some trouble. I had a couple of cases early on in my life. He said, if you need anything, you need money, come to me. I loved your father. He says, in turn, I love you. Anything that you want from me. I never took anything from him, but we maintained a pretty good relationship. He actually was one of the guys that introduced me to Meade Esposito, Mario Biaggi at the time. He was very close to them. Meade Esposito, did me some favors when I was in the gas business. Can't say the same about Mario, but I knew about their relationship. Fritzy was pretty close to them, I would say. So, look, we were close to politicians, and Fritzy had a good way about him. People liked him, and he knew how to handle things. And I think Meade and Mario were pretty well attracted to him, and he helped them a lot in a lot of different ways.
The American gangster.
Anyway,
Chael
he
Sonnen.
called me at one point in time, and he said, Mike, come down, you got to see him. And I went to Queens to meet with him, and he says, somebody wants to meet you. And I said, okay, who's that? And he said, Chin.
You're Mega Millions, how are you doing?
Chin wants to meet me? What for, I was a captain at the time. It was the early 80s. He said, he wants to say hello to you. I said, okay. So we went to Manhattan. I met Chin, and he came out, and we started walking on Houston Street. Now, at that time, he was in his bathrobe. His hair was all messed up. He had his slippers on. And we just walked up and down Houston Street, back and forth. And we spoke for about an hour and 15 minutes. Now, Fritzy didn't speak with us. Chin wanted to see me alone. We spoke about a number of things. He asked me how my father was. He obviously had respect for my father. He told me a couple of things in confidence that I'm not going to really mention. I did find out at the time that he wasn't a real fan of Persicos, my boss. Wasn't a real fan of Gotti's at that time either. I got that impression even though he didn't come outright and say it. But he said something. He knew I was in the gas business. I had met with Fat Tony, once or twice about doing some things. I think I told that story. And he said to me, Michael, how is Persico treating you? How's Carmine treating you? I said, he treats me good. He said, I heard a couple of things. I said, no, he's okay. I would never say anything bad about anybody. I said, he's fine. And he stopped and he looked at me and he said, if you ever have problems with the Colombos or anybody in that crew, including Junior, is you come to me. He says, I'll put you with me. You'll be a captain in my family. I didn't know what to say. I didn't expect it. I don't know why he did it. It's not like I did anything to earn that with him. But he said it. And I said, Chin, I really appreciate that. Coming from you, that's an honor and a privilege. And I thank you very much for that. And we walked and talked, and, that was it. And then Fritzy came by, and we just, kibitzed a little bit. We talked a little bit, and that was it. And I got in the car with Fritzy, and I said, hey, that was, what was that all about? Why did he talk to me like that? He said, Michael, he respects your father. He respects you. He's heard some good things about you. I talk about you all the time. That's why. He said, because Chin don't meet anybody he don't want to meet. He don't care who you are. He said, and I've been talking very well about you, for the time that we know each other, which is several years. I said, well, Fritzy, thanks a lot. I met him one other time. He sent for me on something, and it wasn't anything important, nothing major, but just a little information.
Yo, Frank, how you doing? Frank Driggs, how's it going?
And that was it, But so my impression, my feeling about Chin was always great. He was one of the good guys. I know his reputation, and people
Chin's on the
comment
left.
to
That's
me,
him there.
some of you do. Michael, how can you say he was a good guy? He was a killer. Look, I don't get into all of that. I was one of those guys. So why am I going to throw dirt in somebody's face when I was one of those guys? I don't care what reputation
we have
he had.
Crazy
Maybe
John.
He was a little bit, more
if
extreme than mine.
If this would work,
I don't care.
oh my
For
God, it's
me,
going a bit
he
slower.
was a good guy. The 2 times I met him and everything that I heard about him, I had nothing ill to say about him.
Work it out, you're right, John.
Interestingly enough, with Fritzy, he had some issues of his own. I think if you know a little bit about him, he was accused of shooting and murdering a cop. Went to trial a couple of times. He was acquitted in that case. He eventually did a lot of time. One of the investigations that he got caught up in was with the Reverend Al Sharpton. Sharpton, I think you know this, he became an informant as a result of an undercover investigation on pro boxing that I was involved in. It was me and Don King at that time. And Sharpton
Mike
became an
Tyson.
informant. I'm not going to get into it all because I did a video on this. I'm not going to be redundant.
No,
But
don't
his
think so,
handler at
Scooby.
the time was a guy by the name of Joe Spinelli, who was the FBI agent in charge of the boxing investigation. He was, in charge of that. And he was one of the guys that
Michael
flipped
Francis, Glenn Watkins.
Sharpton.
He's talking
And I
about
think
the
Sharpton,
Chin Gigante.
some information that he provided, Fritzie caught up in an investigation about Morris Levy. I think even Chin was involved in it, to say that Morris Levy was actually associated with Chin and the Genovese family, which there was truth to that, obviously. I think I did a video on that also. So just a point of information, nothing spectacular there. Just wanted to let you know. So, that's it. I'm going to do a series of these, not getting, into these long ones. I'm doing a lot of interviews. They last pretty long. Still going to do movie reviews.
What's going on?
But I'm going to mention a couple of names that I've been asked about quite a bit and say what I know about them. What I don't know, I don't know. But, whatever it is, I do know if I had personal experience with them. I know you're interested in it, so I will certainly let you know. So,
watch a bit. All right, John, can you hear us? Oh, God, we're having a bit of technical issues here. Hang on a minute. John, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. It's can't hear you for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Oh, God. Can anyone hear John? Because I can't hear John for some reason. Never heard of him. Glenn Watkins, he was Michael Francis. He was the capo regime of the Colombo crime family, ex-mafia guy, pretty much. He was heavily involved in the tax scam, like the oil, the defrauding the government out of millions of dollars. But yeah, I can't hear you, John, for some reason. Yeah, John has no sound. You don't have sound, John. I don't know what's going on there. Don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Right.
For some reason, I can only hear you through the computer. Oh, it doesn't really matter. They need charged anyways. So how you been doing, John?
It's just microphones. Like microphones are playing. I had one switched off, and it was. That's why.
Yeah, I'll be all right. It'll be okay, John.
I got it sorted now.
Yeah, hang on a minute. For some reason, I can hear you through here, but then I can't hear you through the headphones for some weird reason. I don't know why it's doing that. There's something going on like here. I think I've been hacked or something.
Well, then what you got to do is you got to go into your settings and your output. You should say headphones.
Connecting, but it's not coming through on here. Oh, God, I'll figure it out. I think we've confused some people in the chat here.
Oh, mine rather quiet. It's coming up full blast.
I don't know. You sound okay to me. I can hear you.
Scooby, turn up your headphones.
No. Anyone else want to come in? Do you want to come in, Frank? Let's get the crew in here, the OG crew. Yeah.
Frank's on tramadol.
What's that you've got there, John?
The microphone is green.
I thought it was like one of them voice things that you get if you had like some sort of like operation there.
Stick it in there and go,
How are you? How are you doing? It sounds like that.
Who was the mafia gadget who had that?
Who had what? That? I'm not sure.
There was one of them. Is in Goodfellas. Like you see him and he's talking through a voice box. Like.
Oh shit! I can't remember.
He's in the film Goodfellas. He's at the table and he's like that. He's talking with an electronic voice, like.
No, I can't remember that. Like bloody hell!
Oh, yeah.
It must. Do you know what scene it was? Because like I could probably remember if it was a certain specific scene.
I'll tell you what scene it is. It's at the wedding of whatchamacallit.
Oh, is it like the Jewish wedding or something?
Who's the gadget that Ray Liotta played? Fucking name just.
Henry Hill.
Henry Hill's wedding.
Yeah.
Right, they're going around all the tables, like right. And
yeah.
Gadget he walks past and he's going, "Oh, this is Paul. This is everything." He's going naming all these gadgets. As they walk past, there's a gadget with a fucking electronic voice. He's like,
yeah. Yeah,
he doesn't fucking point them out though. But at the end of the day, he must have lost his voice for some reason.
Probably cancer. Or something. Probably smoking too much of them cigars is what caused it. I think.
Smoking them heavy tabs, like.
Yeah. Well, they smoked a lot back in them days. Like it was constantly like smoking every day, lingering smoke in the house. Like the smoke attached to everything, all the fibers of fucking the clothes and the curtains.
Yeah, well, some of us miss the days of smoking, like.
Yeah, where you could smoke anywhere.
We'd have the anti-smokers in the chat going, oh,
yeah, we need more smokers. We need more smoking. It promotes good health. I'm only joking. It doesn't promote good health. I was joking with that. Fucking.
Listen, at the end of the day, like it was a big thing, like back in the day, smoking.
Yeah,
and it still is. Like, and it still makes a lot of money, even though they don't like these anti-smoking campaigns. Don't want to leave it.
I think
there's still millions of people smoking cigarettes, and there's still millions of money.
The won't never stop. A lot of people won't ever stop because it's so addictive. I mean, I tried to stop. I tried to like go back to vape, and that didn't work. That didn't work at all.
I'm just doing it for the hell of it. Like, I could stop smoking.
Yeah, I've noticed you haven't been vaping that much actually. Well, in the past,
no, my vape's just sat there like doing nothing. Like I've got a full pouch of back here, and I'm debating whether to buy some more.
Yeah, I mean my vape sat right here. It's the liquid and it's brown. I don't think I should be vaping that anymore.
No, I don't think so right now.
Yeah, it would be very good. It would be very good. Like, yeah,
that sounds pretty bad. Like.
Yeah, it's not doing any good to your lungs, even though I smoke anyway. So well, I don't know what difference it would make, but it wouldn't be that good either because of the.
I wouldn't give it that chance if I was you.
I remember one time my vape, right? I was like vaping constantly, and the coil was black. But guess what happened after? Like, I accidentally turned it must have been in my pocket, and it must have turned the wattage up to full blast, and I took it and it completely burned the inside from my throat down, and I was coughing for I got
a Zupu one of those Vupoos.
Vupu vapes, yeah, that's the one.
Little small thing, right? I had it in my pocket, and it turned itself up full blast, 180 something like that, and it was in my pocket, red hot and I was like, "What the fuck's wrong with this thing?" Next thing you know, all the juices burnt out in it. And literally, I just go, and
burnt, severely burnt throat. Yeah, that's happened to me loads of times. But fucking hell, you don't want that. You don't want that to be happening constantly. I can tell you that.
The last time I put it in my pocket,
yeah. I've had it before where it's being I've had a vape in my pocket and it's accidentally fired in the pocket and it was red. The glass on the outside where the glass is, it was red hot. It burnt my hands. It was that hot. Really? I almost thought it was going to blow up at one point.
Look, it did blow up in the pocket. I've heard of people having it blow up in the pocket.
Yeah, like a fucking hand grenade, like a grenade in the pocket.
Okay, right. I've heard of people when they used to have these years ago. They had these vape pens.
Yeah,
it's like a big thick stick, basically.
Yeah.
And I heard of a bloke who had his front teeth blown out by one of them, and the back shit exploded.
Yeah, I've seen stuff videos where they've blown up in people's hands and that. There was I think a video on YouTube. Someone had it blew up in their pocket, and it was actually. I know I shouldn't laugh at it, but the way it was blew up was quite funny. He was all over the place.
A proper white explosion.
Yeah, that'll be the battery, that wouldn't it? That'll be the battery that does that.
That's the battery, and don't fuck around with them.
Lithium batteries, aren't they? I think.
Yeah, lithium.
Yeah, lithium.
Yeah, they're not allowed to have them on planes, apparently.
Well, I'm not surprised. Fucking if one of those blows up on the plane, then people will be frightened. People will get shit scared.
Get this, years ago, right? I was on a flight to Gibraltar. We had this gadget on who was part of a bomb team somewhere. He was sitting next to me all day, and he's yapping away he's going. He said, "You know what could put this plane out the sky?" My mother's going, "No, what, man?" She says, "Oh, see that lid of that bottle?
Yeah.
Something the size of that will take this plane out the sky." I'm thinking to myself, for fuck's sake, shut the fuck up.
Said that on, I wouldn't. Can you imagine how many people look? They said something like that. Oh my god.
He did. He was talking to me all day, and everybody else heard him. He was sat around I was thinking, fuck me, I don't want to hear that.
I would have my head in my hands like that. I would
has anybody got a fucking bottle here? Don't open it.
Shit, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be on that plane. Like, fuck
No,
that.
well, that was that. He was just a bomb disposal expert, and he was sat on the plane flying out to Gibraltar. Now Gibraltar was big for the Navy out there and all the MOD, like, so he was flying out there to meet them lot, like, you know.
Emerald, I've never been to Gibraltar before. Like, never been there.
Gibraltar's a fucking crazy place. Years ago.
I bet there's a lot of partying going on there. A lot of shit going down.
Not really, like it's a really like really setback sort of in its time, like.
You doing, Simon?
From-
Yeah.
It's like an England with a fucking hot weather.
Yeah. Well, it's rarely ever like the weather here is like cold. It's like a mixture of cold, rain, and hot. Sometimes it's like the weather here is random, pretty much.
But the good thing about it was cigarettes out there were like 45 pence.
Yeah, they usually are cheaper, aren't they?
Yeah,
That's why
cheaper.
Yeah, I need to start like getting them imported. Like, it'll be a lot cheaper.
I think there was something like 75p. I think
75p, and that's for like a pack of 20.
That was a pack of 20 Marlboros. Like, you could get a whole pack of Marlboros, like 20 pack. Right?
The Marlboros are like how much in the shop? Like £12 a pack or less.
They were something like £3.50.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, I know someone who gets cheap baccy. I'm on Turner baccy at the moment. It's like cheap, £12 a pouch.
Fuck me, I've never even heard of Turner baccy. What the hell?
I'll show you the. Hang on a minute. I'll show you the
cancer in a pack.
Yeah, I'll show you that. I've got it. I'll show you. Hang on a minute.
Turner.
It's actually quite nice. It's got like a smoky flavour, smoky smell. It's quite good stuff. It's good stuff, like, but it's not good for you.
How much does that cost?
£12 a pouch. It cost.
Oh, and what's that like? Is that 25 grams?
No, it's 50 grams.
50 grams. Wow, man.
That there.
Turner. The Turner.
Yeah. Ignore that image there. That's a bit horrific to have that on there. Like, actually, that's a bit.
There's a woman holding a monkey for a minute.
I think it's it's a bit fucked up. A woman holding a child and it looks like dad
with a bag in her mouth.
Yeah. Oh, it smells nice. Everyone have a smell. Have a nice smell.
It can't be as good as mine. Like, mine smells of vanilla.
Yeah, this is more smoky than anything. It's actually more smokier than the Virginia stuff, the Amber Leaf that I was smoking. That must have some of that cut of tobacco in there. That makes it like.
I bought a pouch of vanilla tobacco, like 25 grams. Cost me about £11.
£11. Oh, that is a bit expensive.
But yeah. But at the end of the day, it's lasting me like good couple of weeks.
How much do you smoke a day? Do you smoke like 50 a day or something, or 20?
Nah, I'm not a heavy smoker. I never have. Only time I really heavily smoked was like when I was doing pills.
Yeah, pills. I bet you done a lot of them back in the day, like a lot of pills and a lot of other things.
Most I ever did in a night was 10.
10.
Yeah.
How many are you meant to take? Is it like 1 or 2 or something?
Well, they were shit, like, and we were getting them at 10 pence a fucking bill.
10 pence a pill. I wonder how much they'll be now. Probably like £1 or something or more.
Well, they used to be £19 when I first started.
£19. Fucking hell! There must be good pills for that much. Like, oh my god,
they were fucking good pills. Like,
I could do with some of them. Actually, I've never tried anything like that, but I don't know if it's a good idea. I don't know what it would do. I mean, I would end up.
I always say to people, experiment, like, but that's me personally.
I mean, I had a little bit of weed one time, but never really inhaled it that much.
Well, how the hell can you not inhale it?
Because I didn't smoke at the time. I didn't smoke anything. I didn't even smoke cigarettes. And someone just gave it. It was one of my friends, and I was like, okay, let's have a go at this. And I didn't really. I took it in the drawer in my mouth, and I didn't like fully inhale it in. Like, maybe a little bit went down, but it wasn't enough to have any sort of effect. Like, I wasn't really gonna like it. Otherwise, it may have hooked us, and I may have wanted more and more and more.
It will never. I don't know who tells people that it will never hook you. It's not an addictive drug. You could take pot or you could leave pot.
It just depends. Some people like it, some people don't. There's different effects on different people, doesn't it, as well?
But like I say, like in the day, there's so many strands now. Like it's a lot easier to do it.
Yeah. Imagine like mixing all the strands together and having like a concoction. That'd be quite interesting.
Still get you high, like whatever it did.
Yeah. I'll probably, if I did ever do it, I'll probably I'll probably start off on the weak stuff or the mild. Guinness.
It's just like at the end of the day, there's so many strands. Like there's about nearly 1,000 plus strands.
1,000. My God.
And there's different sort of highs. So you'll get a nice mellow high off some. You'll get a strong, heavy high, and you'll get a real fucking paranoid high.
Yeah. Yeah, and some people it causes paranoia, and other like I heard it causes like schizophrenia in some people as well.
Only in people when they do it young. If you're doing it, say at 12 years of age, 30,
Yeah.
which I've heard of people doing, starting at a young age, it will fuck your head up.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. That makes sense.
But anybody else like that.
Then again,
The only reason it made me paranoid is because I've done everything else. Like I've done loads of other drugs before.
so you've pretty much done everything. Like, what about crystal meth and that?
No, I never did that. I always wanted to have a go at crystal meth.
That could be quite interesting. Doing crystal meth, I would try that out definitely.
No, don't have a go at that.
Yeah, I've actually seen what it does to people's teeth. It like fucking
Yeah, it does. It rots your teeth out. Like,
Yeah,
it's not good at all.
yeah. So it's probably not a good idea. And I shouldn't have said that on here, anyways. People think, oh, he wants to do drug, he wants to do crystal meth. Well, I was joking.
The only reason I never did it was because I couldn't find it.
How do you? So where?
And I still can't find it, so I'm quite happy with it.
So you're happy without trying it?
I'm happy without doing it. I'm sort of always still have an incline. Like if it ever came along, I'd have a go.
I don't know how addictive crystal meth is, though. That's the thing.
Extremely addictive.
Yeah. It'd be fucking expensive getting that as well by the batch.
No,
Yeah.
not cheap in the slightest. Like it's very expensive.
I've seen some like there's hillbillies that cook it in like fucking caravans.
Yeah,
Like
load of home chemicals, like, and just whack it together with a load of
oh god, I know. Yeah, I don't think they do it over. They'll probably do it over here unless they get it imported from a different country or something. I would
You
imagine.
get it. I just never ever found it, and so luckily I never found it. If it ever came around and somebody was doing it, it probably would be a bit of a ooh moment, like.
Do I or don't I?
Yeah, don't I? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's up to you. It's up to you.
I did crack cocaine like for a little bit.
Crack cocaine. That looks like.
But we used to wash it up ourselves, like make it ourselves.
That's how they do it, isn't it? They wash it. That's how it's made.
You can wash it with bicarb and water, and you can wash it with ammonia. Now ammonia is a nice hit. Very bad on your bad on your lungs, but a great hit. And bicarb's a bit the same.
You smoke it. There's other ways of taking it, isn't there? You can inject it, can't you?
Well, I bet the great. Well, I've heard of people banging it up, and I thought, fucking hell, man.
Banging it up.
Stick it in the vape, man.
Oh yeah.
But no, people do amphetamine as well. Bang it up.
Amphetamines. Are they the same as? No, it's not the same as meth. I'm a bit confused.
No, amphetamines totally different.
Yeah. Trying to think what else there is. I'll probably, if I was to ever get into anything drug related, it would probably be like psychedelics, like mushrooms and peyote and stuff like that.
Man, I strongly disagree with people doing that. If you're going to do acid, make sure you're with a lot of good people.
Not dickheads.
Not dickheads, because at the end of the day, you either enjoy it or you don't.
Or MDMA is meant to be good as well. That's meant to be really. You have to drink a lot of liquids apparently with that, don't you?
So you remember there was a girl called Leah Betts who died in 1995.
Mm.
And she did exactly what everybody shouldn't do, and that is drink loads of water. Now, the reason she died was because her brain swelled.
Yeah, that's an encephalitis in the brain, or swelling of the
She was told by somebody, if you get worried, drink water. But she drank too much water, and it killed her.
Trying to think. Oh God, the medical in me wants to look this up now. Water. Actually, I'll look it up on my phone because I can't be asked getting the.
It's great. You got to just do the right amount of water. You shouldn't go mad on it. I used to always drink on pills. I did. You shouldn't even do that.
It says damaged kidneys as well, but brain. We're looking to see damage the brain. The buildup of fluid in the brain is called a cerebral edema. This can affect the brain stem and cause central nervous system dysfunction. In severe cases, water intoxication can cause seizures, brain damage, a coma, and even death. So yeah, damage.
That's exactly what she did. Like, she drank too much water.
Normal balance of electrolytes.
I mean, I've done Mandy, like Mandy powder, which is MDMA powder. It looks like brown sugar, like really, really. It's like a sugar.
Mm.
And yeah, I've done loads of that. That was about what 2013, 2014 was the last time I've done that.
What was that like? Was that any good?
Mad, like I did about fucking 7 bombs of it. Which is when you put it, you chop it up and then put it in a little Rizzler.
Yeah.
Eat Rizzler and it dissolves in your stomach and then it gives you a nice hit. Comes up in about 20 minutes, like 20 minutes. Come on.
Yeah. John, your audio's cutting out a bit. You hear a lot of noise.
I can't imagine why. I don't know what's going on with it, mate. But at the end of the day, it's working fine.
Yeah, I mean, I can like barely made a word out there. Like John, I don't know what's going on with that. I mean, can anyone else hear John okay, or is it just me? I don't know what's going on. It could be on my computer, I think. It may just be on my end.
I think it might be just yours, mate.
Yeah, I can hear you a bit better. Now I can hear you.
Right. I don't know what the deal is, mate. I can't really find it. It's up at 70%.
No, I've turned you up anyway, so everyone else can hear you. No, he's super quiet. Someone's saying.
Oh, he's super quiet. I'll find out what's going on here.
I wouldn't mind a pork pie right about now, everyone. Right? Does anyone else want to join this conversation? This conversation between me and Crazy John on the drug subject? You're more than welcome to come in. You could all share your experience right here.
No, don't talk about drugs, man. It's too bad.
Yeah. It's probably not a good idea, actually.
No, don't talk about drugs.
Yeah. I'll have to figure out. I could watch some more mafia-related stuff, but then again, that's kind of crime-related, so I don't know. Probably not a good idea as well.
I like the Michael Francis, but he just rolls on too fucking much.
Rolls.
Yeah, he's just talking too much. He just loves talking about it, doesn't he?
He's very charismatic. I must say another thing. He looks really good for his age. Like I hope I look good when I'm that age. 71.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I'm 71. I hope I fucking look. He looks like he's in his 50s. In fact, he looks younger than my dad, and he's 55, and he's got like a full head of grey hair. Michael Francis has still got like pretty much all of his hair colour. Yeah,
he's a dude, like, and he really know.
Yeah, he is very like. Yeah. I wish. Plus, he's got a lot of money as well because of that pizza company he owns, Slices. He owns that, and it's all over the country. Well, America, anyways. I don't think he's went internationally yet, but that'll happen eventually, where he goes all over the world, and hopefully the UK as well. And if he does, then I'm gonna be the first ones in the restaurant, getting myself a slice of pizza.
I'm amazed he isn't in the UK.
Yeah, neither of us. Actually, I mean, he will be eventually. I think he will be, but not yet.
See, at the end of the day, he was making tons of money out of that petrol tax scam.
Yeah, millions.
He was making millions. Now, is he supposed to have given that all up? I can't imagine he would have.
I don't know.
They're very good at hiding their money. So
Yeah, it's true. You could have like another thing. You could like have hidden money away. You could like have like caves or some shit with like fucking like millions of stashed in there, or diamonds and what have you. Like all sorts of stuff,
listen,
crazy stuff.
the guy at the end of the day, he had millions. He had so much money at one time, he didn't know where to put it all.
Yeah,
So
I think he was one of the richest.
Yeah, he said at one stage he had millions. I mean millions upon millions. Too much money.
Yeah. And another thing, I think that petrol scam was going for like, I think 10 years, he said on a video. 10 years worth of millions.
There you go, like 10 years, man. That's a hell of a lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah, yachts and fucking like mansions. Yeah, like mansions in Florida and Los Angeles and all over the country. It was crazy.
If you ever get a chance to watch any videos, watch a video about Frank Matthews.
Frank Matthews.
Yeah, Frank Matthews. He's like still number one on the top list of people trying to find to this day. He disappeared in 1973. He was the highest. He was one of the biggest drug dealers in the 70s. He was supplying everyone in the States, compared to Frank Lucas, who was only supplying a couple of places, like about four states. Matthews was supplying the whole of America, and he wasn't just supplying heroin; he was supplying cocaine as well.
And that makes a lot of money, cocaine. That's how all the cartels get loads of money, because of the cocaine.
It was even upsetting the mafia who was making that much money.
They say the mafia don't really deal with drugs that much. Maybe on the side they do. Like I think they still do, but like on the side, like the bosses, if they I don't think, unless some families do, I don't know.
There's a different kind of boss now than what there was in the 70s. The bosses didn't like it. And
yeah, that's true.
They turned about that. They took it. They disliked it. But by the 80s and 90s, a lot of the mafia were making money because the bosses had all changed. The old school had gone.
Yeah, well, the old school bosses back in the day obviously had the likes of like the New York mafia bosses like Carmine Persico, fucking Lucky Luciano, Vito Genovese, Vincent
Lucky Luciano. He was mainly like 1930s, 1940s,
like Prohibition period.
Yeah, the Prohibition was between 1922, I think, to 1930 something. I think it was Prohibition.
Yeah, and you had Joe Bonanno as well. It was a lot of people didn't like him because I think there was something. I think it was to do with, I don't know his story that much. I've got his book. His book's right there. I just need to read into it. I'm still on the Tony Accardo book actually, which is really interesting. Like I'm on like page 80 at the moment. There's like 400 pages of that. I can tell you, like Tony Accardo.
The big book, like man, there's a big thing. I just watched videos about him.
I mean, this book was written by an ex-FBI agent who had interactions with him, and like 30 years of looking into him, 30 long years. You can imagine, like what he like. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in there, anyways. Like various different things about like him. Like there was this guy, like Tony Accardo was like this movie director guy. Tony Accardo wanted them to like he wanted like shares because he was like going like all over the country, so he was wanting like shares in the movie business. And there was this guy, he didn't give in to him, so basically he hired people to kill him. So they done like a drive-by. There was this guy, he was in a car, this guy that they were about to kill. He was like, driving in his car, and the gangsters like drove past, and they had their Tommy guns out the window, and they were like fucking firing away at the car, and they managed to hit him like multiple times. And they thought he was dead. But little did they know he wasn't dead at all. He was still alive. Then he went to the hospital. Then he was like cooperating from the hospital bed to the agents. And then like the must have like the hitman of all the mafia gangsters found a way into the hospital room, and then they like stuck mercury into the intravenous thing, and they like killed him that way.
Wow. Yeah.
So they got him in the end. So it's never fucking to rat anyone out or to or to fuck over the mafia. What they don't get what they want, then basically they kill you. That's pretty much
the Cosa Nostra.
The Cosa Nostra, yes. Or murder, the code of silence.
The code of silence, yeah.
Never say a word, otherwise you die. A painful death, horrible death.
Got the finger, didn't they? And then sign and shake their hands.
Yeah. In fact, actually, something interesting. I might put this video on Michael Francis, and he explains his night, how he got made in the Colombo family. I'll put this on. It's very interesting. I'll see how long it is, though. I'll see how long it is, because if it's like too long, I'll not bother.
If he's yapping on for about 25 minutes of one thing, like,
yeah, how he became. I like Michael Francis. No, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. Good guy. He's a good guy. Gravano's a bit more like, hands-on approach, but still, I like both of them. They're both good.
he's doing all right. Like, if he's still alive, isn't he?
Yeah, he's like Sammy the Bull's like 76.
Yeah, Sammy the Bull did a deal like to get out as well, did he?
Nah, well, he murdered a lot of people. Him though, he
murdered 35 people.
Yeah, where he was the underboss of the Gambinos, and they were the highest, one of the most powerful mafia families at that time. But you see, John Gotti, him and Vincent the Chin Gigante, Vincent the Chin actually like put a hit out on John Gotti because he didn't like him.
Yeah.
A lot of people hated.
Well, that's because at the end of the day, he killed Paul Castellano, didn't he? Castellano.
Yeah, Paul Castellano. But you see, Vincent the Chin was he was another boss that basically you wouldn't fuck with him. Yeah, and I've got his book there, it's right there as well. I'm gonna have to read that at some point to get more information about him. But he was an ex-boxer as well. He was an ex-professional boxer. He had like 25 fights, so he knew how to actually. He could kill you with a gun or with a knife, but he could also beat the shit out of you with his fists. And he was a big guy as well. He was a big guy. He wasn't
proper fighter, like.
Yeah. Someone you wouldn't fuck with. And Vito Genovese, he was one of the. I think he was the founder of the Genovese crime family. He actually appointed. Yeah.
So can you name all 5 families, like?
Yeah. So you've got the Bonanno family, the Colombos, the Lucchese's, Genovese, and the Gambinos. And there's another family in New Jersey called the DeCavalcanti family.
The DeCavalcanti, yeah.
Yeah, the DeCavalcantis, yeah. And obviously you've got other families in America. So you've got the Philadelphia crew, the Philly mob are called. The outfit, the Chicago outfit. And there's like other little families here.
Have you still not watched the film I told you about?
The Gotti one, or
no, the one with Johnny Depp in it. Black Mass. Black Mass.
Black Mask.
Black Mass. BMASS.
Black Mass. Actually, what I'll do is I'll see if it's on Netflix. Do you think it'll be on Netflix? Because I've got that.
Yeah, it should be there. Like Black Mass. Definitely give that. If you like your mobsters, your Irish mobsters.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely watch Whitley Bulger, like, because he what he did is insane.
Yeah, I'll give that a watch.
And he outrun the law for about 25 years.
Yeah, I'll give that a watch. So Johnny Depp, what other actors in there? It's like Ray Liotta and that in there, and Joe Pesci, and then
wait a minute, who else?
Probably not be in there.
No, it was. No, there's no one really other famous people in it other than Johnny Depp. There's a couple of people like who are like in probably The Sopranos.
The Sopranos, and they were based off the DeCavalcanti family. Them, The Sopranos, New Jersey lot.
I had a chance of buying a box set of every single episode of The Sopranos. I wish I had now.
You had a chance. Did you see?
It came in the shop, and there was a whole box set of every single season. And I missed it. I didn't. I thought, put it in the shelf. Like I regretted it really because I wouldn't mind watching it.
Some people say it's good. Well, the earlier series are good, but then the later ones, some people say aren't that good.
Watch the video on YouTube of everybody getting whacked in The Sopranos. Like, and it's every single person who got whacked in every season. Like.
I do remember there was this video on Michael Francis. He said like he reacted to The Sopranos, and there was this one scene in The Sopranos where I think it was Tony Soprano or someone was like talking to a psychiatrist about everything, even about the mafia. And Michael Francis said straight out, if any mobster were to talk to a psychiatrist like that and tell them about any dealings with the mafia, anything to do with that, then it would end up in the trunk of the car along with the psychiatrist.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and he said that part of the movie was unrealistic, because that would never happen in real life, never ever happen. Because word would get out eventually, anyways. Then there would be hell to pay.
I see. There's another good film with Tom Hardy in it, an old matey out of Sopranos, called The Drop, which is about the film's called The Drop. And it's about a bar. An old boy who was in The Sopranos, who played Tony Sopranos in it, with Tom Hardy. It's all about like money going in bars, and it's I think there's some sort of Russian mafia involved in it.
The Russian mafia, fucking. The Russian mafia I've never really researched much into them. Same with the Yakuza or the Mexican mafia, but they'll probably be.
The Russian mafia, man, is fucking rife,
Yeah, they're crazy,
huge. Don't fuck with them,
Even other mafias as well. There's the Serbian mafia as well.
The Serbian mafias is just as bad.
Yeah, the Eastern European mafias seem to be fucking violent, very violent.
Yeah, very loyal.
The Mexicans are pretty. They have that Aztec blood in them, so they're very fucking tribal.
The Mexican fucking cartels, man, they're fucking crazy people now.
Yeah, I've heard of.
You think ISIS is bad? Fuck me, man. Look at the Mexican cartels.
I've heard of stories where the
Mexican cartels.
I've heard stories where the fucking there was this one guy, he got his head decapitated and his arms and legs cut off and his torso thrown in the middle of the street, and it was all to do with drugs. Because the drugs they fucking go crazy over drugs.
Don't just kill him, they'll kill the whole family as well.
Even little kids as well. They just don't give a shit.
Yeah, just go in and kill them all.
I don't think the mafia. I don't think the mafia would do anything as extreme as that.
Mafia just whacked out people, that's all they did, didn't they?
They seem to just kill their own. They just kill their own, pretty much. Unless, obviously...
Probably one reason why certain ones are out, because at the end of the day, they were just whacking each other.
Yeah. Frank said the Triads are Chinese. Yeah, the Triads are Chinese. The Yakuza are Japanese. I'm trying to think of anything. Then you've obviously got...
My mate was over in Thailand, and he met a few of the cartel over there, the Yakuza. And he said it was fucking crazy. He said he had some bloke he flicked off, fuck off, like that.
Yeah.
The bloke went and punched his teeth out.
Oh my god!
One of his teeth actually knocked out, by old boy.
I bet that crazy.
He was lucky, really, because at the end of the day, they would probably have killed him.
Well, they have all them fucking like samurai swords and them fucking ninja stars and what have you. All them kinds of weapons. That'd be crazy. Can you imagine? I would imagine they would use them to execute people that fuck with them.
He's just insane. He said he looked after himself. He's only about 5'4" old boy, you know what I mean? But he can look after himself. He can handle himself quite well, small man syndrome.
Yeah.
And so, but he went out there. He said, "Fucking hell, there's a different kind of beans out there."
Well, that's different. That's different, isn't it? There's different countries have different ways to act. So if you go to a certain,
don't fuck with them,
yeah,
that's what he said to me.
Yeah. Don't fuck. Yeah, sleeping dogs. Frank Triggs. Do you want to come in, Frank? If you're not, if your migraine's better, because he had a migraine, didn't he? Because he mentioned.
I can't imagine Frank would be actually lingering. He'd be sounding slurred as I did. He's on tramadol and melatonin. I can't imagine he'd last very long.
Yeah, he may end up like you, where he's slumped back in his bed like that.
I was slumped back in my chair 45 minutes after I'd done mine.
Yeah, I seen you. That was on 2 occasions, that wasn't it?
Yeah, that was embarrassing. That was
yeah, and that was me as well on my 24-hour live stream. I was laid back there, asleep, snoring my head off as well. But I'm not doing another 24-hour, not doing another 24-hour one ever again. I mean, because what's the point? I never get saved and I never get to fucking watch it again.
That's it. You know what? If I ever do any lives, I would delete them after, like random does, like Alex does, like.
Yeah. Just get rid of the evidence, burn it all, get rid of it.
It's too much, it's too much. What they call it, incriminating talk.
Yeah. I've still got all these up. Like I don't know what I should do. Archive them or what? What should I do? Get rid of them or what?
Well, to be honest, at the end of the day, live is live. You always got to have that one person who will come in and look halfway through it, and they won't watch the rest of it. So if it's like a 5.5 hour stream, they'll probably watch something that's full of incriminating stuff. Like,
well, I must say I've got like, how many have I done? Like probably like 10. I haven't actually checked. Probably I would say near upwards of 10 lives. Yeah. A lot of them are long. So would they really want to go through every single one to try and figure out something bad I've said? I mean,
I can't watch them. Like if they're 11 hours, I don't watch them. I like watching the 3.5 1 hours about.
Yeah.
Sometimes there is some funny stuff said in it.
I usually sit like watch like you said, 3-hour ones, or maybe if they go even longer, then maybe it's like a few hours a day or something, then a few hours the next day, like 2-3 hours a day or something. But then again, I don't watch them. I like to do other things as well. It depends what's talked about as well on the live streams. If it's something really interesting, then I watch. But then if it's not interesting, then I'm just
I wanted to go in Matt's earlier on, like, but I was too busy cooking roast.
Yeah, and you would have been eating your roast on them.
Certainly wouldn't have been it up for like just sat there eating a fucking great big plate of food in front of everybody. Like.
That would be funny.
Yapping away at the same time. Yeah, well,
they're having a serious conversation, and there's John in the background
with
turkey.
Like some fork, like having a fucking great nosh up. Like.
Yeah. I bet Matt would be like, "Oh, give me some of that, please, thank you."
Jesus, I'm just making us extremely hungry here. Like.
That was quite interesting what they were talking about on there. Like,
yeah, I like that. It was a good old chat. That
I'm surprised no one else came on. Actually, really surprised. I didn't really see.
I wanted to. I actually clicked the link when he first posted it, but I just couldn't. I had too much going on.
I mean, what they were talking about, I didn't really have a fucking clue about. I had an idea, but I wouldn't have been able to add anything interesting to it. Unless it was like a stream where they talk about random things, and I would just join that. But there's quite a lot of people on them live streams that are watching you as well. There was like 200 people in there. So you imagine 200 people. Yeah, 200 people watching. So you can imagine 200
We've only got 17 in there.
Yeah, but remember, I've only got 73 subs. He's got like 37,000 subs. So he's got but even then, you would think 37,000 subs, you would think, why is he only getting 200? You would think you'd be getting like at least over 1,000 or more in there.
You'd have to have something really good to get 37,000 people watching that.
Yeah. Well, 37,000 people watching as well. The chat would be completely uncontrollable. It'd be like
off the scale. Yeah.
I think even Barry Little would have his hands full with that one, like trying to delete like
it'd be non-stop, like when it flying.
It'd be like a fucking machine gun with messages going
I've just posted something a minute ago. Did you read it, Matt?
No, completely shot off the screen into this fucking stratosphere or some shit. Yeah. But yeah, like you said, it would have to be something really interesting to like hook a lot of people onto. Like, I mean, I've seen in certain live streams. I think it was Dark Arts live stream the other week, and there was like 1,000 people in there.
Really?
Yeah,
1,000 people on Carl's stream.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I must say I like Carl. He does some real because it's the Croatia.
Not even Dan gets that many. He probably gets 300, 400 people watching it at a time. Like.
I think I might know what it is because they went and done that Croatia thing, and obviously that's like a broad like trip and like really interesting as well. So
they were showing them when they were sat in the jacuzzi, weren't they?
Yeah. I remember that one. Yeah. And even when Andrew goes live, there's still quite a lot of people watching him as well.
Which Andrew are we on about?
Demons. Demons.
Do you know what? I don't know what's going on there. I watched his last his last line, and he's got Kaylee in it. I can't remember.
Yeah, Kaylee Coulson.
Kaylee Coulson sat next to him, and they're just both like that. She's smiling.
Yeah.
She's smiling like she always does, like full on, like.
Yeah, I mean, I like Kaylee. She's a nice lass.
Yeah, she's a lovely girl. Like, but at the end of the day, he's just going on about nobody's talking to him, and all these regulars that he's hung around with before have just left.
I've noticed that he's never been in any of like the last video I've seen that he was in with Dan's is that St. Joseph's Orphanage video. I think that was the last one he was in.
Yeah, there's apparently there's a bit of a rut going on there. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like,
I seen like because I follow him on Instagram, and I seen like I think he's doing stuff with Carl Dark Arts and other people.
I think there's a big issue with somebody. I think there's a big issue with Dan, Carl, and somebody else at the moment because it's just him and Kaylee at the moment. And they're always doing videos where he's smoking. And he's smoking a couple of joints as well every now and again. It's like
he calls them the talkers, and he does the whoopers as well.
And he's doing the umpers like oopa, and he's just he's just drinking loads of booze. Like, I don't want to be watching somebody get pissed.
Yeah, it's not good for him because he does them quite. Well, I would say like probably 2 times a week, maybe or more.
What's all this business with the fucking tear on the side of the fucking eye? Like,
I think he mentioned. I think he mentioned something to do with that. I think it's some sort of symbolic thing. I can't exactly remember what.
I always thought if you took a life.
Yeah.
I don't think he's done that. Like,
yeah, I don't hope fucking hasn't done it.
No.
I doubt he has. Like, but
no, he's a lovely lad. Like,
yeah, I like Andrew. He's like he tells the truth. He speaks the truth about world events as well. What goes on? I've seen his around.
And he's another one who's an ex user. Like, and
he
had a bad few years on drugs.
I heard about that. Like, I heard him mention that a few times as well. Like on his live streams, that he took drugs in the past. I think he used to live in Colorado, didn't he? I think.
Yeah, he was doing lots of heavy drugs as well.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind getting him on one of these. Or come on.
I don't think he'd ever come on anything like that. None of those people, Carl, Dan, Andrew, any of those others, or even Dave of Abandoned Explorer, World Explorer.
Yeah,
none of them ever do lives like these.
Yeah, to wonder why is it because like the amount of people that would want to join,
people just giving you grief, and on there like direct.
Yeah, that's true. Plus, there'd be too many people wanting to join anyways. It would be like, who do I have on?
I'd like to have them. I'd like to go in there and speak to people like Dave. I'd like to, especially Abandoned World Explorer. He's a lovely lad. Like, he's got something to say, and his videos are pretty cool as well. Like,
Kaylee might do them, or maybe it's Flex or someone like that, because they haven't got that.
Flex is a possibility, like, isn't he?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
and High Times. I wouldn't mind seeing High Times. Like, do
High Times would be good.
I like Tony's content. He's fucking brilliant.
So, like, I wonder why they don't. Is it because there's a time thing? They may not have enough time to do them. I would imagine.
I think at the end of the day, no one wants to pay for StreamYard and have 12 people on at one stage, like today.
Well, that'll be fucking crazy. That
madness, wouldn't it?
12 people yapping away.
especially if you got somebody who dislikes you to be on there.
It'd be entertaining as well, like I must say. Plus, I would imagine they would have to delete them as well because and they wouldn't be for that long. They wouldn't be like fucking 5-hour live streams. I doubt they'd only be like an hour, 2 hours at the most. Some of them, I don't think they stay up late at night like what us night owls do. Yeah.
What's Scooby on about? Like goofs? Who's talking about goofs, Scooby?
Well, the real Cynthia said something about who are these goofs or something. And I don't know who she meant.
If you don't like it, Cynthia, get off.
Yeah. I don't know why. Why hasn't that comment been dealt with? Actually,
because it's somebody's one of your moderators is taking it off.
Yeah, I don't know why she said that for. That was a bit out of character because I've seen her in here before a few times and she's never said anything like that. I don't know what that's about.
Could be anything like.
Maybe maybe she's not a fan of us too, John.
Maybe we're just talking shit, like.
Yeah, maybe she doesn't like the topic of conversation tonight. It doesn't appease to her. It doesn't at all.
There's two guys just talking shit.
Yeah, a lot of shit talk between us two. Not a fan of it.
Yeah.
Oh well, there's plenty of live streams out there that that are different. We all have different tastes and preferences. I mean, on here is random. I don't have one particular subject that I talk about. It's anything in general. I talk about it.
Well, I'm amazed there's nobody come in and out of chat. Like.
Well, Scooby, if you want to come up, Scooby, you're more than welcome. Like Dan can't because of his didn't his phone freezing? Like it was freezing the other day, wasn't it? And obviously Frank can't come on because.
Well, as I say, Dan's got issues with his telephone gets red hot. And he hasn't sorted his PC out yet, so I don't think we're going to see him for the near future. Like,
no.
Who else is around? I don't see Way High Banjo. Like he must be in bed early.
Yeah, he's in bed. Melissa's in bed as well because she mentioned earlier on that she was really.
She's got an operation, isn't she?
Yeah, with her spine.
Fuck that.
I really hope that goes well. I mean, anything to do with the spine, you have to be so fucking careful, and you have to have skilled people that know what the fuck they're doing as well.
Last time I heard of anybody going for an operation on the back, they ended up dead.
Oh God. Yeah.
I think the fellow who used to work for my father, he had this back, a disc had gone out.
Prolapse. Yeah.
And he had to go and have an operation. And he put it off for years. And then somebody said to him, for Christ's sake, go to the hospital, get it sorted out. So he went and got it. He went to the hospital. It took him 8 months to get it put in. When he went in for the operation, he had a massive heart attack on the table and died.
Oh, fucking
hell. He hadn't even set up his will or anything
Yeah.
They didn't expect that,
Yeah. You have to be careful because of the nerves as well. It's so intricate, the spine. Any damage to any of the nerves, the peripheral nerves, as well as the main nerves in the spinal cord, any damage there could cause either death or paralysis, complete paralysis. But I think she mentioned it was the lumbar region of our spine. So that the lumbar's there. So you've got the cervix, the thorax, and the lumbar, the sacrum, and you've got the coccyx, the tailbone right at the bottom. So the coccyx, yeah. So the lumbar is where she's getting it done. But even still, any damage to any of the nerves there, the spinal cord can cause paraplegia. Quadriplegia is all four limbs from the neck down. Paralysis, paraplegia is paralysis from the lower end. Sometimes as well, it can cause quadriplegia and paraplegia can cause problems with the bowels and the bladder as well.
Fuck that.
So you have to have freaking catheters and that, and other what's the thing with have them? I think they even they have to pick the shit out of your ass as well to get it out. That's what I heard what some of them do, but there's another technical way of explaining it. But yeah, they just have to be so careful of what to do. Any operation like that, even brain operate, you get it, if they remove a tumor from the brain, any part of the brain, they have to be so careful on what to do. They have to be, because it's so intricate, and yet any damage to the brain, especially the brain stem.
I had a friend of my father's had brain cancer.
Bad stuff. Fucking horrible.
Not nice, man. Horrible death, that is.
Yeah. And there are treatable brain tumors, but it depends on how aggressive they are and how where they've spread and the type of cell as well. There's I know a bit about this subject, but I'm not an expert. I can't say to you what cells and the intricacies of anything to do with that.
I've heard people drop dead.
Yeah,
with issues with the brain,
Usually, brain tumor, headache isn't like a headache you would normally. It's a different type of headache. It's usually on like one spot like there. So if you get like a pain there and it stays there and it doesn't like fade away, and I think if they're worse at night and they don't get better, I think it says like, because what I read up, if they're like worse at night, then that could be a sign that if it's like a brain tumor.
I'll tell you something, like some cancers like are really like the progressive ones.
Yeah.
I had a girl. There was a girl who used to work at the shop, and she had issues with she used to get these headaches and her balance and stuff, and she was just chomping loads of headache tablets every day.
Yeah.
You know, and in the end, someone said, just go and get it sorted out, like, you know, find out what it is. And they went in there and she found out she was riddled with cancer.
Oh, jeez.
From the top of the head, all the way down the back, right down, and it went into her lungs.
System, the lungs, yeah.
And down the lower part as well. She was riddled like stage 4.
Stage 4. Yeah, stage 4 cancer where it starts on the, yeah.
She probably had it for about 18 months and didn't even know she had it.
18 months, fucking hell. But some cancers develop slower, some are aggressive. Any type of cancer in the brain stem is the worst. Like the brain stem region. Bad.
If somebody told me I had something like that, I'd probably go and top myself.
Yeah. Well, you would die anyways. You can't cure. It's incurable. Any brainstem cancer. There's no way you can't operate on it because it's the brainstem. Because the brainstem is one of the most important parts of the brain, because that regulates movement, regulates there's 3 parts of the brainstem. There's the midbrain. I think it's called the midbrain. Then you've got the medulla oblongata. It's called. Then you've got the pons. The pons controls the movement. The movement, sensational neural pathways. The medulla, it's actually pronounced the medulla, not the medulla. The medulla oblongata, it's pronounced. That basically controls the blood pressure, the heartbeat, and the respiratory functions. So any damage to any of those parts of the brain stem causes death. Any damage at all. And if you're lucky, if the pons is damaged, you end up with a condition called locked-in syndrome, which is where your whole body is paralyzed completely.
Oh, yeah.
Apart from your eyelids. Yeah, your eyelids. And
I've heard about that locked-in syndrome. It's fucking awful.
There's many things that cause that: injury, stroke, a condition called what's it called? Central pontine melanolysis, which I was reading up in my neurological book.
Right. You get paranoid if you start reading all about these things, right?
Yeah, it's caused by overcorrection of the sodium, and the sodium it damages it. It's quite complex to go into. Basically, the water and the sodium in the brain stem, the pons, it separates and it causes like damage to the cells. It's in depth and it's like hard to explain. I could Google it. I'll Google it because it's in there. Central pontine melanolysis, it's pronounced. Yeah, let's see. It's quite interesting. I'll read the whole thing. Oh, Jesus, there's a lot, yeah. Central pontine melanolysis is a neurological disorder that most frequently occurs after too rapid medical correction of sodium deficiency, hyponatremia. The rapid rise in sodium concentration is accompanied by the movement of small molecules and pulls water from brain cells through a mechanism that is only partly understood. The shift in water and brain molecules leads to the destruction of the myelin, a substance that surrounds and protects nerve fibers. Nerve cells, or the neurons, can also be damaged. Certain areas of the brain are particularly susceptible to melanolysis, especially the part of the brainstem called the pons. Some individuals will also have damage in other areas of the brain, which is called extrapontine melanolysis, EPM. I'm not even going to read into any because it's quite complex. I'll fucking bamboozle everyone if I keep on reading that. But yeah, either way, if you get that, you're fucked.
Too many big words, like.
Yeah. Even it interests me, all the stuff about the nervous system, all the cells, like a very complex thing to get into, very, very in depth. And a lot of it you would like forget. A lot of the nerve cell, like, because they have different names, all these different types of like cells, etc. They have just like so many names, you would just like get lost in trying to remember them. But then again, if you've studied years and years and years as like a neurologist, then you would be able to remember a lot of them or all of them because you've done it for so many years and you've spent hours every day of research. I mean, I only look at, because I've got a book there about it, and I look at like certain things, like maybe have like a 10-15 minute read every day, and that's nowhere near enough to remember everything. And there's John, he's taking his medication there.
No, I'm just getting it ready. Like
I actually need a smoke because I haven't had one like nearly an hour. I'll be back. I'll put the link in, see if any of you want to come in and entertain John whilst I'm out having a smoke.
But you're going out for a smoke, yeah?
Yeah. Nah, well, the thing is, if I smoke and hear the alarms, there's an alarm right there and it goes off.
You're leaving here on my own.
Yeah. But another thing is I don't like smoke getting into like the like, because it latches onto curtains and stuff like that, and it leaves a nasty smell. So I'd rather just smoke it outside. So I'll be back in probably a few minutes.
I'll tell you what, I'll go for a slash while you're doing that.
Yeah. See if who comes back first. Probably you, but yeah, unless I smoke it quick. What's going on? How are you doing? You. Is Luke in here, like? Because I've seen the private chat.
Yeah, he's around.
Where are you, Luke? Where are you? Let's get your ass back up here. Come on, let's go. It's not even letting us paste this for some reason. Now it decides to work. There you go. I got me some pork pie, John. Look at that. It hasn't even got any jelly in there. Look at that. There's no jelly in the pork pie. Can you believe that?
Oh, it's not a proper pork pie, then, is it?
Yeah, I got it from a supermarket. So I wish I need to get a proper one from the butcher's, but
What's it called? Gingsters.
actually I don't know. It's like an Aldi brand one.
Ah, that's fucking hell. I won't eat anything from there.
Yeah, it's probably like fucking human in there or something. Human.
Horse meat.
Yeah. Instead of a pork pie, it's a horse pie.
Yeah. Nay.
Nay. I'll have nay. Nay here. Oh, tastes okay, but.
See, you should buy yourself less fucking shit that you're eating in the cupboard and buy yourself some fucking decent food.
I'll have a roast. I'll buy the roast ingredients that you get every night.
I eat them every two. I have it every night almost, apart from a couple of nights where I'll probably have chicken Kiev.
Well, having the roast every night's quite good because it's got vegetables and meat, and that's all good for you, anyways.
No, not really. Like, because at the end of the day, the meat is in your stomach for hours, and that apparently causes carcinogens.
Oh fuck hell! Well, doesn't that depend on how it's cooked, doesn't it? Like if it's burned, then that's a carcinogen.
Yeah, never burn the food like me. I always cook it just right. 45 minutes.
Yeah,
40 minutes with the foil off.
What kind of meats do you usually have? Is it like turkey, pork, beef, and all that? Lamb?
I get them from Iceland every week. I spend about 40 quid in Iceland, and probably every fortnight, and I'll get 4 chicken roasts, one with the stuffing, 2 with stuffing, 2 with normal chicken,
Yeah,
and a turkey roast which is wrapped in bacon.
yeah. Well, that'd be nice.
And then you can eat you can cook it, and then you cut it in half, and you have one half, and then put it in the fridge later on, and then eat the next half within the next day or so, 2 days tops, and then use a steam thing in the microwave which steams the meat, reheats it. And, yeah.
Do you have a lot of gravy on there? Because I usually have a lot of gravy on my Sunday dinners.
I make my gravy with a bit of the oil out of the dish, which is the chicken's cooking in, and then I put in it a bit of honey, a bit of tomato ketchup, and a bit of this soy sauce. It's not soy sauce. I think it's hoisin sauce.
Hoisin sauce.
Yeah.
Never had that in gravy before, so I'm guessing it's good. Sounds okay.
Beautiful, it's like a soup.
Oh,
My gravy's like a soup. You can have it as a soup.
Oh, you're gonna have to ship some out to me, John. I wouldn't mind trying some of your delicacies.
Easy to make, man. Easy to make.
Yeah, especially that melon soup thing. I want some of that. I shouldn't. That sounds nice, but I've never. It just sounds funny because I've never heard of it before. Melon soup.
Cherry soups. I always remember seeing cherry and strawberry soup,
Hmm.
and it's in a film. It's in the film called The Party with Peter Sellers,
Mm.
and it's a starter course, and you have it as a first course, and it's a chilled soup in a fucking great big ice bowl,
Mm.
and you just take it out, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, I'm guessing it'll be easy to make as well, because you just need cherries and that's it.
Well, at the end of the day, the liquid is I can't remember what the liquid is that we used to have. We used to make it with glycerin, which is very sugary glycerin, and that would sort of thicken it up.
Mm.
But you've got to be careful with it. You just got to put just enough in so not super thick, but
Yeah.
like, just still runny.
Mm.
And then
And you think-
and then just put the fruit in as normal. Don't even cook fruit. Just whack it straight in. And
I wouldn't imagine a combination of cherry and melon soup.
the taste is fucking lush, man. I tell you, cherry and strawberry is beautiful. Like, it's beautiful soup.
What about banana soup?
Banana soup's a bit difficult to make.
Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. It's like very thick, isn't it? But because bananas are quite, if you mash them up, they're very thick.
Full of potassium, like, you know, at the end of the day.
Yeah, that ain't good for you.
Oh, but bananas are supposed to be very, very healthy for you. Like,
Oh, I'm thinking of a different kind of potassium.
well, potassium's in potatoes.
Is it? Potassium in potatoes?
That's it. No, not potassium. Not potassium milk. What is it? What's the other fucking thing that's in it? Starch.
Starch, yeah. Carbs, starch are in potatoes.
Carbs and starch.
They're meant to be good for you.
Potato soup's very nice to make as well.
I've never had potato soup.
I've
I've
made
had potatoes in soup, but I've not had an actual potato soup.
I've had chicken and mushroom. I made tomato. I actually made real tomato soup, which actually tastes like tomato out of the tin.
There's an Italian soup called gazpacho, isn't there?
Gazpacho is a load of like peppers, onions. I think aubergine in it as well. And
That sounds nice.
all the peppers. So you got red, green, and purple peppers. And I think you got onion in it, tomatoes. It's chopped tomatoes, not the whole tomato, just chopped in the middle part of the tomato. And yeah, it's a cold soup as well.
It's kind of similar to like minestrone.
Minestrone's like full of shit. Like it's got all sorts, and even somebody chucks pasta in it as well. Like, you know.
Yeah, the only minestrone I've had is the tin one, and it's okay.
No, how that worked out. We used to have it on one of the Christmas menus, and it was fucking hard work to put together.
I can imagine it would be.
I used to work in a hotel like years ago, like down in Cornwall, and it was just a Christmas month was a fucking nightmare. Every day we had banquets, like, you know, Christmas functions, like, you know, and there were 100, 200 people, 300 people, like just fucking non-stop. 3 different types of menu. I think we had 4 different types of menu for the Christmas month.
Yeah.
And one of them had minestrone soup in it, which was a fucking bastard to make.
Yeah, because there's like they put a lot of like ingredients in there and like a lot of spices.
Yeah, it's got tons of chopped veg in it, and then pasta thrown in it as well. Like, so you got spaghetti thrown in it as well, like, just for extra measures.
I've seen that penne pasta in there in the tins. They put that.
The one soup I actually made was they called it cappuccino soup, which is made with red lentils and all the bechamel, all the veg like thrown in it. So you've got potatoes and a couple of other onions, and I think parsnip was thrown in it as well. And then we just blend it all up into a great big mass, and it comes up, and then thicken it through a sieve. Put it through a sieve, and then it just comes out this big thin broth, and it's fucking beautiful. It's like having a cup of fucking espresso, like, you know, without the coffee. And then you used to top it with truffle oil.
Truffle oil.
It's fucking expensive as fuck. Like,
yeah, I've never seen that in supermarkets. Like, that's probably no what reason why. Probably expensive.
Beautiful soup. One of the best soups I ever made. We had it on for a Christmas do. Somebody asked for it especially, like, and we made it up, and it was one of the best soups I ever made. I had people in there going like, "Fuck it now, man, that's lush, man." It was, man. I was like drinking fucking big mugs full of it. Yeah,
probably can't get that in supermarkets in the tin.
No, I've never ever seen cappuccino soup. I've only ever made it, as I say, once in the hotel, and you had to even get lentils as well. You had red lentils. You had to soak them for a few hours and then whack them in. and that's like the base of the soup. But you also have your julienne veg, like so you're whacking your carrot. I think it was like parsnips. It's because it's a white soup, so parsnips. I think even celeriac we threw in it as well. Something like
Celery. I've seen celery in soup. I think that's in there minestrone as well. Well, the one on the tin that I've had is in there.
Celeriac is very nice because you get the taste of aniseed in it. So,
I'm not a fan of aniseed. It's like a weird taste.
Yeah, it's not great in soup.
No, it's got like it's like licorice taste, aniseed, and like it.
Aniseed, like that's what it is. So it's it's a unique taste, like.
It's to an acquired taste, isn't it?
Yeah, very acquired. I like how you don't.
Seriously.
I used to make another one. We used to make was consomme. If you ever get a tin of consomme in the supermarket, they're about £4.50 a tin. Like it's not.
What's it called? Consomme.
Consomme. It's basically. I think it's usually made out of beef stock. It's a clear soup, and you got to really work it really hard. Like you put all the veg in it as well. So you put onions in it and stuff like that, and then you got to sift it through for fucking hours, man. And it comes out crystal clear. Like it's like a brown soup, basically like beef bovril, like that.
I've never seen it before in supermarkets, like, but homemade will be better. I mean, homemade soup's better anyways instead of the tin.
Lobster bisque, yes. Real Cynthia says about lobster bisque. I made that as well, lobster bisque. With
lobster bisque, that sounds nice.
We used to get loads of lobsters in the hotel, so we used to have all the bones and everything from the lobsters. And we used to make a great big soup out of it, like every now and again. We'd have it on as a special, like lobster bisque, like it's fucking beautiful soup, man. Tesco's do a tin of it, like it's £4.50 a tin.
And it will not be as good as the proper made one.
Yeah, the proper made ones are fucking really. We that was another soup that took hours to fucking make.
It'd be like double the price that in a restaurant.
Well, I know we used to serve our soups. I think our soups used to be about £3.50 a bowl, like
That's actually quite cheap. £3. I've never gotten soup from a restaurant before.
Yeah, we used to do lots of soups. Like we used to have soup. We had a soup course. We had a sorbet course as well in between. I don't know why people eat fucking sorbet in between meals. I've never really understood that. We used to have lemon sorbet and vanilla sorbet and fucking all that sort of shit. Like
there's mango sorbet. There's like mango.
Yeah. There's mango sorbet as well. Like and cherry sorbet, which is fucking lush, man.
I've had the mango one, but I've never had the cherry one.
Yes, French onion is another one I made as well. French onion soup.
I'm not really a big fan of onions.
Oxtail soup I've made as well.
Yeah, oxtail soup is amazing.
Yeah, beautiful soup. French onion's nice. You get the onions just right. You've got to get the thickness right on French onion, and then you have a garlic sort of piece of bread in the middle of it with garlic and cheese on it. Whack it in the middle.
That does sound. Have you ever made Irish stew before, John?
Yeah,
that's nice, Irish stew. But I've only ever had it from a.
I used to work with a gadget years ago. I worked with Keith Floyd. Now you won't remember Keith Floyd on the TV, like, but
no.
But Rick Stein. Have you ever heard of Rick Stein? Fucking hell, man! You haven't lived.
I'm too young for this, John. I'm too young for this.
Rick Stein's been around for 20 odd years, mate.
I didn't even know he existed up until you mentioned him there, like.
Well, they used to have these things called TV chefs on the telly, like years ago. Keith Floyd was one of the big ones for it. He was like massive in the 80s and 90s. He died in 2014, I think he died, or 2020 or 27, I can't remember. And he used to make. He used to have restaurants around the country, and I worked with a guy who used to work at one of his restaurants, and we made this beef stew with Guinness in it, beef and ale pie, And we fuck me, man. It was fucking lush, man. It was one of the lushest things I've ever made. Beautiful, nice slithers of beef in it, onion.
And there won't be little bits of like in tins where it's tiny bits of fucking bullshit in there. It'll be like proper.
We put a fucking great big fucking fine rump steak in it. Like, wow.
Oh my god, it'd be nice. How was it done? Was it done like medium rare or anything like that? Or just like
you just cook it and then just fucking put it in the oven, and it'll finish off in the oven, and it thickens up a treat, man. Like you got to use butter and flour to thicken it up. None of this fucking arrowroot shit. Like, don't whack that in it. You know, and then just fucking put a nice bit of pastry on top of it. Fuck me, man! It was oozing style. That was beautiful.
I seem to be missing out on all this good stuff, and like, there's meat and all the shit, all the fucking the chemical bullshit that I'm eating. When I could be.
It could. At the end of the day, you know, I was in catering for about 17 years on and off, and it taught me a lot. Like, it taught me a lot. There's a lot of bullshit involved with it. A lot of fucking lunatics work in the industry as well.
Yeah, shouting at people in the kitchen like Gordon Ramsay style.
Yeah. I work with people like Gordon Ramsay, man.
Yeah. I like Gordon Ramsay.
I nearly stabbed one time, like, because he pissed me off so much.
Bloody hell, you could have put him in that soup.
I threw a boy at somebody in the kitchen once, like.
You done more?
Yeah.
Bloody hell, John. You're an animal in that kitchen.
You wouldn't do what I told him to do, like. So in the end, I said, "Look, fucking do it now."
You're a very intense man in that kitchen, John.
Also, fucking. When I was working with fucking lunatics, man, with fucking people screaming at you 24 hours a day, man.
Yeah, it must be very stressful, all that, like.
Yeah, man. I had a nervous breakdown through it as well at one stage. Yeah.
I'd be far too stuck. I couldn't do anything like that. I would never be able to. I wouldn't be able to do it.
Caused a lot of grief for me, right?
Yeah, it depends on like some restaurants are different, aren't they?
Well, when I started off on it, it was nice, but I got in a couple of places, right? 3 or 4 places I worked in. I worked with real wankers, like, And I'd say one day I fucking nearly stabbed some bloke, like, 'cause he pissed me off so much. Right?
I had a great big
fucking chopper in me out at the time. I went, "You fucking cunt."
Bloody hell. Kill that guy.
I lost that job pretty quickly.
Bloody hell. Gee, I never thought you would do anything like that, John. Yeah.
When I was working in it, it was a lot of hours, like a lot of hours and a lot of grief.
Well, it takes its toll. It would take its toll, wouldn't it?
I used to work in certain places with people who were heavier in drug use than what I was doing, like, so we're all fucking wired up like fucking lunatics, like 12 hours shit, 12 hours a day, like fucking on it.
Was it 12 hours every day?
12 hours. We used to do split shifts as well, so it'd be like be about 6 to 7 hours each shift. Once in the morning from 9 o'clock till about 2 o'clock, and then from 6 p.m. till 10, 11 o'clock at night. So split shifts were a killer. Like, I fucking hated them.
Yeah, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Too much hard work for me to do that. Yeah.
Well, I'd do it, mate. I couldn't do it today. I'd end up fucking killing somebody. Right?
I can imagine that scene, like John butchering someone with a knife, then proceeds to put them in the meal.
I stopped one of my fingers off one day as well. Like,
sliced your finger off, your whole finger. No, it would have been.
No, I took the top of my fucking middle finger off years ago when I was a kid.
You got no sensation there anymore because you would have damaged the nerves.
It's still in certain times you can still see where the skin.
Yeah.
Very quick. It was with a carbon steel blade as well, so it went straight through, nice and clean. Like.
Yeah, that would go straight straight through because they're very sharp. Them knives, carbon steel.
Right, man. Oh boy, like used to sharpen it up on a steel, like a great big piece of fucking this big sort of
And it wouldn't even take a lot of effort to cut through anything with it either.
Man, it was a fucking super sharp knife that one's like. Yeah. He said you're lucky, really. It's sharp. I went fucking the top of my fingers off, and it was pissing blood as well,
And what are they must have to get rid of all the food, obviously, because it's contaminated.
Well, I was lucky, really. I was only chopping onions that day, so we just threw that onion away. Yeah, it was.
Someone would have got bloody onion soup, bloody French onion soup.
Yeah, done that years ago. Right. Nearly sliced my finger off on a box of bacon foil as well one day. Right?
A box of what?
Bacon foil, tin foil, like.
Fucking hell.
Nearly sliced my fucking finger off, right? With me index finger as well.
Yeah, that's an important thing. You don't want to you don't want to be losing that.
I've still got the scar as well today where the skin flapped up.
With the index, it depends if you're right-handed or left-handed, I suppose.
On the left hand it is, so I'm lucky, because I use the right hand. But yeah, that's still quite numb to this day. Like that I did that, fucking hell. That's got to be 2002. I think I did that.
Seems to be a lot of left-handed people around actually these days. I think I'm the only right-handed person.
And then another time, I was sharpening a knife one day like that on a steel, and I slipped up, and it went straight in my fucking side of my thumb. Whack!
My God, Calamity John with all that going on, like.
But I've seen some fucking crazy things with people in kitchens. We had a lad who years ago got burnt by a load of hot oil.
Oh my God! Yeah,
he was in an oven, and he used to do the cleaning in the kitchen. And the head chef said to him, "Take it out and baste the chicken, the meat every couple of hours, like." So on this thing, it had a lip on this tray. And he pulled it, and the whole fucking tray come out on him, and he fucking got doused from top to bottom.
Oh shit!
Stinking hot oil, man, steaming hot. And it was only the quick thinking of the manager that day. He literally flew him up some stairs, and filled up a bath of cold water and threw him in it. Yeah,
I'm guessing
he was really lucky. He didn't fucking burn his skin, he got it through his clothes, and everything,
Well, I cooked things in the deep fat frying, even the frying pan, and I've had oil spit on me before, and it's really hurt it. So you can imagine all of that on you.
Yeah.
It would be
fucking stinking hot fucking oil coming out. I mean, it was chicken oil, so it was red hot, man. Fucking bacon. And he literally got it all down his front. And because he was clothed, he was lucky. He had a t-shirt on as well, I think, and that's where he got most of the burn. He said he was lucky he didn't get his arms because he had a t-shirt on that day. But oh boy, the hotel manager threw him in the bath straight away, cold bath full of water,
Yeah. I was going to say the only accident I've ever had in the kitchen was when I was very, very young, and I remember it as well. Because when I was young, I was in the kitchen, playing. I shouldn't really be playing in the kitchen anyways, but I used to do that quite a lot because I used to play everywhere in the house. So I was in the kitchen one time, and there was this pan, pan of a saucepan or whatever, boiling water. So I grabbed a hold of it, and then went on my arm, and it completely burned my arm. And I remember it happening. It was
I had that
in the house. Yeah,
I had that on my hand. We had these things called bain maries, which is a metal thing, full of water, right? And they had a drain on the bottom of it, which was a rubber thing going into the drain. And I opened it one night, and I was adjusting the thing to go in the drain properly, and the fucking thing come off, and the baking hot water went over my hand, and I was fucking scalded, lifted the skin off and everything,
I'm surprised. I remember I was in this plaster for weeks.
Yeah,
it would have been worse as a kid. Because when you're a young child, you've got your skin's a lot smoother than one. It's not as when you get older, it's a lot more durable.
But another thing we used to do, I used to do these crazy things in the kitchen, to put on shows, So I'd get this. We used to have this fuck off great big ring stove, like massive great gas jet on it, right? So I used to get a frying pan with oil in it, and I used to just get it so hot, like it was smoking.
Yeah.
Then it would catch fire, and then I'd have this sink of cold water behind me, and I used to go, "Watch this!" Like, and it'd be like fucking fully ablaze, like throw it in a fucking pan of cold water, into a sink of cold water, and it would just go. Come off it, like, you know, people were like, just going, "Wow!"
I can imagine. Yeah, I totally can. I imagine you doing something like that. Like that's something you would do.
Yeah, there's some real crazy shit in there as well. Like my mate,
You should have filmed it. You should have filmed it, John.
Oh,
that would be fun.
Fucking hell, it's about 19. Fucking hell, that's got to be about 1990. So yeah, there was no camera phones. But I did another thing with my mate. Did a thing with a microwave when a bread roll. He put a bread roll in a microwave, and he switched it on and just let the bread roll cook in the microwave, and it cooked so much it caught fire in there. But there was black smoke coming off it, green smoke coming off it at one stage.
Green,
yeah, all green and black smoke, and oh boy, they had chefs gone, Jesus Christ, the microwave's on fire! Like, get away from it! It's going to explode! I mean, mate's like in the back of the kitchen, like roaring with laughter, like, you know. Don't put that microwave on again. It's dangerous. Like,
why did it turn green? Why was the smoke green? Fucking green smoke.
Because it literally was burning the bread roll inside the microwave. Like. Yeah, black green smoke coming off it.
Ooh.
Yeah, and it was belching out the oven as well. And old boy head chef, like, he's like, Jesus Christ, don't go near that microwave. Switch it off.
Get it off.
It's going to explode. Don't use it again. I said, fucking hell, Pat, it's only a bread roll, man. Go easy on it.
I mean, I didn't even know you could put bread roll. Well, I suppose you can put anything in the microwave.
You're not supposed to do it.
Yeah, I've never done it before, and I'm definitely not going to do it now. Like, after I've heard that,
no, it's not good. Like, it's fucking really fun to see. Like, but at the end of the day, it does the microwave no good whatsoever.
Yeah, and it wouldn't do the house any good if the fucking thing burst in flames.
These were big industrial microwaves as well, by the way, not the ones you get at home. This was a catering microwave, like, so it
would have had a lot more power to it.
Yeah, serious power microwave, like, you know.
Like over 1,000 watts or something, or whatever, however powerful they are.
These things like use some serious power. Like when you unplug them to clean, like every now and again, you'd see the plug going yellow underneath on the power socket. Like, you know, they would get red hot. Like,
oh my god, that's definitely not safe.
No, they weren't safe at all. Like, you know. But yeah, that was the funniest thing I ever seen. That was. Yeah. When I say my mate had a deep fat fryer explode on it. That was quite fucking bad. Yeah.
The oil would have went completely. Did it not go on him?
What it had was a leak in the actual fryer itself, like, so the oil was dripping through a seal, like, and it landed down below on the element on the heating thing, and it blew the fryer up, and the whole fucking contents of the fryer went. Like that. And he literally was standing there about 5 seconds before it went up. If he was there, he got killed.
Yeah, I would imagine.
I've heard of one bloke put his foot in the fryer by mistake. He was cleaning up a fucking hood up above. The old boy said, "What's your foot like?" You know, it's standing near that fryer. Next thing you know, his foot's in it.
Ouch!
Fucking right, man. Took the skin off his fucking foot.
So I'm guessing he wasn't like he would have been like
he was off work. He was off work for fucking months.
His foot will still be scarred to this day, because like when you have like a serious burn,
he melted his shoe. Like he had a boot on, luckily, but it still got him through the boot, and it fucking lifted the skin off his foot, man.
Yeah, 3rd-degree burn, definitely scarred. You would have had, like, I'm surprised you wouldn't have got skin grafts or anything, would he, for that sort of thing?
No, it was his foot was like badly scarred for life, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, stupid prick though. We told him, like, "What's what you doing? Like, don't stand near the fryer."
And now look what happened to you. You got your boot stuck to you. You got your boot stuck to your foot. Now you're scarred for life.
Yeah, that happened to somebody in a kitchen I used to work at. Yeah, that wasn't good.
Never make dumb decisions because they come back to bite you in the end.
We
And
used
it
to
definitely
also,
came back to bite him.
we also used to do things with chemicals as well on griddles, like in the things you see people baking bacon and eggs on, like one of those like fucking griddle tops. Like we used to fucking pour loads of chemicals on it, and be like breathing in the fucking chemicals off it, like fucking carcinogenic chemicals. Like
That'd probably be worse for you than cigarettes, actually.
fucking right, man. They want healthy for you one bit, like.
Well, how it depends how long you do it, because like if it was done once, then it would be maybe they
We
wouldn't
used
do
to have the stuff. It was called Ecolab oven cleaner. It was a yellow liquid, right? And we used to pour it on. It was like pure fucking carcinogen. Fucking this stuff was corrosive, like even used to say on the side of it, do not use without gloves, like burn your hand. Yeah. We used to just pour it on the fucking top of this griddle, like clean it up. We used to bring the griddle up like fucking brand new, but fuck me, it was fucking carcinogenic as fuck, man. I tell you.
So how long did you breathe that in? Was it all the time, or was it like now?
I did that for about fucking 3.5 years.
Oh god, yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
Before I started chefing, I was a KP.
Yeah.
So I sort of worked from KP to kitchen porter to chef, like. But
Well, you seem to be okay now. I don't think. Well, I think
I've got problems breathing, man, but it's still to this day, like.
it could be anything. There's like doesn't mean to say it could be cancer, because at the end of the day, anything with cancer like that develops slowly.
That's right. But Pike's got it right. D9. Yeah, that's the stuff.
D9.
Like.
D9.
Yeah.
Never heard of that.
Yeah, another chap I used to work with, a guy who used to be called Dave Granville. He's dead now, God rest his soul. But he used to be a KP with me at one time, and he used to work in this hotel like down at called Nova Hotel.
Yeah,
he was in there one day, and he was using caustic soda, which looks like coconut when it's in powder form, like right.
Caustic soda. Even the name doesn't sound good. The name of it sounds like.
And he was using it one night, right? And he had this bloke in there who he didn't like. An old boy used to take the piss out of him all the time, like. So old boys come in, he's gone, Dave, coconut, and he picked a handful of it up and went like that. And he had caustic soda, man. He was rushed to hospital and everything, man.
I wonder what it would taste like. It would have like a horrible taste.
It's not fucking good, man. It burns.
Nah. It would send you to the hospital. It wouldn't be any good.
He was fucking lucky he didn't kill him, like,
Yeah. He would have been arrested then.
Well, no, he didn't get arrested for it. It was old boy's fucking fault.
Yeah.
He everybody knew that Dave was a kitchen cleaner. He cleaned stuff, and he had caustic soda. He had all this fucking stuff that cleans ovens all the time around him. Everybody knew that's what it was. This bloke just come over and went, Dave, coconut, and he just fucking ate.
I almost drank turpentine once, like John. Yeah, that wouldn't have been good.
No, that's bad, man. That's bad for you, that is.
Yeah.
That's fucking mess.
Yeah, turpentine wouldn't do any good. I mean, if you sipped a little bit, it probably wouldn't do any harm. I don't think, would it?
No, it'll fucking do you no good whatsoever. Like, fucking burn your throat.
What is in there? Turpentine?
Well, terps, isn't it?
Terps. Not put ethanol on that in there.
Got some sort of fucking chemical in it. At the end of the day, man, it's fucking lethal. Like.
Well, I'll Google it because I'm interested. What's in turpentine?
Yeah, Pike. That was brutal, man. Oh boy, it was fucking brutal with their fucking caustic soda. Like.
Turpentine is composed of terpenes, primarily monoterpenes, alpha and beta penene, with lesser amounts of carine, camphene, dipentene, and terpenoline. Interesting. So those.
It's got loads of words in it. Like, say, big letter words.
Not even I could pronounce them. Like,
I remember years ago sniffing this stuff that was like dry cleaner fluid, like, and it was cold on your hands when you poured it on your hands, and it was like a pure solvent. And I was like, and we used to have it in printing factories, like for cleaning rollers.
Yeah,
and get all the ink off there, and it would literally bring a roller up brand new, like, but it was super cold on your hands and really had that real strong smell. And the letter for what it is, this stuff is 13 letters long. The word, what was in this stuff, like, and it knocked me out, man. It knocked me unconscious, like.
What's it called again? That was in. What's the thing I was saying?
Oh, I can't remember what it is, mate. To be honest, at the end of the day, it was like a solvent roller cleaner. I don't remember the name of it. It was so long, man. I can't even pronounce it.
I've put it in my phone. Oh God, it's not even.
It smelled like dry cleaning fluid to me, like, you know, and that has a real fucking toxic smell to it. That does.
Yeah. I'm gonna put it in. I want to find out what it is because I like these big words, even though I can't pronounce some of them.
Okay, it starts with an N. That's all I know. It starts with
N.
M for Morris.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chemical.
It would literally be roller cleaner, printing industry, solvent based.
Roller cleaner. They're probably not come up with it, but it might do.
I don't know, mate. I couldn't even pronounce the word like when they told me what it was. But it knocked me out, like it was that fucking strong.
Maybe I'm one of these. I give up. It'll take a million years to figure it out.
Literally, like it was. I literally had a cloth full of it, and I went like that, inhaling it, man. It fucking knocked me out.
I do like the smell of like petrol. That's got a nice smell to it as well. Lighter fluid as well.
Fuck me, I know somebody who set fire to his best mate, like who was sniffing petrol.
Oh my God, really? Fucking hell.
Yeah, he nearly got done for manslaughter for it as well. Like.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. Only by mistake, they were just sniffing petrol. An old boy stupidly had a cigarette in his hand, like, and
that's not exactly.
He literally threw it near where it was, and it just went. Woof.
Yeah, you can't get any more stupid than that.
Old boy was engulfed in flames, like.
Went up like a fucking Christmas tree.
He nearly got done for fucking manslaughter for that.
Seriously, who would have a lit cigarette near petrol? That's just one of the. That's
who would be sniffing fucking petrol in the first place? Like
exactly.
That's what they were doing.
Like I like the smell of it, but I wouldn't like huff it like that. I wouldn't take deep inhales of the shit.
Oh fuck me, man! I've seen people do that. Have you ever done it? We used to do siphoning years back. You just siphon it out the tank.
Siphoning.
Yeah, siphon petrol out the tank of cars, like.
All right, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I know what you mean.
A full tank of petrol, like you
know.
Yeah, but to that you had to go like that straight on the benzene, like, you know. Fucking hell, man! It's not good for you at all, like.
And the first time you do it, it'll kill you as well.
Well, no, it don't kill you, like it just fucking. It's not good, like, you know.
Like it damages the brain.
Yeah, it's not good at all. Like, it's not nice.
I advise everyone: do not do that. Do not do any of that. It ain't good for you.
Do not sniff petrol.
Yeah, ever. It will get you in the end.
Old boy nearly killed his best mate.
And that would have been on his mind for the rest of his life, knowing that he'd done something like that. And
he got done for ABH, like, so he was lucky he didn't get done for manslaughter, like.
ABH, that's actual bodily harm. That
actual bodily harm, yeah.
Grievous bodily harm is JBH, but that's like
it's a different. GBH is a bit different, like, to ABH.
Yeah,
grievous, isn't it?
Yeah, grievous is like something like they would like say
like somebody up in the street or fucking hit with a bat.
Yeah, that would be JBH. But ABH is more your fist.
ABH is more of actual body harm, which is like at the end of the day, like he got done for was like basically flicking a cigarette. It caught the petrol light, and his mate got engulfed with the flames.
Mm.
So yeah, because they were all covered in fumes, like the fumes caught light as well.
He was lucky you didn't kill him.
Oh yeah, he was fucking lucky, mate. He's still going. You know, he was very lucky.
Yeah,
they both were. Yeah, stupid things that people used to do like back in the day. Like
I didn't do any of that.
When I was a kid, we used to have glue sniffers and fucking gas sniffers. And all that lot.
The only glue I've sniffed is the Pritt sticks that you get at school. I used to get at school.
Yeah, Pritt sticks. Yeah.
Yeah. I used to call them.
People used to do epoxy resin, like, you know, in a great big plastic bag.
Epoxy resin.
Yeah, man, that's not fucking nice at all, man.
I didn't know about that. Like,
man, some of the stuff like I've done over the years. Like I'm amazed I'm still alive.
Yeah. Well, some people have like really strong bodies, don't they? It's like a lot of them take a lot of their punishment over the years.
See, I look at this fucking virus that's around at the moment, and I think to myself, if I can survive rattling off heroin, I can survive that.
Mm.
And believe you me, rattling off heroin is fucking hellish. I would not advise anybody to do that shit.
Yeah, I would never. That's one drug I would never touch. Same with crack cocaine. I'd never touch any of those drugs. Like I said, just hallucinogenics I would try.
No, hallucinogenics are fucking mild. That stuff was fucking hellish, man. Never ever do that again in my life. Luckily, I've been, 16 years clear of that.
Heroin. I would lock myself in a room, me, if I'd done that.
I used to get right into it. I used to read up on it and everything, get right into the history of it and all that shit. And yeah, really did follow it really well. Like, I never should have, I never thought we'd do it. We started off doing it and we thought, oh, we'll have a go at this every now and again.
And it turned out to be a lot more than every now and again.
We were doing it every fucking day.
Yeah. I would never touch that. It's bad and kills as well. It's evil stuff, nasty stuff.
Only kills if you bang it up.
Mm.
I've lost about 3 people like doing that.
I've heard of something called a speedball.
Yeah, speedballs. I know about speedballs.
Yeah, they're meant to be they're meant to do you some harm as well, aren't they?
Yeah, it's like putting a loaded gun in your head.
Yeah.
Doing Russian roulette. Fuck me, one hell of a rush, but I never did it. I know people who've done speedballs. I know mates who've done it.
Mm.
I never went for it. I never went for banging up heroin. I always smoked it.
Mm.
So
the smoking and injecting it, I think, like, which way was probably the best way? Probably, I don't know. I don't think there is any best way.
People say at the end of the day, if you really want to enjoy it, heroin is bang it up. But I used to always smoke it, and so I always found it pleasant that way. I knew people who banged it up, and I know, as I say, I've lost 3 people I know close who died through banging it up.
Yeah. Not good. Not good. That's why I should never.
Not good
That's why I don't want to ever do drugs. I mean, there's a few reasons. Obviously, one of them is because fucking expensive, and the other reason is because obviously that happening.
It wasn't expensive. Well, it wasn't expensive.
Cocaine's expensive. Cocaine is
only expensive if you're buying it in grams. But if you can get it in bulk, it's very cheap.
Or you can make your own.
No, I wouldn't even do that.
Yeah, you would have to know what you're doing as well.
Yeah, it's fucking wrong, man. What goes into cocaine is crazy. If you ever watch things like what goes in it, it's not nice.
I'd want the pure Colombian, me, not the.
No, even pure stuff, right? Even pure stuff is the shit that goes into it to make it in the first place. Is battery acid.
Battery, fucking hell! Don't put that in there, my god.
Yeah, they put all sorts of shit in it, man, to fucking make it into a paste. So coke comes from leaves, right? Coca leaves. So to get the coke off the leaves, you have to put all these chemicals in, stamp on it for hours.
Yeah.
And then you get this liquid. It's like a fucking brownish yellow liquid. And then there's a load of pulp in there as well. Like, you put it all in, sieve it through, smash it about, and then put it somewhere else, and then add something else to it to turn it white. And it's just fucking the shit that stuff is. And people are sticking this up your nose, like, Not me.
Battery, you would think, like, sniffing like battery acid with like inside of cocaine, that would kill you.
Yeah, exactly. No, because you've got to put you have to put another chemical in to actually kill that battery acid. So you know, to neutralize that, you have to put another chemical in to neutralize that, and that chemical's just as fucking bad, but it neutralizes the stuff that goes in it, the original stuff, to get it from off the coca leaves, because you've got to get it off the leaves at first,
yeah,
to actually make it. Then you get this sort of pulp with a sort of browny, yellowy liquid, and then you put it through a sieve and a sock or whatever, and then just fucking bash it through. And at the bottom of it comes something else, and then you add a load of another chemical to that, and then dry it out.
That's probably that probably explains why it like damages your septum.
Yeah, it does. It could burn a fucking hole in your septum.
Yeah, because of all those chemicals in there. They're the reasons why.
Francis Rossi out of Status Quo.
Yeah,
right? He's got a permanent hole in one of his noses from his years of doing coke. When he was doing coke in the in the 70s and 80s. Yeah, he got a permanent hole burned in his septum. Like,
fucking hell, he must have been going through like fucking.
He was a heavy user, like a real heavy user. I mean, look at Rick Parfitt. Like, he fucking died. But Rick Parfitt had a bit of a drinking issue as well.
Parfitt, yeah. I don't know. I do not know that guy.
You don't know Rick Parfitt?
Nah.
Man, you haven't lived.
I don't know half these people he's talk about these days. I mean, I'm too young for this. Like,
you're not. You're fucking in your 20s.
I'm only 24.
Fucking hell, 24. The Status Quo was around.
Well, I know the Status Quo, but I've never heard of the people in the band.
Man. It's just, man.
I'm just a young pup, John. I'm just a young pup.
I can't believe people just don't know certain things. There's such a world. There's such a world of information. You know.
Well, these are in your day, though. They're not my day.
The Status Quo was still around in the 90s. They're still around today.
Not as big as the ones were, though. I don't think.
It's just hard to get my head around it.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I not really like knowing all these people, John. Just knowing all of them. There's too many names. There's too many things I'm not into when it comes to these names.
Well, you must like music.
I do like music. Yeah. Well, I like heavy metal.
Well, heavy metal would be the same. I mean, they were classed as rock, heavy rock.
I never really got into them, though. That's the thing. I mean, there's certain bands that I like more than others, and there's certain bands that I've gotten into a lot more. Yeah. Like Judas Priest and that, and Iron Maiden, Dio, Black Sabbath, and all that. They've always been into them. Motorhead, always been into that. Them kinds of bands.
They're around when I was a kid.
Yeah,
they were in their peaks. Like Judas Priest has been around since the 80s.
Yeah,
so late 70s. Judas
70s, yeah, 70s. I've got most of their albums. I just need
Black Sabbath was like definitely 70s,
70s, 80s, and 90s.
And who else? Deep Purple. Well, they're 68.
Yeah, Deep Purple.
Jimi Hendrix.
Black Sabbath had like a load of singers over there, like Ozzy, Dio, Ian Gillan, and there was like.
Yeah, I liked Ozzy. Period. I liked Ian Gillan was only in there for a short period of time.
Yeah.
They also had Bevan play for Sabbath when Bill Ward left.
Bill Ward. Yeah. He's a good guitar. Guitar. Why did I say guitar? He's a fucking drummer. My God.
He was only in sort of one band. Was Bill, not Sabbath. Yeah. But he's
loyal. He was loyal.
He fell out of favor with Tony and Geezer.
Yeah.
He had to sack Ozzy because Ozzy was doing too much cocaine.
And that's where Dio came in.
Yeah, well, Dio came in after. I never liked the Dio years.
You see, I did. I always liked him. I think he's a better singer, in my opinion.
There's no doubt about it. He was a good singer, but he didn't. To me, Sabbath is the four original. That's Tony and Bill.
Yeah, I suppose I can see what you're saying about that. Having the original lineup will be same with Motorhead. The original lineup with Motorhead were the best. So yeah, I agree there. But I think it was,
Motorhead was a great era. I mean, you had Filthy Animal.
yeah. Did you know? Did you know he was actually he was born where I live?
Yeah, Filthy. Yeah. I know where he come from.
Yeah, and that's why I live.
I've seen Motorhead play with Filthy Animal, playing on the drums.
You bet he was he was maniac on them drums. Like I've seen lives and he's a man.
Heavy Amphet user as well. Like,
Yeah,
and he used to play like on speed as well. Like, so he'd be really fucking fast.
yeah. Lemmy's bass solo would have been fucking thundering. It would have been like fucking thunder. Like every live. I've seen like live.
If you ever watch a video, watch a video of Lemmy showing how he tunes his bass.
I've seen it. I've seen that. Yeah.
And he waxed everything up full blast.
And it's like,
so in the end, it sounds like electric guitar.
Yeah. I would love to do that. I would love to get a bass similar to Lemmy's, like a Rickenbacker, and I would love to like tune it the way he does it.
But the thing is, though, with him having everything whacked up full whack, if you go to a concert, it was fucking howling in there. I went to see him in 1984. And it was, most people say it wasn't the Bomber tour, but they had the Bomber on the stage. I remember seeing it because it was a plane, and it was like a plane light rig, and it would literally come down like that halfway through the gig.
Yeah.
And it would just be fucking shining on the band light. And they had the noise of the plane at the start of the Bomber. I think it has a plane noise in it at one stage.
Yeah.
And yeah, fuck me, man. I went to see him 84. My ears rang for fucking 2 weeks after that.
And I'm guessing they're okay now, though. They'll be okay now.
Well, it didn't do any damage, but at the end of the day, it was fucking loud in there. I know that. I remember that. It was fucking loud.
We see, I've got ringing in my ears right now. And it's always been like that. Well, it hasn't always been like that. I mean, it's been like this for years now, because I always used to, and I still do, listen to loud music in my ears.
Well, that's so good for you, man. You should be doing that.
Yeah. I mean, I could hear you. I mean, when you're speaking to us now, I can hear what you're saying perfectly well. Obviously, it's just like when I'm in bed at night, or if I'm in a silent room doing something like reading or whatever, or on my phone, then I can hear it. But it's not really. It's not really that loud. If you know, it's like I can't explain it, but it's like yeah. Do you know one of them old TVs that you switch on and sometimes it would make that noise, that weird
high pitched noise?
Yeah, kind of like that, but not as intense.
Well, it's like a constant ringing in your ears. It's tinnitus.
Tinnitus, yeah. And I know there's no cure for it, but it doesn't bother us. I've learned to live with it. You learn
people mad, like sometimes, like certain people will drive you nuts. Like,
the thing is, it's the same as like obviously if you lose like a limb, you have to live with it because there's no way you can get it back. Same with tinnitus, there's no way you can get rid of it.
I used to work in nightclubs for a little period of time as well, and that was really bad on my hearing. I used to get work in some clubs that had really shit sound systems in them, and I used to work in clubs that had fucking brilliant sound systems in them. Yeah.
So your hearing still fine now? Is like no hearing loss or
mild? My biggest issue in my life is I've got an imbalance in the head, so that's one reason why I couldn't really mix properly. It took me a lot of work to mix tunes because I can't really listen to two things at the same time. And I found out years ago I had an imbalance in my head. So, yeah. So I find it very difficult to get beats together and listening to a tune while I'm listening to something else in one ear and listening in the other ear. So yeah,
equilibrium.
It wasn't balanced, so it was fucking hard work. If I ever did mixing, it was fucking really intense. Yeah, I get it sometimes. I got more mixes wrong than I did right. So I never really took it up because it was just too much fucking hassle. Like,
doesn't know what caused it.
I don't know because I got dyslexia. Like, I think that's another reason why I've got fucking problems. Like,
yeah.
I remember some gadget years ago. I went to see a bloke years ago, and he had me stood up, and he said, "Just keep your hands down by your side." And he had me held my chest. And I'm stood up and I'm in front of him. He said, "I'm going to throw you to either the left or right, and I'll see what you do, like, you know. So I had no clue what way he was going to go, and then he would just fucking do it. And he said, if your hand moves out, you've got an imbalance problem. So on one side, I think it was on my right, I remember he did it, and I stuck my hand out, and on the left I didn't. And he went, "Oh, you've got an imbalance problem. That's what it is." So it's just fucking everything's fucking out of sync.
It is what it is. I mean, you've had it for so long, so you just
I live with it. Yeah,
live with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember if I have anything. Well, not that I could think of, anyways. But other than obviously that ringing in my ears.
I just wish I'd sort of put more effort into the mixing tunes, because I had the money to do it years ago. I could have done it years ago, like DJing. And most people who have dyslexia usually get into stuff with music at the end of the day. And I never bothered learning an instrument. Though I was pretty good at drumming, but I never bothered learning instruments. I just never really fucking floated me boat.
I've always like wanted to play guitar, but it's like it would just take too long to.
My old dear bought me a guitar like when I was about 12, and I couldn't play it and got rid of it. Yeah, bought me an amp and guitar and everything, like, you know.
I don't know why, it's maybe just too intricate to learn, but I don't know. Like, if I were to practice more, then maybe I would have gotten the hang of it in the end. But
I couldn't get down to the chords. There was chords with me. I just didn't understand chords.
Yeah.
I couldn't understand music either, and that's a bonus if you know music.
Yeah,
it makes it hell of a lot easier if you can read music.
Because you see, there's all these like guitarists that I would love to like copy what they're like all their solos, but obviously I'll never be able to get that good.
See, there's a lot of good guitarists as well out there that never learned any music. They just played by feel. I mean, if you look at Ace Frehley out of Kiss, like
it's really, yeah.
He was a self-taught guitarist. His brother actually showed him how to play chords, and after that he picked it up. But he never learned music. He never learned or read any music in his life. He said, "I haven't got a clue." You know.
So maybe that could be like him.
His solos, man, are fucking legendary, man. He just had that knack. He'd hear a beat, he'd hear a chord. He'd hear a bass chord, and he would play along with a tune, like, you know. That's how he got the job in Kiss. He went there, he plugged in a guitar, he just fucking made a noise, and somebody said, "Oi, what the fuck are you doing? Shut the fuck up." and then he played with him, and they said, and as soon as they got together, all four of them in the band, they just knew that was it. Off they went.
I must say there was this video where they were playing. I can't remember the song. I think it was. I can't remember the name of the song, actually. It's in the back of my mind now. But the drummer was singing. He was drumming and singing at the same time. He was
that would be Hard Luck Woman, or it might be. There's another tune he did as well. I can't remember. There's another tune. Strutter.
Yeah, I think it was either one of them. But yeah, like, I've never seen anyone like drumming and singing at the same time. I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a couple of people in groups who used to be singers.
Yeah.
And Peter Criss was the original drummer of Kiss, and he used to sing. Paul Stanley, who was the rhythm guitarist, he gave him 2 songs to sing. One's called Beth, which is on.
Oh, that song! I know that song.
Yeah,
Beth, I hear you calling.
Yeah, well, he doesn't do any drumming on that. He just sings on that. But there's a couple of other songs that were written for him, and Hard Luck Woman's one, and I think Black Diamond. Black Diamond's the other.
Oh yeah, that's the one. That was the one. Yeah. That's the one. Was in the back of my mind.
Black Diamond's another tune he did like live, and Paul Stanley wrote both those tunes for him. Hard Luck Woman and. Black
Diamond. They're all great songs. It's a shame I can't put them on here, but yeah,
no, copyrighted straight away if you do that.
Yeah, and this, like, Frank's all of them got taken down, didn't they? And he said none of the lives.
He played free copyrights videos. That's why.
God, yeah, I don't know. You'll have to like be careful when he does more than, because that same thing will happen unless he puts them on a different like website or something. Like on.
Just don't do it.
Yeah, Be too much. It's just too much. Too much.
I was
hassle.
amazed. I was amazed the stream actually stayed up after the third one we played.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't watch. I watched a bit of it, but then later on, I went to sleep. Then I woke up and I joined the last part.
You came on at the end, didn't you? And that was 11 and a half hours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was. I only stayed on for like 30 minutes or something.
Yeah, well, we said we were going to stay on for 45 minutes, and we did.
I was going to
So-
say, did Matt make an appearance or did he not? I can't remember.
Yeah. Matt came on halfway through the night.
Yeah. He's actually always on them now. Like he always pops up on them, which is quite good actually.
It's nice to see Matt. Like,
Yeah, it's good to see him on the lives. Like that'd be good.
it's nice to see him on Frank's, but
Yeah.
still waiting for Percy to come back on again. He's only been on once.
Percy, yeah. Do you think he's busy, isn't he? He's got like a busy life, so he might not have
Yeah, he seems to be always in a situation like.
I haven't seen Tony Allen many recently though.
He only come on Frank's.
Yeah, actually, no, he was on Alex's at one point a few weeks back.
Yeah, he only come on there because somebody else is on. You notice that Tony only stays on when there's somebody else on from like our streams.
Yeah,
Then as soon as they go off, Tony will go off as well because he doesn't stay on. So he came on Alex's stream, but he didn't stay on all night. He went off.
I think he's not happy with someone as well. I think I seen one of his comments on Frank's. Yeah, he's not happy with someone.
He had somebody who shouted something.
Oh God!
Yeah. Somebody said something and he laughed it off at first, but I just knew he wasn't happy.
Is it anyone we know, John?
No, it was somebody who come up. It was one of the trolls that come up.
Oh right. Oh, I know who you mean.
It wasn't anybody we knew. It was somebody had come on a channel and just shouted it out, and it got deleted straight away. The comment, and he laughed it off at first, but I knew it wasn't. I knew it didn't go down well because later on he sent an email to Frank later on, so he wasn't happy. But he's a very emotional man.
Yeah, I guess we're all. I guess some are more emotional than others. He just doesn't need. He shouldn't let it get to him. There's no point of it.
It's just too much sometimes. Like,
yeah, that's what trolls do. They feed off the negativity. They thrive on it, and they make it worse.
He should never have bit back, and he did, and that's the wrong thing to do. Just don't bite back.
The more you bite back, the more it's just going to get worse.
Because if you bite back, they'll just love it. So, even though he laughed it off, I don't think he was happy about it, to be honest.
One of the worst things I ever heard one of the trolls say, I think it was on one of the live, I can't remember which one it was, but the came on and it was like they were saying really bad shit. They were calling like fucking people a nonce and that. And that's
really?
Yeah.
Whose stream was that on?
I'm not. I think it was Alex's. I think it was on Alex's. I don't know who it was directed to though, but fucking hell, if someone called me that, I'd go fucking. I would throw this computer across the fucking room because I hate that word. It's like fucking one of the worst things.
Terrible word.
If anyone ever said that to my face, I would fucking break their face.
I think I would do the same. Like I'd hit people if they said that.
Yeah, exactly. It's fucking. You should never call anyone that at all.
Oh.
Definitely,
No.
I would say that's actually worse than. I would rather be called a cunt than be called that.
I'd put up with cunt.
Yeah, yeah, but not the fucking that word, the end fucking nonce word.
I can't. I don't get it. No.
Yeah.
No. I don't. I've seen a few of them around in my life. Nonsense. I know people who've actually beaten them up and they're in jail for it as well.
We'll need more people to fucking beat them up.
I need somebody who actually killed one.
Good on them. Fucking good job, I say.
She's in jail. There was 3 of them that were involved in it, and she's in jail now, and the other 2 are in jail as well for life. Yeah.
Well, there is that as well, I suppose. Like going to prison because for a long time not being able to like.
I knew another guy who beat a case up, and he ended up doing 8.5 years for it.
I know who else has got beat up as well. That Mark Feely bloke. Have you heard of him?
Oh God, I've seen a picture of him today, Mark Feely.
Yeah, he's a fucking scruffy, fucking ugly
Who the
thing.
fuck would find that guy attractive?
His face is like that.
He's just a pure ugly man.
I'm sorry, but when you look at him,
he's a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
I looked at him and I thought, fucking hell, man, you're just wrong.
Do you know when you get the look of someone, he's definitely got that look of someone that isn't right. Definitely, you know. I mean, I know you should never judge a book by its cover, but someone like that, yeah, it definitely doesn't fit.
I heard of a guy years ago, right? He was in jail, and his old man had been done for child assaulting a child, and he was in jail for something that was not too good. And apparently, I heard he got whacked so hard by somebody that he actually knocked his eye out of his socket.
Shit.
Yeah, the guy. Old boy punched him in the side of the head, and he literally knocked his eye out.
Wow, he must have hit him so fucking hard. I've never.
Yeah, man, he hit the bloke full on, like side of the head, like hit him so hard it knocked his eye out of the socket.
I'm guessing that to pop it back in.
Destroyed the eye socket as well. Like the eye was actually, from what I was told, the eye was actually hanging out of his fucking socket.
The orbital bone would have shattered the orbital bone. The thing is, with the orbital bone, it would have. I don't know if it would have severed unless they put it back in, but it could have possibly have severed or damaged the optical nerve in the eye.
Yeah, it was fucked. Like it was fucked.
Well, you probably would never have been able to see right again after that.
Well, at the end of the day, the guy was a there was something he'd done against the child, and some people say he probably deserved it. Yeah, but if you're willing to do something like that, you have to do the time for it.
Yeah,
yeah. And this guy, yeah, I've heard it too. As I say, I know I've known 3 people who were in jail for it. They beat up a bloke, and at one stage they shoved the broom handle up his ass.
Oh my god! So they sodomized him with it.
Yeah, and yeah.
That kind of thing happens in prison. They don't take fucking people like that. Fucking
and he died. Like the guy died, and they served in 22 years for it.
22 years.
Because they killed him.
Yeah. See, in America.
3 of them, like, so there's 2 lads and a girl.
I'm guessing the girl will be serving, they'll be serving less than the girl.
They all got the same sentence.
All got the same. Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah, because they were all doing it. They weren't just hitting. I don't know who stuck the fucking broom up his ass, like, but somebody, they all fucking had a go on that night. Yeah. The bloke was he was a prolific individual who'd done a few things over the years. Yeah, and he got out. And he'd been inside, and he got out. And
it just comes back to bite them in the end, though. When they do stuff like that, comes back to bite them on the arse and fuck them. I mean, you know.
I found that to be, I don't know. Yeah, there's some of them you just want to hit with something, like, you know, but at the end of the day, is it really worth getting yourself locked up for doing it?
I'll probably just shout abuse at them down the street. That's all.
I've seen people shout at them in the street, like, yeah.
Or some of them get the window, like if they get moved to a certain address and if people find out they're there, they get like stuff thrown at their windows and spray paint all over their door. That's happened like somewhere like around the town where I live, where stuff like that's happened. I've seen posts on Facebook about it. Yeah. That happens, but like I don't know, but like like you said, like if you hit them or you do something really bad to them, is it worth really spending the next 20 years in jail?
I've read stories of people who attacked them in jail as well.
Yeah,
because apparently when they're in jail, they put them in a special wing. They call them vulnerable prisoner units, VPUs, and it costs about 85 grand to look after them.
85 fucking grand.
85 grand for each one. And
And I bet the cells are. I bet they fucking got like all the fucking luxuries in the cell as well. Like you hear about.
not really. They don't really have luxuries, but they're you apparently you're locked up away from everybody else for obvious reasons because people will just fucking lynch them.
It'd be like they would have a field day with them if they put them in like with the others.
There's one thing that people do to VPUs, which is hot sugar and water.
Yeah,
which is nice, but at the end of the day, I've heard of people being doused with that. Yeah.
Hot sugar and water. Yeah, that would fucking hurt. That would hurt.
Fucking burns.
Yeah, well, I've had like burnt sugar, like burnt caramel on my fingers before that hurt. Yeah, that fucking knacks.
Yeah, that's not fucking nice at all, man.
Nah, definitely would not want that happening at all whatsoever.
I've met a few interesting people over my life. Some with some fucking good stories. I met a bloke years ago. He ended up inside for importation of drugs. He was doing. He got sent down for 12 years in the end. But when I saw him years before, he had this story about killing his stepdad.
Oh my God!
And I said, how did he said, oh, and he was like describing his stepdad used to beat his mother up. So one day he hit the old boy with a hammer, killed him like that.
Yeah.
Right, and he fucking did the whole house out.
Yeah.
Right? Cleaned it all up, repainted the fucking walls and stuff. Buried old boy out in the fucking patio, underneath the patio.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Right, and at one stage, the smell was so intense that they had to go out there with drain cleaner and all that shit to
get rid of the smell.
Yeah, to get rid of the smell. Like in the end, they found him for it, and in the end, there was lack of evidence he didn't get done for it.
I could tell you a story.
But they found a body and they dug the body up out the patio and everything. Like.
Yeah, I could tell you a bad story about what happened where I live, like in this town here. Fucking, it was really fucking bad, really gruesome. About that mother, a daughter murdered her mother.
I think you told about that before. Yeah, I remember you saying that.
That's I would actually say that's one of the worst things that's happened where I live, and that nothing will probably come close to that because that was fucking like, they lobotomized her in the sink.
Oh God.
Yeah, she was completely like they'd never helped her mental health. She was completely gone with her mental health. I don't know exactly what was wrong with her, but to do something like that, there's got to be. Yeah, I'm not like an expert on that,
there's some dangerous people out there, man.
Let's just say she is not getting out of the mental health facilities any fucking time ever. I think they said indefinite. So that means like
I knew a girl years ago, like, they were twins, and they were a couple of years below us in school, and her sister ended up doing something to some bloke, and she ended up in Broadmoor.
Broadmoor, that's where it's fucking
right. And at one stage, her best friend, who she was having a relationship while she was in there, which is a no-no straight away.
Yeah.
But she died, and she wanted to go and see her mother, so they brought her out of Broadmoor to go and see her mother, and they brought her down. But what they did when they brought her out of Broadmoor, they gave her liquid cosh.
Liquid cosh.
Lagacto. Bang! Put that in people like that, drooling at the mouth.
Yeah,
and she was in for 25 years.
25 years in Broadmoor.
Yeah, and she got out in the end, and lived a life, and she died of an asthma attack in the end.
I bet you'd seen a lot of happenings in there in the 25 years, like.
She was like the Reg and they were like the Reg and Rob of twins. one was psychotic, and the other one's slightly
Yeah.
normal. Like, she's still alive. Her sister, like
The female Cray twins.
yeah, they were the female Cray twins. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, but she ended up, as I say, her sister ended up in jail for 20 odd years, like 25 years.
I couldn't manage in jail for that length of time. I would fucking go crazy. It's just too like nothing to do. The thing that thought of nothing to do would just drive us insane.
Jails are full of what they call it, lost souls.
Yeah, lost souls that have
And deranged and damaged individuals.
Yeah.
And it's very unregulated, so you get all sorts of people.
Plus the food in there shit as well.
Well, apparently, like, the food is shite.
Yeah, definitely not something you. Definitely, probably worse than what I like.
At the end of the day, they get something. Apparently, they get £1.50 a day to feed each prisoner. So that's £1.50 for each prisoner to eat something during the day.
Bloody hell,
What they call it, beneficial to your system. Any of it. Yeah.
Nah, fucking all. Put it this way, I ain't ever going to jail because I'm a good boy, me. I don't get myself involved in any crimes or any illicit activities there, so I'll be okay.
A lad I knew, like another lad I knew, and somebody else I knew, he ended up doing 8 months remand for stabbing a lad in the leg.
That's quite, yeah. Well, I heard about someone that got stabbed in the leg. Yeah, they died though. They died when it happened. They died on the way to hospital because it hit the femoral artery in the leg.
Yeah, this was lucky. He didn't sever any artery, but the guy came round to rob him, and there was a little bit of a tussle and a bit of a situation, and the guy in the ruckus, the guy got stabbed in the leg with his own knife. And my mate spent 8 months in jail for that. He was on remand for 8 months, and he actually had no solicitor on his case. He actually didn't. He went there himself and represented himself. And in the end, he got off with it because they looked at old boy's history, and old boy had a crime list as long as your arm, like, you know, he was in and out of jail, robbing people left, right, centre. And my mate got off with it because of that. Lucky.
Yeah, look, because if he would have died, if the guy would have died, then it would have been a lot worse.
Old boy apparently come in and said, "I want your fucking drugs and your money," like, and my mate was very handy, like, with himself. He was certainly not a type of guy to fuck around with when it came to fists, like, you know.
Yeah, not a man not to be trifled with.
Yeah, and old boy just come in, like, and he said, I want your fucking money and your drugs," and stood there with a knife, and old boy fucking lamped him one.
It was like, ha ha, come on.
Lamped him one, and then he got in a tussle, and the leg, the blade ended up in old boy's leg, in his own hand. So he somehow got the knife in the hand with the blade, like, and there was a bit of a ruckus, and it ended up in old boy's leg.
There you go, and you get that for your troubles, your own knife into your own leg. There you go.
Yeah, and he got, and then this prick who he'd stabbed in the leg decided to go and press charges, like.
Wow, fucking hell. That's a total fucking bastard move right there, doing that.
What a fuck up. I mean, at the end of the day, he went and chose to try and rob my mate, like, and.
But he robbed the wrong person as well.
He went. I just thought, like, fuck me, like, that's just classic.
There's some people's houses you don't want to rob. Lucky he wasn't in America, otherwise you would have got blown away with a fucking 12 gauge. Yeah. Boom, that's it. Goodbye.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you know, if you get done with a bladed incident, that's 9 years.
9 years, yeah. You only serve half of that, don't you, though?
Well, you'd serve 4.5, but even then,
it's still quite a while.
Then they would still debate whether to let you out.
It depends on, like, other criminal history, I guess, doesn't it, as well?
As I say, I couldn't believe it. Like, I thought, fucking hell.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm thinking about calling it a night because I'm fucking getting tired now. Like,
Good
yeah,
idea, 'cause it's before.
yeah. I've been trying to go to sleep a bit earlier. Anyway, so I'll probably, yeah.
I'm gonna watch Rush Hour.
Oh, Rush Hour. I've seen it. That's a good film.
And is it no Ride Along with Ice Cube?
Oh, Ride Along. Oh,
Right,
never
Ride
seen
Along.
that before.
I'm gonna watch that and then I'm gonna go to bed because I went into work today, like, and where I work, I got loads of DVDs, like, you know, and over the last couple of months, we just had thousands come in, and I was swamped, like, with loads of fucking DVDs.
You've amassed quite the collection.
In the shop, there was fucking thousands stacked around, and I couldn't even get them on the shelves. I've got 2 shelves in there with 7 deep on each shelves, like, full up. So I went away on Friday was Thursday was my last day last week, and I haven't been in since. And I come in today for the first time, and they're all gone. They'd literally put them in blue boxes and sent them off to this company. And I walked in and I was like that, yes. And I literally went back and I said, "Fucking hell, they've all gone."
Yeah. All gone completely.
Yeah, they literally put them all in blue boxes. And we have this company that takes all our fucking basically stuff that we can't sell. So we put them into these blue boxes, CRT I think it's called, and we send them off, and they give us £1 for each box, like, you know. So I had literally collected a massive 2,000 DVDs I couldn't get on the shelf, and they were literally going up to the ceiling. And I've come back today and they cleared the fucking lot. Like even all the CDs, they took the fucking lot. Like, I just come in today, I went, wow, yes.
Jesus, fucking hell. 2,000. That's like fucking. You could make the bill like a small house with that amount.
I couldn't believe it, mate. They were coming in every day. We were getting on average about 100, 150 coming in through the door, with people just handing in stuff, like, you know, because we get lots of donations. So we get donations by the fucking load, like, coming every day, of all different types of stuff. In just DVDs, it's fucking everything: furniture, fucking clothes, fucking you name it, glasses, cups, fucking everything just comes through the door every day. So I'm in charge of DVDs, and so in the last 8 months, 9 months, I've just had this fucking huge 2-pile stack that I couldn't get anywhere. So they were just fucking slowly going up to the ceiling, and a table, this big fucking work desk, just full up with fucking CDs, like, because I couldn't get them on the shelf. And I come in a day and they're all fucking gone. I was like that. Yeah. But tomorrow I'm going to go in. Tomorrow I'm going to say I was losing the will to live with this lot. Like, thank God you got rid of them.
Nothing will happen again. You might get more in the future. That's piled high again.
Well, if I go in tomorrow, I've got to get in tomorrow early-ish. If I go in tomorrow, I could probably get rid of another load because they're in the mood for getting rid of them. So
that kind of reminds me of something in my house, John, in the cupboards. It's all piled high, needs to get rid of.
Well, you imagine your cupboards full of fucking sweets, like. That's what I've got. I've got 2 shelves, these fuck off great big shelves, full up with fucking DVDs, and I couldn't get them on there anymore. My fucking shelves were full up, like, you know. So I had to just have them stashed in these great big drop bins, like, and they were fucking up to the ceiling, like, you know. And I was like, we only ever sell like probably about 10, 15 a day, like, right? So we're getting in more than we fucking sell. Oh, yeah, I literally said to him last Thursday, I said, he said, why are you not staying on after? I said, I just want to fucking go home. So they knew I was fed up, like, with him, because I couldn't do anything with him. You know? I even had loads in tubs as well. I had all these plastic tubs just full up to the brim, all stacked like,
bursting at the seams.
It was, man. There was literally no word of it, like 2,000. I couldn't get any on the shelf. I had literally nearly fucking 800 just stashed in plastic tubs, these great big tubs, like just full up all over, and then they had these like wooden drop boxes, like they're like pallets with sides on, like
Yeah, I know, yeah.
full up to the fucking top, and I even had them up to the ceiling on one pile. Like, and then I was at a loss, man. I'm thinking,
you didn't know what to do.
These things, like, I don't want any of them. So, because I'm a big one for buying DVDs, like, but none of them fucking interested me, like, so I'm not buying them. So,
what kind were they like? What kind of see?
Everything, mate, across the board, man. All types of music.
Mm.
All types of music. We had all rock, classical, jazz, fucking shit music, pop music, and then we had DVDs just going across the years, man, but nothing modern. So there's nothing past fucking hell, probably early 2000s. Like everything's like 1980s, 1970s, 1990s, and just up to 2000. So there's loads of fucking movies that go across the board, man. But nothing entertains me. I'm quite selective what I buy, like, so, I don't really buy them, really. At the end of the day, I tend to fucking walk out of the shop with half of them.
I wonder if there's anything from the 40s.
Yeah, there's lots of films went out. There were so many, mate. I was like, part of me was happy that we got rid of them, but part of me was sad because some of them we could have sold.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck, man. They're just getting rid of them.
Just got sick of the sight of them. Goodbye.
I was literally at the end. I was losing the will to live. I was walking in there just going, fuck me, what do I do with these things? I can't put them anywhere.
They're just stuck there doing nothing.
Yeah, they've been in that. I've been there, nearly 3 years now. And in that 3 years, I've amassed probably nearly 5,000 DVDs and CDs.
Fucking hell, 5,000.
Yeah, literally. I've got pictures of the shelves. I can't post them on here, but I've got them on my phone, like the shelves, like, and they're just fucking. They're like 4 high and 5 deep. So the width-wise, they're 5.
Yeah.
And they're just fucking great big box like shelves, and they just pull up to the brim, like, with 3 stacks, 4 deep. So you can imagine there's like nearly fucking 3,500 on the shelves, right? And so there's another. I had another 2,000. I couldn't get on the fucking shelves. I was just literally stacking them in boxes and fucking stacking them up.
Stacking one after the other. Stacking.
I had to sift through them at each one. So I've got every class. So I've got Universal, I've got PG, 12s, 15, and 18s. Like, so I've got all that selection. And literally, I was at a fucking loss, man. I was like, fucking hell. Every time I walked in, there'd be another 200, 300 to fucking sift through. I hardly ever go in there. I literally, because I'm volunteer down there, and that's my section. I literally roll in there 2 or 3 times a week, like, usually about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. How are you doing?
Hey, Crazy John's in the shop. How are you doing?
It is literally like somebody says, when's he going to come in next? Like, just literally roll in, like, how are you doing? Like, fuck you.
He's a character. He's Crazy John.
Yeah, it is. I am a character in there. Like, just literally roll in and roll out.
You're the entertainer of the group.
Yeah, I'm the man who puts on the best tunes in there as well, because I roll in there. There's a stereo in there, and nobody puts anything on. They always have fucking Heart FM on, like, and I roll in and go, fucking get that shit off. Put a decent CD on, and whack it that way. And everybody's like that, going, fuck me, these are some good tunes. Like, people love the tunes I put on, man. No one says, turn that shit off. At the end of the day, I'm putting on stuff that people like.
Yeah, that's the thing, you say. As long as people like it and find it good, and that's the main thing. At least it's not the rubbish stuff.
I'm a big rock man, and like you say, I like me rock and I like me dance.
Yeah.
So
that was me more rock and metal music. Me death metal's okay.
No, I can't get it. No one likes death metal in the shop, like, but they do like a bit of rock and they like a bit of blues, soul, and a bit of dance music.
Yeah, and also a thing with death metal music is that some of the names of the songs as well are pretty horrific.
Napalm Death, like.
Yeah, there's this one song that I looked up. Actually, I like it's by Cannibal Corpse. Cannibal Corpse.
Yeah.
In the song, it was like fucking hell. I can't believe they had the name for this song. It was called "Entrails Ripped from a Virgin's Cunt."
Jesus.
Yeah, and that's the first song I've ever heard. Well, the first song that's ever had that word in there. There's no other song I've ever heard of that's had the C word in a song.
It is a bit fucking mad, that, isn't it?
I'm surprised they got away with that. Actually,
it certainly wouldn't have been broadcasting on the radio, like.
Yeah, but if you can understand what
I don't think Planet Rock's put that on the playlist.
Imagine playing that at a wedding or something like that, or a fucking funeral.
I don't know. Napalm Death had one song that was fuck, wasn't it? It was literally a minute and a half. The bloke's going fuck, 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 fuck.
Actually, I can name some of the songs. Actually, Cannibal Corpse, all the hits. So you've got Shredded Humans as one, Scattered Remains, Splattered Brains, A Skull Full of Maggots, Gutted, Living Dissection, Covered with Sores, Butchered at Birth, Inwards Decay, Hammer Smashed Face. This one's quite funny. I Come Blood, Addicted to Vaginal Skin, The Cryptic Stench, The Exorcist, Fucked with a Knife, Stripped, Raped and Strangled, Devoured by Vermin, Puncture, Wound Massacre, Disposal of the Body, Pounded into Dust. I'm going to try and find a interesting Worm Infested.
It just sounds bizarre, man. Bizarre music.
Yeah, I don't. A lot of the lyrics you can never understand what they're saying. Anyways, it's like a lot of.
Napalm Death, like.
Yeah.
Napalm Death's like that.
Oh shit! I shouldn't have done that now.
I think one of their songs is literally 50 seconds long.
50 seconds. Fuck, that's the shortest song ever.
Yeah, and it literally is. A bloke just comes on and goes, and that's it.
I may have to listen to that actually.
With some screaming guitars as well in it. Just going. It's just fucking mad.
Yeah, I would put a one on them, but it's no point copywriting it, so I'm not going to bother.
No.
Yeah, and some of the art as well. Some of the art pictures are quite fucked up. There's this one picture of where there's this person that had like that fucking body completely dismembered, and they had their face in someone's vagina, and it was like bloody. It's nasty.
Just fucking bizarre, man.
Yeah. It has parental advisory on there.
I certainly would be looking at listening.
Parental advisory. I mean, what the fuck kind of parent would let their kids like watch that or listen to that or even like look at it?
I can't imagine that as any music really.
Yeah, I mean the lyrics aren't meaningful. The only thing I like about it is it's fucking heavy as fuck. Like the bass as well is fucking like really heavy. That's the only thing I like.
I can't get into thrash metal, man. I never have. I get into heavy metal. I like me rock, but thrash metal and screaming metal, stuff like Napalm Death, I just can't get into it. I find it shit.
I like Judas Priest though when he does them. Rob Halford does them screams. I like that.
Yeah, well, Rob Halford, Judas Priest is heavy rock, heavy metal.
Yeah, heavy metal. Yeah.
Yeah.
He does that the screeching in them songs is quite fun. I like that. It's quite fun.
But the funny thing with Rob Halford is he bats for the other team. Like.
Yeah, he's gay. Yeah. yeah.
And he wears a lot of leather.
I've seen like a lot of old videos of him on YouTube, and he like in the 70s he used to have long hair.
Yeah.
Very long hair.
He did. He was a full-on rocker man. Like he is a, but he wears he likes his leather like.
Yeah, like leather, hellbent for leather and that. Because
hellbent for leather, yeah.
Hellbent for leather.
Yeah, that song often it's played on Planet Rock relentlessly. Like.
I've got a lot of their CDs, Judas Priest. I think I was saying earlier.
Never got into Priest.
It's okay. I like the 70s Priest better. The 80s is good, but then the 90s, like when he left in the same as Bruce Dickinson. He left in the 90s and Blaze Bailey
If
took
you
over.
ever get a chance to listen to any sort of Iron Maiden, listen to Paul Di'Anno.
Paul Di'Anno, yeah.
Paul
I've
Di'Anno.
got the first album that he was in.
Yeah, he was in the first album, and then he got booted out. Didn't he?
Strange World, I think one of their songs is called. That's one of my favourite songs. There's loads of other songs in the album that are great as well, but that's one of my favourite ones. Oh,
yeah.
But I've got all of their albums anyway, so yeah.
So I'll tell you what I got recently. I got all the Megadeth's albums.
Never listened to much Megadeth, to be honest.
Nah, if you like Metallica, listen to Megadeth.
I was more into the British stuff, the British heavy metal.
First album, Metallica's first album, a lot of songs are written by Dave Mustaine. So, it's the Four Horsemen, and that's a classic Metallica tune, and a lot of early Metallica, Master of Puppets. A lot of Master of Puppets is Mustaine writing tunes, and then he went on to form Megadeth after he got booed out of the group in '83. And if you listen to the first album of Megadeth, it's very much Metallica orientated. So very, very good rock, man. That's proper thrash metal to me, like Metallica and Megadeth.
Yeah, but I've listened to some Metallica. I haven't really listened to much of any of it, other than
early stuff is fucking great.
I always like the early stuff better than the later.
When they started getting fucking problems. It's all shit.
A lot of them are still going as well. A lot of these old bands are still going.
Metallica's, definitely. Who's in that? Kurt Hammett. The three members. Kurt Hammett came in after Mustaine got the sack. The bass guitarist, he died in a bus incident, so they got another guy in. And then they've got the new guy who's in there, Rob DiTuro, I think his name is. Who's the bass player in that, and he just really fucking gets right into the bass. You see him playing the bass like full on,
like deep level bass.
Yeah, you see him. He's always got his legs spread, and he's like real low down, like, and he's just
spread the legs.
And the bass is like hanging off him, like, and he's just literally fucking right in it, playing like real fucking hard. And his hair's going like fucking mad, like
head banging like that.
Proper head banging to it as well, like he's like playing his heart out.
I can imagine you with long hair, John, and you head banging.
I never had it. I never had long hair.
I did.
Never had long hair. I had long hair on the back years ago. The back. But I've never had long hair. I've always had curly hair. And as I got older, my hair started going like my dad. My dad used to have straight black hair, and it used to be like a bald patch at the front, which I've got. Like, I've got a bald patch on one side of my head, like, which is like my dad. But my hair looks like Rigsby out of fucking Rising Damp, like when it's grown. So,
I used to have long hair back in the day. It used to be down to my arse.
I never had long hair. Never grew it. I always had curly hair when I was a kid.
Curly hair.
Yeah, and it was like blondish. I can't remember this. It's in between blondish and something else. But yeah, and then it went black. But yeah, I can't. All my two cousins from my uncles, because my father and uncle were twin brothers. So my cousins look about the same as me, like with bald. But I got more of my mother's looks, but we've all got bald heads. So we've all gone for the shaving and get rid of a fucking hairstyle. Like.
So if you grew it, it'll be like bald patch there.
Well, yeah, I've got a great big bald patch on the side of my head up here, like, and I think on this side as well. And the hair grows in the middle, like in the middle of my head, and then goes all around. I got a birth patch on the back of my head as well.
Yeah.
And and we've all three of us. I've got two cousins, Peter and Doug, and we've all got bald heads, so we've all shaved our hair.
I think luckily for me, baldness doesn't run in my family, so I'm lucky. So
I could grow it, man. If I really wanted to grow my hair, I could grow it, and it would grow back. But I look, as I say, my hair just grows like, and then it'll go to one side, and it just looks weird. So it looks like Rigsby. If you ever watch Rising Damp, Rigsby and that, there used to be a guy called Leonard Rossiter who was the actor.
Leonard Rossiter.
Yeah, if you ever watch Rising Damp,
I think I've heard of that name.
Kind of hairstyle I have today.
Hmm.
But I don't like it because I look like him, so that's why I got bald head.
We'll probably never see you on one of these with like hair. Then that'll probably never happen.
You can watch him mix. As I say, on my other YouTube channel, there's a video of me mixing, and I've got hair.
Yeah, I might look that up. Is it Crazy John Hair again?
Yeah,
that's the one.
There's 4 videos. 4 videos of him mixing Speed Garage, Hard House.
I was going to say, what are the chances of we seeing you doing your own live at some point? What are the chances there?
Do you know what? I had a look at doing it a couple of days ago, Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've signed up to Realstream and I signed up to
StreamYard.
But
I mean,
I've got nothing to fucking say, really. So there's no point in going.
Well, I mean,
I've only got 20 subscribers, so.
The thing is, though, like a lot, like because it'll get shared out, so a lot of people will share your channel out, so you'll get like what they did with me, and then you'll get like a bunch more subscribers.
Yeah, probably. Like, you know, it doesn't really bother me. Like, at the end of the day, I'm not that kind of person, really. You know, it took me a while to go on live streams in the first place. Like,
what was the first one you ever been on? Anyways, what was the first live?
Matt's. I went on Matt's first time. That was the first live I ever did.
And that was like it would have been this year, wouldn't it? Or was it last year?
No, that was 2020.
2020.
Yeah, because it was literally weeks before I went on Gareth's stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I bet he was like, "Who's this crazy John? Let's get him up here."
That was what it was all about. Like, that was what started it off. The reason, as I explained this to Frank, the reason why the Johnny thing came up was because we had this guy called Johnny, and he was on Gareth's stream one night, one morning, and the guy had literally filmed himself getting out of bed. So he comes on the Gareth stream. This was about half past 7 in the morning, our time, and it was like for Gareth, it was like nearly midnight, 1 o'clock. Yeah, it was nearly midnight, and this guy just come on, and he couldn't get his fucking internet sorted out, and he was all over the shop. And then I started off. I said at one stage, I just went, "Johnny, we're sorry," and that's what started off. And then Gareth, God bless his heart, he used to go into work, and he said to me a week later, he said, "I've got it on my head 24 hours a day." He said, "Johnny," because it's a song from Fine Young Cannibals. Johnny.
I would have liked to speak to Gareth. That would have been good.
He was.
I don't know how he would have like took to us. I don't know. I'm probably overthinking things.
He would have taken the piss out of your accent because he took the piss out of Joe's. Like.
Yeah, he would have done, like. He might hopefully didn't find us boring or anything.
I don't know if you had some, like he said, like the philosophy of Gareth was you had to have something interesting to say, you had to keep in with the conversation, and you had to have a sense of humor.
Well, I've got one of those 3 things.
So if you've got, and you had to have a camera and a fucking microphone. That was it. That's all you needed. You know, there was no sort of fixed conversation. We just went on there like 5 guys, because you can only get 5 people up. So it was 5 of us just chatting shit and having a laugh. You know.
Well, I would have went on there, but like obviously it would have been like mainly yous at the time, and I probably wouldn't have had a chance to go on there.
Yeah, there was a lot of. I think at one stage we took it over. Quite literally, we did take over the stream. There was me, Punches, and
Tony L.
Tony L, and then there was another guy. Was what Mikey, which was a guy who Gareth worked with.
Yeah, him. I remember, and there was also Medieval. He was on there once.
Medieval come on a couple of times, but I haven't seen him.
Frank as well.
Well, Frank came on towards the end.
Yeah.
The only reason we got Frank on was because he come on and he started putting in these comments, and everybody was like, "What the fuck's he talking about?"
Yeah.
He was getting a bit irate with some of them. Like Gareth was like, "What the fuck's the matter with this bloke?"
None of you knew he existed.
And then he come on and he just started playing his guitar, and we were just fucking like, "Wow." We'll
and it all changed from there.
Yeah, we all thought we'll take back what we said, like, because we're all a bunch of cunts. and yeah, he pulled us around, man.
He let the music speak for itself.
He certainly did, man, and he's a very talented man.
I wish I could play like him. Like fucking hell, I wish I could.
He was a very talented. He is a very talented man.
I seen when he played the guitar. Like I think it was in one of them. He done it behind his head. He put it behind his head and done that.
Yeah, Simon B.A. says Johnny Webb.
Oh, I've seen him, and he's a fucking nutcase.
Yeah,
fucking hell. He's not going to be watching this, so I'll be fine.
He come round. He was on one day, right? He's on one time, and he was at a party at somebody's house, and there was a full-on party going on in the background. And he was doing a live stream with us on there, like chatting to him. And he was just in this party, and he wasn't talking to anybody at the party. He was just talking to us. And we're like, what the fuck's this? Like, why are you on a live stream at a party?
What the fuck?
Yeah, what's going on here? Like, yeah, and he come up with some fucking crazy conspiracies, like, and we were just like, wow. What the fuck's this guy talking about?
Where the fuck did this guy come from?
And then say, this is where the Johnny come from, because he come on one morning, like, and he literally filmed himself getting out of bed. And he was the fucking picture was all over the shop. The sound kept dipping in and out. And in the end, we was just like, fuck me, this is hard work. And I went, fucking hell, Johnny, we're sorry.
And this was all on Matt's live as well.
No, this was all on, not on Matt's live. That was on Gareth's live. Matt's live, I had to deal with a guy called Roger. Way-I Joe. And some other guy, I think a guy called Keith Pointer.
Oh, him. Oh, yeah, I know that old guy with the
Keith's all right, but Roger and the other, and of course Joe, when he gets full on, like, very difficult to understand, and everybody was shouting on Matt's stream, and I at one stage I was like, "Fuck me, I can't get a word in edgeways here." Like, and Roger,
I know which one you mean. I think that's still up actually on his Unleashed.
Yeah, Roger was like, he had this lodger in his house, and the guy just kept shouting, "Stop telling him about your money. Stop saying how much you got in the bank. I know how much you got in the bank, and it ain't that much."
Oh my
he's
God.
like this on the live stream, having to go, "Oh boy," and we were like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "What the fuck's going on here?" And at one stage, I said to Matt, "I said, I can't get a word in edgeways here," and he literally cut me off at one time and then brought me back. The first time I went on with him, he actually cut me off and then brought me back. And he because I wasn't saying anything at one stage because I couldn't get a word in. We've got Joe talking about his TV, like, well, my TV broke and I can't get it fixed.
That's the problem with them. You can't, like, some of them you can't even get a word in because there's so many people speaking. It's like almost.
Oh, it was just fucking mayhem, man. We had 3 drinkers on there. They're all steamboated, like.
No wonder Matt doesn't do it hardly anymore because it's just.
Well, like, Matt stopped doing the live streams after that, like, because there was too many wild people coming on. Like.
Yeah, I think he still does them, but they're only now and again, and they're like kind of with people that he's seen.
Like tonight, right? Tonight's stream, right? That was an open chat, but nobody came on.
Yeah, I would have. I mean, I would. Yeah, I would have come on, but then again, I didn't know what they were taught. Like, if you know what I mean, I wasn't really into that subject, so I probably wouldn't have been able to speak much without that anyway. So it would have been pointless for me.
I like chatting on his. I come on Matt's if he's not talking about urbex.
Yeah. There is. He does do his urbex ones from that time to time. He goes on other ones about the urbex.
You look at those ones like Exploring with Ray and Exploring Within and Vacant Haven. They're all
ready.
They're always talking about urbex. So when you come in from the outside, you've got nothing to say really, like because they're just yapping about urbex. You know.
I mean, I've like I said, I do like when I do places, but I'm not like I don't do it constantly 24/7 all the time. It's like maybe once every couple of days I'd look for somewhere and I'd do it. But I'm not like I haven't really like a professional or anything like that.
I would say that anybody does it every day would be pretty sad.
Yeah. It's fun when you find somewhere, but it's just like fucking getting there. Like, obviously, I don't drive, and that's not. If I did drive, then I would be a lot more like looking for more places. But obviously, if you don't drive, it's kind of a bit harder to do.
Right, Simon B.A.'s correct me. It was Robert. Yeah, you're right. It was Robert.
And he's sponging.
It wasn't Roger. Like it was Robert. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Simon. You don't have to. Yeah, but you don't have to shout me out like that. Yeah, but yeah, I understand. I get mixed up with names sometimes, Simon. Like so.
It was Robert John, not Roger.
Like how he just says that. It was Robert, not John.
Oh god, that pork pie's starting to give us some stomach acid now. Like
stomach acid. What are you doing with that?
It's because I'm crouched like that. I'm like bent over the computer, looking like that, and it's like it's like causing some sort of like response in my whole esophageal area.
So this chair I sit in is quite bad for me sometimes. It gives me heartburn because of the way I'm sat in it.
Yeah, it's causing unforeseen damage, John. You have to.
Heartburn's not good, like because if you get acid reflux, like that's fucking burning your throat.
And that can cause, or if it could damage the tissue and the cells over time. It can lead to cancer.
That's right, lead to cancer.
Yeah. Or esophageal cancer, and it's like meant to be
cancer.
Yeah, it's meant to be like fucking extremely deadly as well. And it's like
right, it is. It's not good. Like, it's not healthy for you one bit. Like,
if you were to get that, I don't think you'd be around for much longer.
There's only one good thing about when you get serious stage 4 cancer. They give you a machine that's called the morph machine.
Ooh, morph machine.
Yeah, it's morphine, like. And my father had it before he died. Like he had cancer of the colon and the bowel.
Yeah,
and he had the morph machine in the house, and it was it comes in a suitcase, and it's got bottles of morph with it, and it runs on a cycle. Every so often it'll just go like that, and it'll just load you with a load of morph, like yeah. And there's a classic shot. You all know this guy, but he was a comedian, magic artist called Paul Daniels, and he died about probably about 10 years back now. But he was seen walking out of the hospital with this black case, and everybody's going, "What's that black case like? Is that a suitcase?" I went, "No, that's the fucking morph machine." They gave him a morph machine. He's walking out with it like he had terminal cancer, and he was given months to live. So he was literally, they dosed him up before they took him out of the hospital and said, "Right, I want to die at home." He said. They went, "No problem, Mr. Daniels." And he was walking out of the hospital with the fucking morph machine in his hand.
Wow, I've never even heard of a morph machine. Actually, I should have, because I'm into medical stuff. So
morph machines. They give morph to you when you've got terminal diseases. Yeah. And it's literally a bottle of fucking morph. It's regulated. You can't fiddle with it. Can't do anything with it. It's all fucking properly sealed up. And they'll give it you, and you stick it in with a thing in your arm, in one of your veins, and it just literally goes every few minutes, every so by probably an hour, for something like that. It just literally gives you a dose of morphine.
Wow, I know you can get oral morphine as well. That's like
I've done oral morphine, yeah.
But that was interesting. I've never done
Lovely,
that.
lovely stuff like knock you out in 20 seconds. 20
Does it
minutes.
taste of anything?
Nothing.
Oh.
Don't do it. It's got a bit of a. I don't know. I can't describe it. It wasn't sweet. It was just like a liquid, and it just had that sort of tange to it. But yeah,
I know what you mean.
Knock me out in 20 minutes, mate.
I mean, actually,
I was in hospital once, right? I had my tibia and fibula busted years ago, and I was in hospital, and I woke up after the surgery, and I'm walking around, and I've got a catheter in my dick, right? And I've got a piss bag, which I filled up apparently, but I was dying for a piss, and I woke up, and I was like in agony. I just want to piss.
Yeah.
So I start wandering around the hospital ward, like with this fucking bag behind me, full of piss, and people are going, "Will you please sit down?" Like I'm literally walking on my leg that's just had a metal bar put in it.
Yeah.
4 hours before, and I'm walking around the ward, and I'm just like this. I'm dying for a piss, and they go, "Well, you've got a catheter in your penis, and there's a bag there, like." And I'm going, "Look, man, I'm in agony here. I don't want to piss." Like, and they're going, "Look, could you get back in your bed? You're waking everybody else up in the ward." Like, I'm going, "Look, I want to piss. I'm fucking dying. I'm in agony here." Like, and at one stage, they've literally took me out of that ward and put me in a private room. Right? So I'm stood in the private room now, kicking off, going, "I just want to go for a piss." And they're going, "Look, you've got a catheter." So I've got my penis out, like, and I've got a nurse there. I'm going, "Get this fucking thing out now!" Like, I'm gonna rip it out in a minute. They're going, "Don't do that."
Oh my god!
Don't do that. That's gonna hurt if you do that. I said, I'll just get some of this lube, whatever it is, spray it in urethra, like, and then we'll pull it out. And sure enough, she's gone and got this thing, like, and she's just jacked it on my jap side, and then pulled the tube out, and I literally pissed in the sink, right in front of her, like, and I was like that. I was, man. It was one of the most relieving things in my life. And they were going, now will you get in bed? Because you've just woke everybody else up. And I'm going, "Okay, do you want some oral morph?" I went, "Yes, please."
Oral morph.
She's literally just gone crack down her mouth, and I was out in 20 minutes, and I didn't wake up until 10 o'clock in the morning. And it was. I think I woke up about 9-10 o'clock at night. Yeah, it was about 10:15, 10:45. I woke up, and I was just causing a fucking great big scene, like, in there, like wandering around the hospital ward with the piss bag,
Dying for a piss,
in agony, man. And it was in my stomach. I could feel it. I was like that. And you know what you get when you're really breaking your neck for a piss.
Yeah, I've had that many.
And it was
transport as well.
It was proper fucking hurting me, man. And I was like, "For fuck's sake, get this thing out!" And they go, "No." I said, "Get it out now. I'm going to rip it out." And they go, "Don't do that. No, that'll do some irreparable damage. Don't do that." Like, you know. And I went, "Okay." And then she pulled it out in the air with this lube, this thing that just made it nice and cool, and then just out it come, and I just literally pissed in the sink.
Pissed in the sink
for about 10-15 minutes. That's
10-15 minutes.
Yeah, 10-15 minutes, and I would just literally pissed all that time. I said, "I told you I wanted a piss." Like, she's going, "Right, can you get into bed now?"
That must be like the longest piss anyone's ever done.
Yeah, it was, man. It was literally fucking non-stop, mate.
Very good smell it as well. Like,
well, I don't know about the smell too much. I just remember fucking peeing in the sink. And I said to her, I said, now do you believe me? Like, you know.
My God. Hey, Melissa's in the house. You're my slag. Do you want to come in?
I thought you were going off in a minute, like.
Well, if Melissa comes, if she wants to come on, if she comes on, then I'll keep it on a bit longer. But I'll just wait.
Hello, Melissa.
I think she's just woken up though, so I don't know if she actually will because she's woken up. So probably not, but we'll wait and see.
Probably going to hospital in a minute. Like, yeah.
No, I think she already went there yesterday. Like,
right.
yeah, I think an appointment with a neurologist.
I thought
Operational surgeon,
I thought she was going in for an operation soon. Like.
I think she mentioned December. I think.
Oh my
Some
god,
point in
like
December.
that's a bit long, isn't it?
Yeah. But hopefully this shit gets seen to once in a while. Well, sorry, once in a while. Hopefully it
What
gets
was
seen
it somebody
once.
said earlier on, like that she was running around Screenfest.
What's she?
Is that true that you were running around Screenfest?
I think she
But-
came back in pain though. I think she like
Yeah, I
she came
think she was
back home.
probably heavily medicated up for that. Like,
Yeah, it's probably not a good idea you're coming on, Melissa, if you've woke up. Nah, we'll just leave it another time. Plus, I'm fucking getting a bit
do
funny.
you want to get off?
Yeah. Actually, what time it? Well, I'll probably give it another 5 minutes. I'll give it until 4:30.
4:30. Well, that's any minute. Just wrap it up.
I'll just smile like this. I'm only joking. Yeah, we'll just wrap it up. So, Melissa, you have came on at the very butt end of the live stream, so you've got a lot of you've got like 3 hours. And when did you come on? Oh, I don't know, around 10 minutes ago. So you're going to like another over 3 hours of conversation between me and Crazy John.
3 hours.
Probably less than 3 hours because he came on
3
about
hours of talking shit.
Yeah. Covered all manner of topics tonight, from drugs to John's everything. I can't even remember some of it. Like it was.
I was gonna tell you something. I can't remember what it was. It's quite a funny story as well.
We'll have to say. Well, we could save it for another time. There's that as well.
I can't. I'll try and remember it. It's a fucking corker as well. Like
Funnier than the sauna rock thing.
the sort of thing is there. The mate of mine farting in the car, making me almost throw up. Was another good one, and there's another one I got from years ago, which is a fucking beauty as well. There's somebody. I'll have to remember it. It's a fucking corker as well.
No, that'll be on the next one. We'll save that as a surprise.
It'll come up one day. I'll remember it and I'll bring it up.
Well, the other one, that guy standing in the rice and they got caught in the car, but that was fucking funny as well. Like
it's standing in the rice.
Yeah, and the white rice in the toilet.
Oh god, yeah, that was 19. Fuck me, when was that? That was about 1978. 78. I was about 8 years old. No, it wasn't 78. It was 1970. 1980, because we were doing Oliver Twist at school. So they took us from Barnsley to London. We went to a fair that was near Drury Lane. We went to, I can't remember, it's not the Theatre Royal. We went to another fucking fair which is down the road from it. And we went to see Oliver Twist. And matey was sick all the way down from Barnsley to London, which is a hell of a journey. That's about 8.5 hours on a coach. And we set off. We set off at 8:30 in the morning. I remember, and we literally got on the M1 to go to London, and that's when he started throwing up. And he was throwing up all the way. So, and they were trying to give him liquid, and they were trying to give him something else, and he just kept bringing it up all the time. In the end, we had to pull the coach over at one stage on a motorway service and get the poor guy some fucking glucose.
Yeah,
he went white at one stage, and and they were concerned for his safety. And at once, and this is different times. Years ago, you would have turned around and gone back. But this was like, it was costing everybody in the school a few £1,000 to get people down to London, down to London from Barnsley. So in the end, the driver's gone, look, we're halfway, we're on the motorway, we're halfway there, we ain't going back. So we're going to have to get him something that he's going to keep down, and the guy's sitting right behind the bloke who's driving the coach, throwing up, so he's hearing this all the time. Old boy go, and in the end, he was bringing nothing up. He was just youching, Yeah, and
How was he
nothing-
doing it? Was it like it must have been
Well,
something like
you
a
can't, it was like car sickness.
yeah.
Nobody
Yeah.
knew anything about it because nobody asked in those days, do you suffer from car sickness or just general sickness of being in motion on a bus? So nobody knew. Like, so as we set off, he literally started throwing up. And poor bloke, man. We got all the way down to London. It took us till about 5:30. And we were literally, we got to London at 5:30. We got booked in a hotel, which took all, there was about 30 kids in this hotel, 4 in a room. So I was in a room with a load of good mates, like we were all in there. And oh boy, so we got down at 5:30. The show was at 7:00. We were going to go and see Oliver Twist in this theatre. It was a 7:00 showing. It was a 2.5 hour fucking show with an interval and everything, like, you know. So they dragged this poor lad. Now, there was only 3 teachers looking after us as well. So they dragged this poor lad, man, everywhere. When we got to London, he was like like a ghost. When we saw him, like he looked like he was half dead.
Yeah.
Right. So he was. We went and had something to eat, and we had some. I remember that day we had some chicken nuggets, baked beans, and chips.
A classic staple food back then.
Food back in the 70s.
Yeah.
And of course he was not eating anything, so all he would eat was rice.
Oh, and that's why that came.
They gave him a bowl of rice, right? And he literally got that down, and then we were right. We're going to the theatre, so we've all got fucking sorted out. We set off to the theatre. We had to walk to the theatre as well from the hotel. 30 of us walking through London. There's fucking drunks and fucking tramps wandering around. Like, all these kids are like fucking 10 years old, like with 3 teachers looking at all these. Don't stop. Do not wander off. Like, stay with us. They were saying,
do not mingle amongst the crowds.
Do not mingle with people. If you see anybody that looks dodgy,
ignore.
Stay away. Stay away. So we've got strongly worded, like not to do this. So we're all walking to this theatre. It was about a 25-minute walk, and we walked in a great bunch of us. And he's been dragged along, man, and he was looking ashen. Like, poor lad, man. He'd been dragged along. They were even saying, there's no way we're going to keep him at the hotel, so he's going to have to come along. So we literally had a show. We went and see the show. The show started at 7:00. The first half of it was an hour. So at 8:00 we had an interval for 15 minutes. And in that during the show in the first half, there was a scene where it all went dark in the theatre. And we just heard this commotion, and he's getting rushed out by one of the teachers, like, and that's when he threw up in the toilet. No, so of course when the interval come up, no one's cleaned the fucking toilet. You know? So we all come up, like, and I said, you know, we said I had a load of good mates when I was back then. When I said, do you see Robert? Like, he said he was rushed out the auditorium at one stage. He went, oh yeah, he's thrown up again. Like, fucking hell. So me and my mate are wandering to the toilet, like, right, and the toilets were downstairs, and I literally wandered in, and at no word of a lie, I opened the toilet door, and it was there, literally on the floor, right by the door. So I've literally gone, as I've opened the door, whoa, and I've had to step over it like that with my feet, like, to get in. I'd gone in there for a piss, and I was like semi-dying for a piss, like, but the room was stinking. So it was stinking of sweaty bell ends, fucking piss and fucking old men farting and fucking vomit on the floor. So I've just gone, fuck this, like, I'm getting out. So I've opened the door, stepped over it again, went outside, and my mate still stood in the corridor outside, like, the toilets. And I looked at him, I went, fucking hell, man. Nodding my head, because he's seen the vomit as well on the floor. And as I'm walking down towards him, like, this old gent's walking towards me,
And I looked right at him in the eyes, and I was like, "What? Shall I say something?" And I went, "Nah, fuck it." So I said to my best mate, I said, "Watch this!" Like an old boy literally walked in, stepped right in the middle of it, man. He had it on his shoes, had it on his suit, on the soles of his shoes, like, and me and my mate were like that. Roaring in the corridor, like we literally had us laughing all night. Man. We nearly got told off at one stage because we were laughing even through the second half of the show, like just constantly like that. Even when we come out at the end, like we got told off at one stage. If you keep on laughing, you're gonna get a whack, like you know. We're going, it was just about me, and he come out nowhere of a line. He literally stood in it, and he's like that, looking at it, going. and then he's just turned round in it, and he's gone back out. And the funniest thing that had me corpse was when he wiped his shoes on the carpet outside. Like I was like, he was just fucking in agony, man. He was so fucking funny, man. And then he's walked off up the corridor, and he's just sort of, he didn't even clock us. He didn't even look at me, like he just carried on like nothing. He didn't even go for a piss.
Fucking people cleaning that up after.
You would expect him. I mean, it was like literally 45 minutes of the show. And he was like, just before the interval come up, that he threw up. Now, there was another 15 minutes. You would have thought somebody would have gone out and cleaned the toilets. Because literally, from what we were told by the teachers, he literally got rushed off, and he was running, and in mid-run, he went, whoop, like that, and they opened the door, and he just literally went, whoop, all over the floor. And it was literally white, right, with fucking rice in it. So it was just white vomit with rice. It was fucking, and it was a massive fucking projectile as well. You just literally, from what one of the teachers described, they literally barely got the door open. If the door hadn't opened, he would have probably vomited on the door, like, you know. But yeah, I still remember it to this day. That's like nearly 1980.
41 years ago.
41 years ago, and I remember every bit of it. Yeah. Fucking, oh man, we were in hysterics. Me and my best mate. My best mate was called fucking hell, what was his name now? Jeff, I think his best name. Yeah, Jeffrey. And he was me and him. We were just in hysterics, man. All the rest of the night, we sat together in the auditorium watching the second half of the show, and we're just like that. Fucking corpsing, like, and in the end, we would get people going shh like that, as they do, like, you know, and we're just fucking. We were all night, man. And when the show finished at the end, it was like a 2.5 hour show. Like when it finished, we all got outside and we're all stood up in a queue, ready to go get marched back to the hotel. Like, and me and him were just in the queue, roaring, and we're even getting a couple of other lads with us. Like they're going, "What's so funny?" Like we're going, "Oh yeah, there was like fucking mate Robert threw up again." Like we're going, "Oh yeah, I heard about it." I said, "Man," and then we're describing what we're seeing, and then a topic of conversation that came after that was another lad who'd gone to Portugal on holiday, and the toilet got so full up where they were that it was actually lifting the toilet seat up with shit. We brought that conversation in as well, like, and that made us laugh even more. Like, so we were just giggling about Robert throwing up on the floor, and we're giggling about my other mate who was called. Funny enough, he was called John, and yeah, he was describing about a holiday in Portugal where the toilet got so full that they couldn't flush it, and it was like, it was full of shit, and it literally lifted the seat up. Imagine 10-year-olds hearing that, man. We were just like,
it's making me fucking laugh.
Right, man. It just had us in hysterics, and we just got really told off. Stop laughing. Whatever you're doing, stop laughing now, like, or you're going to get a whack.
Filled up.
You know, yeah. Yeah, literally, man. He said the toilet was full up with shit. And he couldn't flush it, and he said at one stage it lifted the seat up. That's the fucking toilet seat, like that, lifted up with shit. He said, "I said, what does it smell like?" He said, "Oh, it was unbearable."
Shit.
Literally, man, he was just full up with shit. And he was telling us, he said, I went on holiday like last year. He said, last summer. This was like, he went on holiday, obviously 79, he'd gone on holiday, like 1979. And he went on there with his family to this place in Portugal. And he said the toilets got blocked up. And I said, what was it like having a shit in there? He said, fucking hell, like, he said it was hard work, like, you know. Shit on top of something else, like, there was a great big pile of fucking turds in it, with toilet paper and everything, like, yeah. God help whoever fucking cleaned that toilet out, man. He said,
fucking hell, need a fucking sewage tank for that thing.
Fucking breaking it out, like.
Fucking shoveling.
We had another guy. This is a few years later. We used to have a guy we used to call the mystery logger. Right. So we had I was about 15 when I was at school, and we were in the 5th year. And there used to be a code word. It'd be like the logger struck again. The mystery logger struck again, right? So and everybody's like, we were eating dinner. Funny enough, it come up in topic of conversation. We're having school dinners, and then old boy says the loggers fucking appeared. You want to go and have a look at this shit, man? It's fucking huge. Like, I'm going fucking. I'm eating here. Like, no, we'll have a look at it, man. It's fucking massive. Like, so no word of a lie, right? We'd gone down to this toilet, and it was no word of a lie. It was like the size of my hand, like, you know, thick, right? And it was fucking long. In the toilet. Fuck knows how somebody shit it out, man. But it must have fucking nearly ripped their anus on the way out. You know? It was just fucking huge. Right, and people are trying to flush it down, and it wasn't going, like, you know, rock solid fucking dump, right, right, and we're all looking at it, and we're going, fuck me, man, that's fucking huge, man. In the end, right, no word of a lie, they got a caretaker in, right? He was called Jock, the caretaker, right? The guy was called Jock. He was a Scottish bloke, right? He's coming, he's going, fucking hell, bloody hell, like, who's that dirty bastard? And as he's doing it, he's got his hand in the toilet and a black glove, breaking it up. Breaking it up in his hands, like, he's like, the dirty bastard. Who is this dirty bastard? This is the second time I've had to clean it up, like, you know. It was fucking. I mean, it was fucking huge. It was beyond obscene, man. I've never seen a shit like that in my life, like. Yeah. Fucking hell, man. Fuck it. I mean, no word of a lie, man. It was that big, lengthways, out the water, and it was fucking thick, like that. Right? He must have ripped his ass coming out. It was that fucking big. Whoever did that.
You must have had like prolapsed anus and doing
apparently, this had happened about 2 or 3 times, like, and it was then known as the mystery logger. Nobody knew who it was. And it was in the 5th year toilets. So yeah. And the funniest thing was watching the old boy called Jock. That was his name. Everybody used to take the piss out of him. Boy, Jock the cock. Like that. Like, and he, fuck off, you fucking Scottish, like. So he's like rolling off loads of
Scottish.
Yeah, he was Scottish, like, yeah. Proper Scotsman, like. And he's in there like, who the hell is this fucking bastard, man? Fucking disgusting.
Dirty bastard. Who's this dirty bastard?
He's got his hand down the toilet, breaking it up, man. Breaking it up. With a big black glove. One of these big industrial black gloves on his hand, like. But he's proper squishing it. Yeah, it was the only way they got it down the toilet. Fucking bad, man.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Literally shit. Simon butt ass.
Yeah, whoever that guy was, like, it was impressive shits, man. But
That was
fuck,
probably the biggest you've ever seen ever.
I've never seen anything as big as that, other than when I was like about fucking. Okay, I remember when I was a kid, about 4 or 5, I had a big problem with having a shit.
Mm.
I had to have suppository stuck up my ass at one stage.
Oof.
And one day, the doctor said to me, if he doesn't have a shit, he's going to have problems. So here's the suppositories. Make sure he goes and uses the toilet, like, you know.
Mm.
So one day I had a shit. No word of a lie. It was the size of my fucking small colon. It come out, and we had no toilet in the shop that I worked at. My mum had a shop that was an underground, a basement shop.
Mm.
There was no toilet facilities in it, so we used a bucket. And that
Bucket.
one day, I needed a shit. And I hadn't been for a shit for about 4 or 5 days. And no word of a lie, man, it come out of my ass as a great big long fucking pile of shit. And it was peeping over the top of the fucking bucket. I was about fucking 4 or 5 when that happened. Yeah. It literally come out the size of my colon, like.
Oh.
Yeah, it was like a great big thing there. And you imagine what the size of a bucket is.
Yeah.
Well, it was literally peeping over the top of the bucket.
Did it swirl around?
Yeah, it was. It was a proper swirl there. Yeah. The old dear said, she said, you've got to go and do it. Because I used to have a big issue with having it. I don't know what it was. There was something I didn't like about it when I was a child. So in the end, he gave me suppositories to get rid of fucking shit. And the doctor said, I had a doctor, and he was called Dr. Slater.
Dr.
And he said, yeah, and he said to me, Mum, he said, how long is it since he's been? And she said, 5 days. Oh, he said, you can't have that. If he doesn't go, he's going to have problems. So here's the suppositories, like, get some of those, that'll loosen it, and he'll, you know. So sure enough, it fucking loosened it enough. Like, I had an entire, I had it literally come out like a fucking great big, like one of those great big sausage things, like, you know.
Ooh, like a curly sausage thing.
Yeah, curly sausage. It was like that, but it just come out my ass.
Yeah, but a lot bigger though. This one is
huge, like stinking as well. Like,
but that guy that you were talking about before, though, imagine how long he would have took shitting that thing.
Whoever that bloke was, man, he must have had a proper fucking sore anus. I had a rough idea who it was because a lad I knew, he used to fart, and he used to have really fucking wet farts, like you know the ones you can just get like that, like, right? And he used to just really wrap them out, like, you know, and I thought, man, you've got a sore colon, you've got a sore ass anus there. That means you're shifting hard turds, like, you know. I had a feeling who it was, but no one ever found out who it was.
What colour was it again?
But this one that was in the toilet.
Yeah.
It was proper fucking black.
Oh my God, black! Oh God.
Proper dark shit, like, yeah.
And that's definitely not good.
Yeah, whatever. And there was no vegetables. You know, you always see sweet corn or carrots in it.
Yeah, there was none of that.
There was nothing like that, and it was just a great solid log. Yeah, all the toilet paper, and whoever it was trying to flush it for ages, like, and all the paper had gone. But the log had just stayed there. Imagine that. Somebody's come up. I was having my dinner. It was in school dinner time, and I remember we were sat in the dinner having dinner, and then someone's just come rushing up to the table. They go, "The mystery log has reappeared. You've got to go and have a look at this fucking shit, man." Yeah, and I'm going, fuck me, man. I'm not really interested. No, man, you've got to come and have a look at it. It's fucking huge, man. And I was going there thinking, what the fuck is this? Fucking what? And it was, man. It was fucking huge.
Hard to flush.
Yeah, and everybody's like that, having a go at trying to flush it, and it wasn't going. all
It
the,
wasn't budging.
all the water go out, and then it would fill up again, and then it would. It was still there, like wasn't even breaking up, man. It was just,
It wasn't going anywhere.
yeah, proper chocolate brown, fucking huge thing, like.
It was like a big chocolate cake in there, like
No smell to it though. That was the good thing. There was no smell, like you could fucking taste it, like, you know. It was just fucking huge, man.
It was just there, the immovable turd in the toilet.
And apparently it happened 2 times before. So the guy had broken it up. The first time he managed to break it up with a brush, and the second time he had to get his hand down the toilet, and then this time he had to do it again. So you can imagine jocks like that. Oh, fucking hell, this is fucking disgusting. And as he's moaning like fuck, he's got his hand down the toilet, breaking it up. And we're all like that, fucking roaring with laughter. He's going, fuck off. Yeah. And he's pulled the glove out as well. It's got little chunks on it.
Oh.
In the bowl, like.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, it was
Jesus. Yeah, it's a good.
I've had another one as well. I had another incident. I'll tell you another incident I had years ago happened to me. I used to have a one time. I was probably about 17, and I'm on my way home, and you get that sudden urge. I don't know if you've ever seen Trainspotting with Renton as he's wandering around, and all of a sudden he gets the urge to have a shit. So I'm walking home, right, and I was coming home from YTS then, which was like youth training scheme back in the 80s, 87, and I'm coming on my way home, and all of a sudden I've got caught like that, like that type of moment, like, you know.
Yeah.
And I was literally about 1,000 yards from my house.
Yeah.
And it was a straight walk. And I've gone, fucking hell, I've got to go. Like, so I stood for a couple of seconds, got it fucking sorted, and then fucking made a bolt for it to the house. And I've literally walking at a fast walk like that with my legs together.
Mm-hmm.
And I must have looked really fucking weird walking down the street, like, you know, to the house. And where we lived at the time, the door was outwards, so it opened out.
Mm-hmm.
I've come in the house, no word of a lie. My old dear said, all right. I went, yeah, come hang around. Left the fucking front door open, steamed up the stairs like 100 miles an hour. Like that. Take the stairs up 4 steps. Literally got into the bathroom. Blink of an eye, got the tweets down fucking fast. Sat on the toilet. Woof! It's come out like 100 miles an hour. Only time I've ever heard shit bubble in the toilet as it's toilet water. Right? And it was like, and it fucking bubbled in the toilet. I've gone, whoa. My mother's like, heard all this downstairs because the kitchen was underneath the bathroom. She said, what was on there? Like, I said, fuck, that's a bloody hell, man. I couldn't go around with that one, like, you know.
Bubbling in the water.
I heard that hit the bowl, she said.
What the fuck?
Yeah. 17. And I've got one more. I've just remembered it. It's a fucking beauty. I was about 18, right? I'm at a staff do at a hotel. So I'm on the piss, and I've got absolutely steamboated. Like, and at one stage I got so drunk I threw up. And then went out and carried on drinking. So at about fucking, I think it was about 10:30. No, it was about 10:20. I'm fucking steaming. I've got to get home. Like, so I set off. I had to walk home. And the walk was about a 25-minute walk. So, and it was up a couple of hills, down some hills, some straight-ways, up a fucking great big steep hill, and then all the way down, and then a straight road to my house. And 25-minute walk. I've set off. As soon as I got outside the pub, the fucking airs hit me. It was a summer night as well. Airs hit me like, bang! Fuck me. Like, I was like super pissed then. So now it's a fucking struggle to fucking start walking. So I've made the fucking walk up the first hill. Down the hill, I come to this kebab place. I thought, oh, I'll get a pizza. That'll soak up the booze. So I start eating this pizza and I'm getting fucking worse. So I only managed 2 slices of that. And then the rest of it I had to fucking chuck away, like, you know. It was a very big, deep fucking pizza as well, like a small 9-inch thing. So I fucking set off. Now I'm fucking swerving all over the fucking place, like proper fucking tank. So I gets up the fucking hill, gets onto the other bit, down a bit, down another hill, down this fucking long straight road, comes up to a set of steps, climbs up there, and all of a sudden I've got the urge to throw up.
Oh.
So I got, but not only that, I was throwing up, and then I felt it at the back of my ass. I thought, oh no. And I fucking had to whip my trousers down and have a shit in the street. Like that. Yeah. I was doing it out of both ends. Throwing up. Yeah. Luckily, it was where I'd done it. It was quite a secluded area of the pathway. And I literally shit on the fucking floor and threw up. And then made me way home, fucking like that. I don't even wipe my ass. So I've had to fucking put my trousers on and fucking carry on the rest of the 800 yards. Right? Yeah. And then fucking next day, I've gone and looked at it the next day, and it was nowhere. It was a little small fucking pile of mud.
It was a jet black, like.
No, it was a runny stuff with a load of fucking pizza bits all around it. Where yeah. Fucking crazy. Yeah. That happened to me twice. That did, like, and luckily the second time I was in a pub when it happened the second time. And I remember having the urge to throw up. And sat there and fucking threw up in somebody's pub.
I think some people aren't a fan of that. They've left. More people are not watching now. Like, there's less people watching. Well, it's funny. I found it funny as fuck.
That was quite a crazy fucking one. The funniest story I've got, and it's nothing to do with fucking shit or vomit, is I was in a pub on a Sunday night.
On arse worms.
Yeah, I was in a pub on a Sunday night, and I remember just getting this urge. I thought maybe I might throw up, but I didn't. So I went and sat in the toilet, and it was a Sunday night, right? And I remember just going in the toilet. And then the next thing you know, I'm waking up and it's pitch black. And I'm thinking, where the fuck am I? So I'm looking around, and all of a sudden I see the cubicle outline, because there's a little light in the corner of a fire exit, which just slightly dimly lit the room, only a little bit. And then it's dawned on me, fuck me, I'm in the pub. So I'm in the cubicle. I think, fuck me, what do I do now? Like, you know? Now I know this place is alarmed, and most people would say to me, I've told this tale, why didn't you go and get yourself a pint? I knew if I went down the front where the bar was, I'd set off the motion sensors. But in the back of the bar, there was no alarm. There was no sensors or anything. So I've literally, I'm thinking, what the fuck? I'm in the pub. So I've literally put the light on, quick photo ID of the room, switch the light off, and then I've stumbled across the middle of this fucking room, right, to the fire exit at the back of the pub, right? And I've then gone up the steps to the fire exit, and as I got to the top of the steps, I've got the fire exit door, and I'm thinking, I know as soon as I open this, it's going to go ring. So I've just gone bang. And as soon as I did that, the alarm went off. So I've gone bang again. Like the doors opened up, and I've just steamed off up the road through the car park because this was in a hotel area. So the pub was part of the hotel complex.
Yeah.
Then breezed up through the car park, passed off another place, and I've gone up the top of the road. And this is the craziest thing of this story. I've got on the main road, and I'm starting to walk down the road and thinking any minute the cops are going to come, like, because the alarm's going off at this pub. And I'm walking down the road and I see two headlights come, a set of headlights come from behind me.
Yeah.
I looked at the car, and no word of a lie, it was my old dear coming back from a meeting. She'd been. This is like 12:30 in the morning. She's driving back down this road, and I looked at it. I recognised the reg plate, and it's my mum. So I'm going, hey! And she pulled me, picked me up, and we drove off. Right, right. She took us home. So a couple of days later, I'm just sort of thinking, fucking hell, surely somebody must know about this. Like, so I goes in the pub a couple of days later. I goes, I hear somebody was in the pub, like, not mentioning it was me. Like, I just out of general conversation. Didn't you have something happen with the pub a couple of days ago? They go, oh yeah. We think it was somebody who was locked in. Oh, I know, right. What happened with that then? Oh, he said the alarm was set off. Now the funny thing with this was there was two hotels that were part of the complex, right? And when I got out the car park, the guy from the one hotel had come down with a torch. And he's gone in the pub thinking somebody's broke in. As he's gone in the pub, this hall porter, right? The police have turned up. They arrested him, thought he'd broken into it. So he got carted off to the police, like. He's going, I'm the hotel porter of the fucking hotel. No, well, you're the first person, you're the only person we've seen here. Oh, I've only come down to find out why the alarm's going on. For about, I think the alarm was going for about 25-30 minutes, like, before the switch off. They have to ring up people left, right, and centre to get them down to switch it off. Caused all this mayhem, like. It was fucking hilarious, like, yeah. The funniest thing, like, and it was my old dear picking me up on the way back.
Wow. It's great. It's amazing how things work out in the end, isn't it, John?
I couldn't believe it, man. I couldn't believe it. You couldn't fucking do any. I mean, where I was, it was a main road, and I thought any minute the police car's going to come flying down the road, like, you know, and they'll see me on the main road, and they'll fucking think, who's that? And it's 12:30 on a Sunday, on a Monday morning, so it's 12:30. So, you know, it looked dodgy straight away. This guy walking down the road, but the first car that comes down the road is my old dear. Wow. God bless her heart, and she picked me up. I was like that. Hey! slightly pissed and bemused, like, you know.
I bet you were shocked.
No, I was amazed, like, you know. But and she just said, "Oh, I've just come back from a meeting, so I'm on my way home." I went, "All right, nice one."
Yeah.
And then I didn't know all about this mayhem, and then a couple of days later, I found out that people got arrested. Well, no, I didn't find. I found out that somebody had got locked in. They didn't tell the full story. I found out about the full story about 2 years later when I talked to some lad who was part of the DJ. Because what had happened was the guy who worked in the bar didn't do the check of the toilets properly. He just looked in and went, "Oh, there's nobody there." Switched the lights off, and they all went home. Right, and I was locked in the fucking toilet cubicle, like, you know.
What were you doing there all that time, anyways, John? It must have been boring in there.
I don't know. I fell asleep in there, mate. And in those days, like, that was like 1980, 87. So in those days, Sunday night, the pubs closed at 10:30. Well, last orders was 10:15 at night, and then they would close about 10:30, 11:15. So I went in the toilet about 10:15, fell asleep in the toilet, and then no one said anything about it. Matey was supposed to go around and do a check, who was the barman, who was the head barman that night. He didn't do a check. He just went and looked in the toilet. Oh, nobody there. Switched the lights off, and they all fucked off home. Now, I could have gone in there and helped myself to the pub. I mean, I had the pub to myself.
You could have just like went into the bar and just
gone in the bar and gone under the taps, like, and gone, well, I'll have a fucking pint, like, you know. But no, I knew there was a motion sensor going along the front of this bar.
Is there any way of not triggering it? Is there any way at all, or is there like, or whatever?
There was a way of doing it, but my philosophy when I seen that was to get the fuck out. There was no way I was going to go and. Some people said, why don't you just go and sleep on the snooker? On the pool table, like, and wait till somebody comes in the morning.
They would have seen you then. They would have been
like, yeah, exactly. Like, you know, but I just want to get the fuck out of here, like, you know.
Yeah, just go home, like, sleeping in the toilet.
That's what I did. Like, I remember the room to this day. The pub's no longer there. It got demolished a couple of years back. But this was like on the seafront. This pub as well. I'll have to explain. The pub was a seafront pub. And it was part of a hotel complex. There was 2 hotels, one at the back of it and another one at the side of it. And they were all part of the same company. So they owned all 3 buildings. Well, the guy I actually worked for a few years later. I actually worked for him, and it was nuts. Like, and I literally, when I got out of the toilet, I'm in a dark room. And I could see the bar. I could see they had some steps that went to the main bar at the front. And I was in the back bit. We had a back bit and a back bar, which used to go a back area, which was like tables and chairs, a pool table, and a little dance floor that was in the back of the bar area, which I could have gone in. I could have gone through that into the bar if I wanted to, but I just wanted to get the fuck out. So I've literally gone out. I've gone, what the fuck do I do here now? Like, you know, I walked down to the steps to go into the front part of the bar, and I remember these sensors on the side of the walls. I thought, as soon as I go on that's going to set off the alarm. So I thought, no, I won't go down the steps. So I've gone back to the back of the room. I've literally stood between a pool table and the fucking back way out. And it was like it's about 12 steps, 13 steps to where this fire exit set of stairs were. And I literally just flicked the light on, got a photographic memory of the room, and then switched the light off, and then fucking made me way across tables and chairs like that in the dark. Pitch fucking black it was. And I'm like that, stumbling around, like trying to fucking
knocking things over.
Yeah, like falling over a fucking chair or a table. Like, you know, I've literally got myself to the back of the room, and the fire exit staircase, which was at the back, was semi lit up, so you could see that as you got closer to it. And then there was about 30 steps. No, there was about 25 steps to the fire exit, and there was a kitchen on the left, and the fire exit door on the right. And I just literally got to the top, and I thought, what the fuck do I do now? As soon as I hit this door, I know it's going to go ring. Sure enough, it fucking went ring on the first clink. I think, fuck me, I'm going to get done now, man. So I've gone, bang! I got kicked the door open.
Looking bored out there, John.
Kicked the door open and fucking literally strolled out, straight out the door, up the car park, through the fucking, between the hotels, like, and then got onto this other road, and then onto the main road. Yeah.
Wow, that's a fucking great story. Fucking hell.
It's
then your mother there to pick you up at the end.
And the mother at the end. I had some fucking good adventures like over the years. Like, yeah.
You have to try and remember more of these stories. Like,
that was a good event. That was, I must admit. Yeah, but there was a lot of mayhem and that. There was people getting roused out of bed. There was people getting arrested. And there was a couple of other people who got arrested as well. They spent some time in the cells.
I was going to say, I'm going to go for another smoke. I think hearing your stories is making me kind of not smoke as much, which is actually a good thing. So do more of these, hear more of the stories, then I'll smoke less.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
good.
give us a few. I'll be back if you still be here.
Oh, I'll be alright, man.
Try and get Melissa up as she wakes up. Like that'd be good.
Well, she's got to actually click the link to do that.
Yeah, that'd be the wild stream. Then me, you, and Melissa. There'll be a lot of fucking laughing going on. Like,
We have been laughing already, like.
yeah. I always go a bit carried away when I laugh, which is a good thing actually. I like getting carried away.
Funny as fuck, man. There's some corkers there like that. So that's digging in the annals of my mind, man.
That shit story though. That's probably I would say it's up there with the sauna one at this point.
The sauna one, yeah.
Raking it up with a black glove.
That was fucking hilarious.
Where's my tobacco tin gone there? Oh, see, for fuck's sake.
We'll smash the door.
I fucking forgot my tobacco. Like, my tin was right on the fucking table here, and I must have completely forgot about it because I leave it on the windowsill. I'm losing my mind, John. I'm going crazy here, and now I forgot my goddamn lighter as well. No, it doesn't really matter. What's going on with this? What's going on?
I'm gonna have to pour another drink.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to drink as well. Actually, come to think about it, because never coffee or something. Actually, something again. Wake us up. Wake us up. Extra strong.
Reprobates. Reprobates.
Yeah. There's some mad adventures around Melissa over the years. Some crazy fucking things happen as well. Situations. Yeah, I didn't even have the chance of a sink. Spewed up all over the floor. That was bog standard behavior. That's not well. Reprobates. While it was in the room. Clinking of the spoon.
Coffee all over the floor. God.
Oh,
Hello. Coffee all over the floor.
well, it could be worse. I could get it on the computer.
Yeah, that would definitely be fucking bad. Almost happened the other day. Oh god. And I've got a mince pie as well. That's nice.
Oh, another mince pie.
Yeah, I had to get something that didn't resemble that looking like shit, so the mince pie was the closest thing. I'm back. And this, I seen a really nasty looking spider when I was out there as well, smoking a really horrible looking thing with a round abdomen with like this pattern on it. So probably poisonous.
Is it not raining up your way?
No, but it is looking cloudy, so it'll probably end up raining shortly though.
Oh, God, it's pissing down where I am.
How bad is it? Like really fucking like
Fucking
thunder?
teaming it down.
You may get some thunder.
Thunder's supposed to be here later today, apparently.
Yeah. Probably end up coming
It's forecasted for it. I might have to turn off my stereos when I go out later on.
In case the lightning strikes it.
Well, at the end of the day, I never really turn off my amps. I leave my amps on all the time, like. But if where we live, there's our area always gets knocked out whenever there's a lightning strike or sort of high energy sort of area.
Yeah.
I'm sure somebody around this neck of the woods has got a grow going on because we're the only area that gets knocked out of power. So sometimes the power will just literally go off and then come back on about 10 minutes later. It's not good, like, because everything obviously goes off and then comes back on. So
Well, that's only happened to me a few times when I've been here. Power going off. It's a bit worse if you play on video games where you're on something important or even if that matter and it just goes off, then you have to fucking really irritating.
Yeah, this area knocks the power off for about 10, 15 minutes.
Mm.
And this area, it's only a small area that gets knocked out, and it literally knocks all the houses and the street lights off, so it's all on one circuit.
Mm.
And it just literally, it's just like about 20 yards, 30 yards of power out. Everywhere else is still lit up. So, you know, it's a bit annoying because it just literally switches everything off in the house, and then because it all goes off suddenly, it's not switched off down properly, like, you know, where you just switch things off individually. It's like the whole lot goes off and then all comes back on.
Where I am, like, there was this one time where one row of houses the electric was off and the other row the electric was still on. I was like, why is this happening? Why is one row still on? We had that.
I'm like, why the fuck is this area the only area that gets knocked out? And I think there's somebody around here who's got a fucking grow going on, you know, because
your grow room.
Yeah, there's something using a hell of a lot of power. It just seems to knock out this area, and it only ever happens on certain thunder and lightning nights. Well, as I say, we're due a storm sometime today, like later this afternoon, apparently.
Storms rule.
I like a good storm. As I say, I've had a couple over the years here that have been fucking beauties, like, you know.
Are you a storm chaser, like?
I like standing out in it. If it's a good sort of like lightning strikes and there's like bolt lightning, yeah, I'll stand out in it. I'll put a coat on, like a weatherproof coat, and I'll go and stand in it in the back garden and watch it.
You'd get nice washed all that way, wouldn't you? Like the rain coming down on you, it would wash you. You wouldn't need to shower or anything after.
Well, no, because as I say, I've got a Helly Hansen weatherproof jacket.
Oh, they're good then.
Yeah, and I bought that years ago, and yeah, I put that on every now and then. It's only happened about 3 or 4 times we've had real fucking good thunder and lightning, man. I mean, straight over the house, like literally over the house.
Yeah.
And we've had a couple of situations down here, especially in the last couple of thunderstorms. We had a house that was about 2 miles up the road from us that actually caught fire. With a bolt of lightning hit the house and it set fire to the house.
Well, I had a similar thing happened where I live. This was years ago. This was when I was younger. Like this building, like I think lightning struck it, and then the whole thing caught fire.
Yeah.
And had to like knock it down because like it was irreparable.
Yeah, the house is still in a wreck to this day. Like,
you should explore it.
No, man, it's in the street. Man. It's in the street of houses at council estate. Not worth going there.
Yeah, if you get seen, they might not like it. They might not like you going in there.
No, this was a council house. Like it was in a block of houses. Yeah. There were like 2 terraced houses, and one of them caught fire. We had a thunderstorm here about 10 years back when I first moved back to the house, and we've got next door to the house on my right hand side. We've got these 2 trees, real old fucking trees. That they've been there. Fucking hell, they must have been there a good 100 years.
Yeah,
and they're fucking huge. Like, you know, and there's just 2 of them on this mound of area,
and one of them actually got struck by lightning, and it fell over. And luckily, it fell over to the right. If it had gone to the left, it would have taken out the front of the houses, easy. But there's still one of them there to this day. It's still standing, but on the mound of earth that these two trees are, there's the other tree still there. The base of the tree is like resting on this mound of fucking soil, like, you know, and the other trees.
I'm not going to get rid of it. They'll just leave it there. Pretty much.
All they did, like, at the end of the day, when it fell over, as it fell over on this mound and sort of went down the other tree, all the branches went on the road, so they came up the next day with a chainsaw and chained all the top of the tree off. And they just literally left the stump of the tree on this mound, and it's still there to this day. Like, you know, it fell over about 10 years ago. But yeah, if it had gone the left-hand side, it would have taken the front of the houses out easy.
So it's a good job it went to the other side then.
Yeah, it went the other side, and it ran down the other tree. So that kept it. That kept it. It sort of fell straight like that. Like. But that was a fucking corker of a storm, because I remember that night it was just literally fucking bolt lightning, and it was like one strike literally hit the road yards away from the house.
If I would have been, I would love to have caught that on film. That would be fucking something. I would have put it on YouTube. Me, like,
unbelievable, mate. Right over the house, and the fucking thunder, man, shook the house.
Oh, I know in different countries, like the lightning and thunder and lightning in different countries is insane. Like the weather they have, like in like tropical countries, it's like fucking crazy. I would love to be in a storm over there, like a monsoon or something like that.
Yeah, monsoons are great. Like in this country, we get it every now and again. We get bolt lightning, especially where I am. It's very rare. It doesn't come often. We usually get sheet lightning, which is like
sheet lightning, yeah.
But this one here was bolts, and it was like great big strands of it as well, where it would just go across the sky, like great big sky bonds, and then there'd be a certain shoot down.
Yeah,
fucking, and the thunder, man, was just whoa, after, like, you know, shaking the fucking place, like. And the rain, man, was just fucking hurtling it down, buckets, like, you know.
But it was like a river in the middle of the street.
I'm lucky where I am. Like, we're on a straight area, so we've got no chance of flooding. Like, but up the road from me, like about 1,000 yards up the road, like there's an area where it floods. Yeah, on the road.
Yeah. There was a lot of bad flooding where I live when we had like thunderstorms a while back. It was like fucking really bad. So like the whole street was like completely like fucking. There was like a tiny little stream. It was like a stream going up the fucking street, and it was like fucking. When you're walking, it was like your whole feet were soaking wet, because like I don't wear wellies or anything like that, so I just go out with my trainers, so it was completely wet. Yeah. I need like if I just need proper shoes, like in case anything like that happens again, which it will. So I need like to wear proper like wellies or anything that's like fucking that prevents water from going through. It's really.
The night when I left, last night when I left work, it was about 5. Yeah, it was about 6:30, and it was fucking pissing it down. I mean, it was literally big droplets, and it was fucking bouncing off the floor. It was raining that hard, and I thought, fuck me, I'm going to get soaked here on the way home. But I literally went to the supermarket and then set off, and it calmed down a little bit. And I thought there was going to be a storm, but the storm was apparently coming later today. So they say it'll be here about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, I bet you can't wait for that. Like, I bet that's going to be fun.
If I'm at work, I probably won't see it because it's daylight. But if it was overnight, I definitely like overnight storms.
I think overnight storms are better than day storms. I think.
I like them like this time of year. I don't like them in the summer, because in the summer, you know, the weather's going to change after it happens.
Yeah.
You know that if you've had stinking hot weather,
and you have a storm, it cools down a bit,
Mm.
and it seems to just change the whole weather. So this year is an autumn storm. So we're coming up to the middle of autumn, really. It's only a couple of weeks away. We're in November, and then winter time. It's on the 21st of December.
It's nearly Christmas. It's not even that long away, actually.
Fucking, I'm seeing adverts for it now already. I'm a big one. I fucking hate it. I hate Christmas.
Frank's going to be doing a Christmas live stream, so I'm guessing.
So I heard, like, I'm one of these people who just disappears over Christmas. I don't really go. So I might come on it. I might not.
I mean, obviously I'll be with my family on Christmas, so I'm not going to bother.
My family just. I've only got my brother and his kids.
Well, I've got my mum and dad, and I've got like a brother and sister. But other family members, I don't really bother with them. There's certain family members, yeah.
I've got family up north, like, and they don't fucking bother me one bit.
Yeah, it's like that was something like me auntie and me auntie and me uncle, but me
I
didn't see me dad's brother, but occasionally I haven't seen him in a few months. But
I haven't seen any of that lot, like, since my father died in '89.
Mm.
And that lot lives up north. I've got a family up north who's got a printing company and everything.
Bloody hell.
Years ago I could have been part of it, but my father died when I was 19.
You would have been minted.
If he'd stayed alive, if he'd looked after himself, which he didn't. He never looked after himself. He was one of these guys who whenever you said something about, because he used to always have problems with his indigestion, heartburn, acid reflux.
Yeah.
And he had it. He met my mother in '67. And I said to my mother about it, and she said even when he met me, he had problems with it. That was in '67, and he died 1989. And she said even then he had problems with it. And every time somebody said, he used to always constantly moan about it. He'd go, bloody heartburn's giving me grief, or my indigestion's playing up. And his twin brother, used to say to him, for God's sake, go to the doctors. Get it fucking sorted out, like, And he used to say, used to say to that, he'd go, I haven't got time to be ill. You kind of just wish that somebody said, have you got time to be dead? Because that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of me in a way, because it's like I don't really go to the doctor.
Well, I'm the same. Like I avoid doctors. Like I don't want to get me medication sorted out. But
I mean, I would only ever go to the doctors if something was really fucking bad, like something where it really affected this. A little bit of heartburn to me is nothing. I'll just take Lanzaprazole. Like
my father had it constantly, like right through his 30s, 40s, and his 50s. And in the end, he was like, I remember being in his car, like 1988. I remember sat in his car. No, it wasn't 86. I was sat in his car, and I opened up the glove box, like on the passenger side, and inside it, he had all these fucking sweets that were like Remigel, fucking Gaviscon, fucking Zoobs. You name it, all these fucking indigestion, acid reflux tablets. He was eating them like fucking sweets in the end.
Oh my God, they didn't do anything.
And they were, in the end, he ate so many of the fucking things. He gave himself gallstones.
Oh my God, I didn't even know the cause that.
And he had 3 gallstones in it. When he finally went to the doctors, and he was in agony at one stage, and he was shitting every 20 minutes, and he was fucking having problems. And in the end, my uncle said to him, for Christ's sake, go to the doctors. Go and find out what the hell it is. So in the end, he went there because he was in agony, and they did a scan on him. And they did a scan of his stomach area, like an X-ray.
Yeah.
And they seen these 3 little things pop up his intestine. The guy said, "Oh, you've got gallstones. You've got 3 of them."
Yeah.
And but behind that, there was a sort of shaded area, like, but they didn't really know what that was.
Yeah.
So he said, "Oh, well, it's gallstones. Now we can either do the medication route, where you can take loads of stuff for it and it'll piss out in the end, or we'll do an operation and we'll get them removed." He says there's going to be an intensive one in the stomach area. We'll do it and we'll pull them out. So he waited 3 months for that operation. And then they went in and they did the operation to remove the gallstones. And whilst they were in there, the doctor went, "Oh, I'll just have a look around and see what else could be the issue." And they moved his intestine around, and they moved another part, and then they saw the stomach area, and they went, "Oh my God." Sew the man up. So they sewed him up, woke him up. They said, "Oh, we've got some good news and we've got some bad news for you."
Yeah.
So the good news is we got rid of the gallstones, he said, but the bad news is you've got stomach cancer.
Stomach cancer. Stomach cancer.
So he said, "Right, this is what we're going to do." He said, "We're going to get you in the operation in 3 days. You're going to have to stay here for the time being. Can't go home." And they put him in for the operation. They removed half his stomach.
Oof.
Right.
Yeah.
And then sewed him back up and gave him a load of chemo and a load of radio. And he was all right for about 3 months. And then he then had issues. He was then shitting into a bag then, because he removed it from his colon, his intestines. So he was then shitting in a bag. And they said to it, then they went and put him in again because he wasn't feeling too well. He started feeling really bad. And they went in there, they did a look, and he said, "Bad news, real bad news." He said, "At the end of the day, it's spread to the colon, and that's it. Can't do anything, like, he said, that's it.
It was stage 4.
Yeah, and that was it. He literally lasted 9 months. And the operation, the first operation, they said to him, "If you don't have this, you'll be dead within 2 weeks."
See what all these cancers are like. I wonder what caught. Like, obviously, stomach cancer. There's many things that can cause that.
My father was 100-mile-an-hour man. So he literally he worked hard, worked his ass off. He was like the production manager of the printing, and he did more work than my uncle. My uncle's still alive to this day. Like, he's about 83, 84. And he looked after himself, and he had less of a stressful job than my dad.
Yeah.
But my father was like, my father and my uncle were like the Reg and Ron of printing.
Yeah.
So they were born the same year as Reg and Ron. They were born in August of 33, and Reg and Ron were born in October of 33.
Yeah. And
in twins, you have opposite sides. You have one side who's calm, and the other side who's mad. My father was the fucking excitable one.
Yeah.
Roland was the calm one. So my father did everything 100 mile an hour. When he was eating, he'd have a roast. He'd be eating it. He'd eat it within fucking 10, 15 minutes. Wow. And then he'd never sort of do anything to sort of let that digest properly. He'd be up and around and fucking sitting down, falling asleep. And he was just 100-mile-an-hour man, like, Well, Roland was totally different. Like, he was just fucking Mr. Calm, did everything. Oh, well,
I'm kind of the same way, because when I eat very quickly as well.
Yeah.
Like, when I eat, I never take my time. I'm just like, I rush whatever.
I'm the same as him. I like the roast tonight. I ate that roast in fucking hell under 15 minutes.
Yeah, usually it's around what it takes for me. Or if I get a takeaway, it takes like.
I just fill myself right up, and then that's it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get my diet sorted and not eat a load of shit. Ways.
Yeah, if you're eating all this chemical based and fucking preservative stuff, I mean, I don't think those roasts are 100% what we call legit, Because
Better
at the end
than what I eat, though, because at least it's got vegetables and that in there.
yeah, but I'm a terrible one for eating. I eat mixed veg, so that's got cauliflowers, carrots, peas, and stuff like that in it. And what's the other one? Broccoli
Broccoli, yeah.
and calabrese, I think they call it, and it's the other word for it.
There's a bit of a potatoes. Do you have mashed with it as well?
Yeah, I have roast potato. I have roast potatoes.
Roasties are nice with Yorkshire puddings as well.
And Yorkshire puddings, I have 6 of those on the plate.
Jesus, Yorkshire 6. I only have I should have more than that. I only have 2.
Yeah, 6 is great, man, because I can suck up the gravy with it, and I can
Mop the gravy up.
Yeah, and also put the meat in it as well. So you got the meat and the fucking Yorkie. Suck the gravy, bit of veg on top. I have spinach as well with mine. So I've got
spinach. I've never had spinach.
Spinach is on the bed, like it's on the bed of the plate.
Mm.
Then the turkey or the chicken goes on top of the spinach. Chuck the mixed veg on top. Put the roasties around the side, and then 6 fucking Yorkshires on it, and 3 on each side, and then literally eat through it from one side. And 2 hash browns as well.
Hash browns. I've heard people having them on there in the roast dinners before Sunday dinners.
No one's ever thought about putting hash browns on on roast, but I do.
I've never had it done, but I've seen stuff Facebook posts of people doing it before, and I don't know about me. I don't know if I would do that, but maybe it's not good to try once to see what it's like. But
nice. Another good thing to have is dumplings as well.
Dumplings.
Yeah, you get roasted dumplings. You stick them in the oven for 15 minutes. They come out. And you can have 2 of those on the plate as well.
I would have just loved to have seen you demolish that on Matt's Live. That would have been hilarious.
Mate,
I would have told it.
I got this fucking huge square red plate, and it all fits on there like a nice big mound of food.
You get through it in 15 minutes.
And I eat it in about 15, 20 minutes.
Well, I couldn't do that. Mine's probably what you described. Mine's probably half of that because I don't.
Another thing is it goes cold pretty quickly, because this house is a cold house, so you've got to eat before it just goes cold.
Oh, do you not heat it up in the microwave or something?
No, I don't use microwaves. You roast all the fucking stuff like the hash browns, the roasts, the turkey or the chicken. The Yorkie puds, and the only things that get microwaved is the mixed veg in water, and the spinach, which is like a minute. It's about 3 minutes with a little bit of water. That cooks it from frozen to a big mush of spinach. You get these square blocks of spinach. One of those will just be enough to fucking label the bottom of the plate. Yeah, man, it's fucking lush, mate. And then the gravy on top, as I say, I make up a special gravy with it, which is gravy.
It's got honey and that in there.
Chicken gravy granules with a cheese sauce mixed in it.
Cheese sauce.
Yeah, man. So that gives it a nice sort of lightish brown color, and then whack in some honey, whack in some tomato ketchup, just to give it that little bit of an egg kick, and then this hoisin fucking sauce, which is fucking great, man.
Honey and cheese doesn't sound that good, actually.
Honey and cheese is lush, mate.
Never.
Cheese sauce, mate. White cheese sauce.
White cheese sauce.
Yeah, it's fucking great. It's great.
I'm thinking of another type of white cheese sauce, but white fish sauce. I'm not going to go there.
Well, you can get white sauce, which is like parsley sauce.
Yeah, white sauce. White sauce, yeah.
But the technical name for it is bechamel.
Oh, yeah, it's Italian.
It's just white sauce.
Yeah, bechamel. They use that on lasagna, don't they?
But this is great. This is in granules, so you get white sauce with cheese. So whatever the fucking cheese is that they throw in there, could be some chemical-based fucking cheese, as far as I know. It comes in granules, like gravy granules. And I just put 2 spoons of gravy granules, 2 spoons of cheese sauce, and I've got some beef gravy granules as well. Whack that in, mix it all up with a fucking kettle of water, and you get about a fucking great big jug full of it, and then just coat the whole fucking plate in it. So it's swimming in it. And everything gets soaked up with the gravy, so you've got all the roasties all get nice and soft, and all the potatoes get soft, and the hash browns suck up the gravy as well.
I like the juices of the meat. I mix the gravy granules in with the juices.
I put the juices of the meat in the gravy as well.
Yeah, that's the best thing you can do. It just makes it all taste good.
Yeah, it gives it that fucking flavour of the meat.
Yeah, it's a lot better. Instead of just having the granules by themselves poured on there, you can just add all that flavours to it.
The granules, God knows what they make that stuff out of. They probably make it out of some fucking chemical-based fucking gravy, probably not.
I would love to make my own stock with bones, but I'll just take too long.
Yeah, we used to have. I used to work in a hotel. We used to have this thing in the kitchen. It was a fuck-off great big aluminium pan. Right? We used to have this stove that was dedicated for it, right? And we used to put everything in this fucking thing. We used to call it demi-glaze.
Oh, demi-glaze.
Demi-glaze, yeah, which is like a gravy basically. And we used to just have this stock pot in the kitchen, and everything went in it: fruit, fucking eggshells, eggs, fucking all sorts of shit.
Basically anything.
Yeah, we used to have where I work. We used to have a Sunday lunch, which was which was famous, and everybody. We had people that had been coming there for 20 years having Sunday lunch. So we had a regular crew of individuals coming in for Sunday lunch. Every Sunday lunch, we fed about 150, 200 people. It was a fucking hellish fucking shit to be on. I fucking hated working it because you fed the same pricks every week. And they were all the fucking same. They always wanted the fucking veg cooked as shit and mushy as fuck. Half of them were eating with false fucking teeth. You know, it was like, for fuck's sake, man.
I like my roast with a nice bit of firmness to them. I don't like them where it's all mushy.
Yeah, we used to have this thing where we put the veg in this bain marie and then warm the veg up like that, and then put it in the dish. And then we had roast potatoes made with lard and butter. And they were cooked in iron trays. And then we had these Yorkie puddings. We had a special secret mix. And the Yorkie puddings used to come out like that. Fucking huge things, like monstrous big Yorkshire puddings. Like,
I've never managed to make them that big.
No, this was a unique recipe. I'd love to find the recipe.
You could share it with us on live, and we can all have your delicacy.
They were huge, man. Huge. They were abnormal fucking Yorkies.
One of them could probably fill me with some gravy.
They literally did, man. We used to give people one each, and it would take up a big chunk of the plate. You know,
they would actually share that, like,
and it was great, man, because you could the bottom of it was soft and the top of it was hard, so
it's nice, crispy and soft.
Yeah, you could break them up, and they were big airy things, and then you could just literally mop your gravy up with them.
Oh, you're making me. I want to try one now, but I can't try one because I would have to.
I wish I got the recipe. A lad I know, like I used to work with years ago, he's the head chef of a hotel now, and he uses that recipe to this day still. And where he works, he does Sunday lunch with these fuck off huge, great big Yorkie puddings.
I've seen Yorkshire puddings like on some cooking programs. They are pretty big. Like, I don't know if they're as big as you mentioned, but I've seen like some ones that are really good size. And I've also seen the frozen ones. You can get the bigger frozen ones, but they're not the same. They'll probably not be. Obviously, they'll taste not as good. Frozen ones are okay, but I think the homemade ones are better, definitely. Especially if they're done with lard. Lard's amazing.
Well, we used to do it with I can't remember we used old roasting trays as well, which were like for making Yorkie puds. They were caked, man. These things were caked in fucking carbon. They've been used for over 30 years.
Oh my!
We had about we had about 20 of them, and they were literally caked in fucking burnt matter. The only thing that was like unburnt was inside where you put the stuff, like, and they were literally not filled up overfilled. They were just filled up to the top of the Yorkie plug thing, and then they would just raise up fucking huge in the oven. You know?
Why didn't they get rid of the carbon on there for? Why didn't they just scrape it off?
Because at the end of the day, you don't wash them. Because if you wash them, anybody who wash stuff like that, you just end up. I remember somebody tried to clean one of them one time, and it was just fucking a black mass of shit after they tried to scrape it off. It was just like, fuck you, just leave them alone.
Yeah, fuck that shit. They'll bugger that. Just leave that alone.
We used to have like no word of a lie. In the hotel I worked at, when I first started catering, I was about 18. I first worked in a hotel as an actual chef, and we used to have these old stoves, like they were called Scott and Benham stoves.
Yeah,
right, and they were fucking old cast iron fucking stoves, and behind it was this wall. Behind this, and there was like 3 solid tops on one side, another solid top on the other side, and a 4-ring gas jet, and then all these other bits of a bain-marie, a fat fryer. But behind it was this like area where all the gas pipes were, and fucking great big gasometer thing that's in the back of it. And that thing had never been cleaned behind, and it was like it was like the moon surface behind with just shit. Like, it was just fucking burnt fucking crap and fucking oil and everything. And I'll never forget it. One year we were doing a mass cleanup because we had no tiled floor in the kitchen at one time. So we had this concrete floor. And I remember my head chef, he was called Pat. And we were doing a mass cleanup, and he just literally filled up a tub of hot water and soap and just threw it behind it and said, "Oh, that's it."
That's it.
So that was, and it didn't remove anything. It was just still there, like this great mass of fucking black burnt fucking oil shit. You name it, all behind the stoves, like, you know, it was just fucking.
Didn't budge. A bit like that shit in the toilet just didn't budge.
It looked like the moon surface behind, and it was just fucking. It was. God knows how they got away with it, because I mean, we used to have people come around from the environmental health, like doing.
They mustn't have went. They mustn't have like looked that in deep. Like, they mustn't have like went
No
in there.
word of a lie, like when they finally got the ovens changed, which was like 1992, and they finally got the floor fucking tiled. This kitchen had been going since 1972. So, no, it was earlier than that, 1968. They opened as a hotel. And so you can imagine the amount of shit that was behind there from 68. And I started working there 1988. So the amount of crap that was behind those ovens was unreal, man. Oh, and in the corner, we had this fucking stockpot stove. Which had this fuck off huge big aluminium pan with its own little stove underneath it, and that thing was on 24 hours a day with stuff in it, and it would just be on a low cook, like just keeping it. And we used to use all the shit that was thrown in it during the week for the gravy on the Sunday roasts. Fucking God knows, man. It was fucking. The stuff that went in that fucking stock pot was unreal. I mean, people used to have that gravy, and it was fucking. The gravy was lush, but fucking hell,
it would have had a variety of flavors to it as well.
It was unreal, mate. I'll tell you, it was unreal. I remember one time, one of the manager of the hotel switched it off one time to save gas.
And we came in the next day and it was fucking rotten, stinking. You know, and it was like, who the fuck's turned this off? Like, and we found out it was the manager. And the ironic thing was the manager of the hotel at the time. He used to be the head chef of the kitchen, like back in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
So when we found out his name was Arthur, like, and we found out he switched it off one afternoon to save gas. But when we came in that evening, it was fucking stinking. Just got rocked, like over the time he switched it off, like, you know, it was like fuck it, throw it away. We had to literally throw it away, man.
Throw it away.
Start again. And this thing had been on the boil. I mean, this fucking thing was on, no word of a lie, 24 hours a day, and it was like we'd literally empty it on Sunday. We'd use stuff in it for the gravy, for the roasts on Sunday lunch, and then Monday morning we'd start again with another one, like, and then it would do everything, go through the week, and it would just have fucking everything thrown in it, bones, fucking potatoes, onions, fucking skins, fucking dead onions, fucking thrown at it as well. There's no good. Yeah, just take the fucking moldy bit out, and throw it in, like, you know.
Oh.
Yeah, fuck. No, we used to also have fruit salad with a bit of a fucking tinge to it because it was on its way out. That'd go in it as well, like, you know. We just get fucking boiled up, man. This fucking great big pan. I mean, it was fucking huge, man. It was fucking a monstrous fucking pan. And we had it, as I say, we had a dedicated little burner underneath it, which was like a single gas jet with it's like a 3-4 ring sort of situation, and it used to just have it on super low, and as long as and we had a night porter who used to who knew about it, and he used to go in every couple hours and fill it up with water if it sort of boiled too low.
Yeah,
and you say to him, you've got to keep it at a certain level. So part of his night shift duty was to go in the kitchen and fucking top it up. so this thing was just fucking, it was unreal, mate.
It was like a fucking cauldron.
It was a cauldron of shit. Every fucking potato skins, fucking, you name it, man. I even remember eggshells in it one day.
Eggshells.
Yeah, I was like, oh, man, we putting eggshells in it, but no. All bits of cheese, fucking stinking, fucking. Oh man, it was just.
How bad was the smell like when they switched it off?
When it was switched off, I think he switched it off. No, he switched it off one night. He'd gone in the kitchen and he turned it off, and we come in the next morning and it had been off overnight. And we come in and there was a layer of mold on the top of it. And we're like, fucking hell. And it had a smell on it as well, like rotten fucking corpses. Like, we're like, what the? I said, who the fuck's turned that off? Like, you know, he goes, Arthur was in the kitchen last night. You know, fucking prick. You know, turn the fucking stop off. No. Fucking, you must have done that.
You definitely wouldn't want to be serving that up anymore if it's got mold on the top.
We had to throw it away and start again. This thing had been on the boil for about, fucking hell, it'd been on the boil for about 3 days. So we turned it off after 3 days. So we come in, we come in on the Thursday morning, and it was fucking stinking. It was fucking worst smell. It was like a drain. It was fucking bad. Fucking bad. We was like, oh fuck me, what do we do with this? So we literally had to fucking pour it down the drain.
I bet it was a fucking nightmare, but you had to come.
Yeah. We had to pour it down the drain, and then we had to throw away all the shit that was in the bottom of it.
Oh, imagine what that looked like.
It was fucking rank as well, like all the fucking bones and
stuff that had been boiled to shit, like basically.
Oh, yeah, like, what did you clean the inside out with just water, or did you use any, like...
No, man, we just fucking emptied. We just washed it out and filled it up and started again.
How long did that one last? The one that you started
After that, we had to go at Arthur, like, and we said, "Don't fucking touch it again," like, where she kicked off, like, because he's the manager of the hotel, like, you know, we're going, for fuck's sake, don't turn it off again, but you know, and he's going, "Oh, I didn't fucking turn it. You fucking did. You been fucking so and so said you fucking turned it off, like, oh, you went fucking ballistic, like, you know."
Oh my god!
It was the Walking Dead cesspot. Yeah, it was the stock pot of death. Yeah. I'll tell you this: we had a situation years ago. We had this rumbler potato peeler out in the backyard, right? And one day the drain blocked up at the back. So old boy Pat was the head chef. He's gone outside like, look at all the drains fucking overflowing. When we went out there, no word of a lie, there was a couple of foot of muddy potato stinking water, like, right? And he's like that. Fucking hell, we got to get this down the drain. And he put loads of chemicals down the drain. He put some toilet cleaner down it, some bleach, some fucking lime away, which is like fucking corrosive as fuck, and a load of other stuff, and he's some of this pink powder and some of this yellow powder. And he's put it all down the drain, like he's like that with a broom handle, going like that, trying to fucking get the drain down. And all of a sudden, the drain went. It blew up. It actually blew up, and he's come back in the kitchen, man, and he was coated from head to toe. He was like that. Fucking hell. Fucking drain. He was. And he went. It was crazy, man. It was like he was just watching him. I gotta get it down. He's like that. Bring out the toilet. We used to clean the kitchen with toilet cleaner at one time. Like,
toilet cleaner in the kitchen.
Yeah, no word of a lie, man. He used to have this stuff. He had a bit of a fixation for Vortex. Now, you don't see Vortex in the shops. It's a toilet cleaner. It's a bit like, what's that other stuff that's around? Dettol. No, not Dettol. What's the other? I can't remember what it is.
Philippine.
No, yeah. It's like the modern Silk Bang, but it's called Vortex toilet cleaner. So one day, like, right, we were cleaning the kitchen, and he's gone, get the Vortex out. And he said, that fucking stuff is great, like. And I'm going, oh yeah. He said, I bet you can have a cure for AIDS with that stuff. I say, what do you mean a fucking cure for AIDS? He said, I bet you could fill a bath up with it, put some in the fucking water, put somebody in it who's got it, then clean them up. I was like, fucking hell, man. But yeah, we used to call him the legend. When he nearly blew himself up out of the drain, man, it was fucking hilarious. He come back in the kitchen, and he was literally covered from head to toe in fucking brown shit.
I bet you can fucking smell him from a mile off, mate.
It was fucking bad, mate, because we had the sink water that went into that drain.
Ooh.
We had all the oil that come off the fucking bottom of the ovens in a drain that went into it as well. And then we had all the potato peelings at the rumbler, because the rumbler went straight in it. Then of course drains from the outside as well. So when it was raining, you had water from the drains as well coming through the fucking pipes. Like,
you would have had to get a shower. You would have had to shower after
that.
He
come in, man. He had whites on, like, he had chef whites on, and he went out and he was white when he went out. He came in brown. Yeah. And he was like from head to toe, like, and then no word of a lie, man. The bang was, and it literally just threw all the water up, like, you
know, at the drain. he had all the fucking potato peelings, fucking shit that was in the drain, that had been in the drain for years. So that was stagnant as well. And he had potato peelings all over. And he was just fucking hilarious, man.
That was funny when away came in brown.
He went out white. He said, I'll fucking sort it out. And he's gone. So he's gone out there, like, he's gone and got this toilet cleaner, which was like some sort of chemical-based toilet cleaner. It was like some blue stuff, like, right? And he's put fucking loads of that down. Then he's got this other fucking this other stuff which was bleach. So he's put a load of bleach down it as well. And then he's got this. We had this pink powder, which is like a rinse aid on a dishwasher, and then this yellow powder, which is like oven cleaner. Yeah. Right. So he's got fucking 2 lots of that. He's whacked that in as well with all these other 2. So he's got the toilet cleaner. He's got the bleach. He's got this other stuff that was called Lime Away. Fucking God knows what that stuff was. That was heavily corrosive, like. And he's put all that down the drain, and then he's then gone there with a brush handle, and he's like that, and he's just like proper fucking stirring it, and then all of a sudden it just went, fucking blew up. Destroyed the fucking drain. What was that? Destroyed that. And he just literally come in like his glasses were. He had glasses on as well. Yeah. His glasses were fucking coated in it like that, and he's just fucking from the top of his head all the way down to his. He was just coated from top to bottom. And it was just like, he's got fucking hell, man! I've just blew the drain up. What that fucking bang was like.
I bet people would be like, well, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, we were all in the kitchen, all of a sudden we just heard this. What the hell is that? Like, he's just come out, and there he was, like, just fucking coated, like.
I bet that was a sight, like, when that happened. Like,
it was fucking hilarious, man. We were all in hysterics, like. But it cost the hotel about 350 quid to repair the drain.
I bet they weren't. Yeah, they wouldn't have been happy about that. Like,
they weren't fucking happy at all about that. Like, he was pissed right off.
That probably came up for his next wage.
Funny enough, we used to have an allocated amount of money every year for the kitchen, and that was sucked up that week. Sorted the drain out.
the drain got the money that week. Like,
in the end, what we did in the end, when they got the drain sorted out, we got the rumbler moved from where it was to the other side of the yard, and then we had this metal plate thing put in on the floor, so that all the peelings that come out of the potato peeler went through that and then into the drain, so they stopped all the potatoes peelings going down the drain. And we used to have to empty that out every couple of days, and that fucking stank as well. Yeah. Nightmare kitchen, mate. The kitchen floor. As I say, this place was a kitchen from 1968. And when I started working there, it was 1988. So that's like 20 years. And for 20 years, they didn't even have a fucking tiled floor in the main kitchen. And we used to wash the floor every Sunday. And we used to wash the floor with steaming hot water. I mean, boiling hot water, with loads of yellow powder, loads of pink powder, bleach. And every time we washed the floor, we used to wash half of it down the drain. And the floor in the kitchen, in the main kitchen, was like a pitted surface because all the fucking seal on the floor had been washed away over the years. The floor never got washed. It only got washed once a week. I mean, this kitchen was just fucking mayhem, man. How the fuck they got away with
with the things with the
Nowadays,
fire.
it wouldn't get away with it at all. It'd be like,
No, but even then we weren't getting away with it because the environmental health used to come round and do a survey every now and again, and they said to him one time, they fined him $4,500, and ironically, it wasn't for the floor. They fined him $4,500 for a table we had in the kitchen with a wooden drawer in it, which was collecting loads of shit off the table, like, you know, and there was knives and all that shit in the drawer. And they came in and they fucking get him for the table. Like they said, "Oh, that's fucking wrong." So he got fined $4,500 one time. And
that would have been a lot back then as well.
The floor didn't get sorted out until it's about 1990, 1991. The floor finally got tiled. Yeah. And when they did the tiling of the floor.
So how long did you work there? A few years, I'm guessing, or something.
I was there. I did 3 stints. I did a stint in '88. I went back there in '96, and I went there again 2001. So I did 3 times there. The second time I went back in '96, the floor had been tiled. And I said, when I walked in the kitchen, he said, "Oh, it's changed a little bit." And I walked in there and I was like, fucking hell, man. And they literally tiled the floor. And they did the floor because the hotel used to close for Christmas for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And from the 21st of December, they literally tiled the whole kitchen floor over that period of time the hotel was shut. So they had to literally go in there, rip everything out. So they even changed the stoves that time as well. And they had to fucking literally smash the stoves out with a sledgehammer. Right? They were fucking welded to the floor. Right? And when they got them out, they then found the fucking mound of shit that was behind it. Right? So they had to fucking get the gas board in to take the gas pipes out. And then they had to fucking literally chisel all the shit that was behind. Spade wouldn't do it. So they've gone in there with hammers, lump hammers, and fucking chisels. Just yeah, it took them about fucking 3.5 days to clean the shit up before they even started
fucking how the hell did it get so bad? Like,
the fucking kitchen was. I've never worked in a kitchen like it since. It was hellish.
I wonder what Gordon Ramsay would make of that. Like,
if Gordon Ramsay had seen that, man, he would have had a heart attack.
That's if he had seen that fucking store where you hide all that shit in there. Imagine if you would have seen that.
he would have gone, close the place down.
Like something out the kitchen nightmares.
It was worse than the kitchen nightmares, man. It was fucking. I mean, the floor, like, right? Because I say we had no tile when I first worked there. They had no tiles on the floor, so this floor was a concrete floor that was black by the end of by Sunday. Like, it was fucking black. We got all the shit off our shoes, fucking whatever fell on the floor, oil wise, food. It just got trod into the floor. And then we cleaned the floor on Sunday after Sunday lunch. And when we come back on Sunday night, right, about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the floor was white. Right? And then that was it. It would then last another week before it got cleaned. Yeah. It was unreal, man. I've never worked in a kitchen since that was as bad as that. We had no microwaves in it because the old boy didn't believe in microwaves.
You've done it the traditional way by cooking.
We did it all the fucking hard way.
Yeah. He made his work very hard. No microwaves. There, no easy ways. Just do it all.
And we had no aircon in the room as well. All we had in the room was 2 extractor fans on each side of the wall, and a fucking single fan in the middle of the ceiling that was like above the stoves. And we, in summertime, I worked there one summer, and no word of a lie, on that summer, we had a summer '88 when I was there. The temperature at one time got up to about 135 in there.
Oh my god, 130.
Yeah, and we were inside, like, and the guy wouldn't let us open the back door, so we were sat in there with no air basically, and we were just sitting there. When you come out, you used to wring your whites out. It was fucking soaking.
That could have been. You could have.
And they used to make us wear hats as well, so the fucking chef's hats were fucking soaking wet. You know.
That's bad. That you could like. What about all the sweat dripping and food and everything? And you could have like
Terrible,
possibly fainted.
Oh mate, I've seen some fucking horrendous things with people over the years. I worked with a guy. No word of a lie. He had his nose busted because he used to be a boxer.
Mm.
So when he was in his late 50s when I worked with him, and his nose blood busted out, so it was huge.
Mm.
Right. So one day, no word of a lie, he used to walk to where he worked, and that morning it was freezing cold. So he's walking about 5:30 in the morning, 6 o'clock, to work. Right. He's come inside. The kitchen's warm. As soon as he's come inside, his nose started to fucking run. Right, and he's one morning he's whipping up the porridge like in a bowl, and no word of a lie, the fucking nose dripped in the porridge mix.
Oh,
And I said, and I looked at him and I said, and he looked at me and he just carried on. And I said, fucking feel like he went, I ain't got time to fucking make some new up.
Oh.
I was like,
the poor fucker that got that porridge.
Fucking hell, man, that made me urge.
That would have had a salty kick to it.
No, he just had dribble out of his fucking nose, man.
Oh.
He'd literally come inside from the freezing cold. He'd walk through the hotel. Because his nose had been busted years ago, it all blotted out like a big sort of reddish fucking. It was really huge, like, you know. And he had hair hanging out of his nose. And
God,
all that shit. And he was a proper. He was proper fucking Hmong. I'd say. You know, he was like.
Proper scruffy bastard. Oh.
Yeah, he'd worked chefing, and in the end, he got a job working as a breakfast chef in a hotel I worked at. It was the second hotel I worked at, and it was a little bit better than the other place. But the guy was he used to work in the hotel I worked at before. And he ended up in this place, and he was about 57. And his brother was younger than him, and his brother died of a massive heart attack. He goes, "Oh, my brother," he said the other day, he's Mr. Fitness man, like health and fitness, died at 45, heart attack, massive. Exercise. I was like, fucking hell, man. But he'd come in, no word of a lie. He'd come in, and it might not. No, it wasn't the porridge. It was a scrambled egg mix. That's right. It was a scrambled egg. And he's whisking up the scrambled eggs like that so he could put them in the pan to make scrambled egg. He's whisking it up in the bowl, and no word of a lie, his nose was running at the time, and it dripped. Dripped a few drips in a couple of drips, not just fucking one. Couple of drips, and I looked at him and I was like, "Are you going to fucking change that?" I didn't say it. My eyes just said, "Hey, are you going to change that?" And he went, "I ain't got time to fucking sort it out." Like, I was like, "Fucking hell." I think I'll give this scrambled egg a fucking miss, like.
Yeah. I wouldn't like to get scrambled egg from there. I can tell you that much, John.
It's like Drew drop fucking scrambled egg.
Dewdrop porridge. Dewdrop scrambled egg, yeah.
Scrambled egg, it was scrambled egg mix. Like now I remember it. I'll never forget it. I was like,
you just added an extra ingredient to it, that's all.
he was a dirty bastard, like really well. I've never worked with I've worked with a few fucking individuals over the years catering.
Mona Iruka? Iruka's in the chat.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've worked with some fucking people over the years, but that was the fucking biscuit. That was dirty bastard.
Yeah, I'm not eating scrambled egg. That's put me off scrambled eggs right there.
Well, that put me off scrambled egg eating it in that hotel. That was especially that place.
Yeah.
So that was one morning. So God knows how many times that happened, because he worked there. He used to work there 5 mornings a week, and then he'd have 2 days off. So
people would have had some of his bodily fluids in their scrambled
yeah,
eggs.
yeah, he was a dirty bastard. And he used to hunt. He had a hunch to him as well. So he was like a proper fucking oldish 57-year-old hunch man. Like, you know.
How long was this? Was in the 80s, so you wonder if he's still working.
1980. Oh, he'd be fucking dead now. Like.
Yeah, more than likely.
Yeah, he was 50. He was in his 50s when I fucking was working with him. Like, so you know, I was 19, so he was like in his mid 50s when I was there.
Like
he'd definitely be dead. His missus, he had a missus as well, and she was fucking hanging. The absolute nightmare she was. The two of them, like they looked like the freak show. You know,
freak show.
We had some fucking characters working that place. We used to have a bloke who used to work downstairs in the bar, and he used to go in and he used to get all the slops out the drip trays in the bar, and he'd put them in a pint glass and he'd drink them.
Oh my god!
Yeah. We used to have real ale. We had best bitter in there, straight out the barrel, and usually some specialized beers as well. And they used to drip. They used to drip into a great big tub, and he'd get that, and he'd put that into a pint glass, and then he'd go around and get all the slops out the trays, off the bar, and he'd fill up another few, and he'd have no one of a lie. He'd have 4 pints on the bar, which he'd drink.
Oh my god! What goes through their minds when they think of stuff like that to do that? I just don't understand it, John. It's like
these people exist.
Yeah, why do they exist?
Well,
doing dirty tricks like that.
They walk among us.
There's plenty of them. Like,
yeah, there were 3 brothers. Like they were called Medlin.
Medlin.
Medlin. There were 3 brothers. One of them we used to call Butt Monkey because he used to go around and fucking pick butts up around the street, like, and smoke them.
Oh.
That was his brother.
I would never stoop that low.
That was his brother. That was his brother. And he had another brother who used to go in a pub and used to drink all the slops and leftovers in the pub. They used to call him the glass collector. That wasn't his job. He used to just go in the pub and just collect glasses for the hell of it.
Yeah.
And of course, then the other one was called Brian, like who worked with us, and he used to do the slops of the trays in the bar. Dirty bastards. All three of them are dead now, right? But fucking hell.
So every time, when I go on the bus, sometimes there's this guy I always recognize. He always gets on the bus, and he always gets on the bus and he sits down, and the whole bus stinks. Like as soon as he gets, the whole bus stinks of fucking shit, and the driver actually resort to spraying air freshener on the bus to get rid of the smell. It's that bad.
We used to have people in school like that. I don't see it nowadays.
Yeah,
we used to. I know one of a lie. In the school I was at, we had a lad who used to stink of shit. And you could fucking smell it. He used to walk by and you'd be like, fucking hell, man.
Not the same guy that had that gigantic, massive dump. Probably not him.
No, this was a different school, man. This is when I was in junior school. I'd never seen it after that. I only ever seen it in junior school. Matt was talking about earlier on about people doing the piss. See how high you can get piss.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
is that on his or someone else? Or is that Urban's or someone?
It was on. I was on Matt's stream earlier on. He was talking to John about years ago in school. They used to have kids used to do the piss on the urinal. See how high you could get it, right? And I used to go to a school where we had mixed race kids, so we had black kids in there.
Hmm.
And no word of a lie, I used to know a lad who used to be able to piss on the ceiling in the toilets from where he was.
Must be like a fucking fire hose.
He was a black kid, like, so he had quite a big shalom, like.
Yeah, yeah.
And he beat us all, like, because he pissed on the ceiling. We had quite a low ceiling in the toilet as well. So yeah, he pissed on the ceiling doing this.
But the ceiling was all yellow and discoloured.
Yeah, it wasn't nice. It wasn't nice because it used to drip off the ceiling.
Oh, no, go onto people's hair and everything.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he definitely beat everybody else in there with how high you could piss.
Now, you probably couldn't beat me. Like, I think I would have been on that. Like,
I don't know how you got how desperate you have to get to actually piss that high. You know,
you must have like drank quite a lot. Then, like, didn't like force himself not to go.
Just had a big cock.
Yeah, or a big dick. Yeah, big schlong.
Yeah.
Big monkey wrench.
Well, a well-endowed black man.
Yeah.
This is when I was this is at school. This is the same school as old boy on the bus, Robert, who was throwing up all the way to London.
Oh, the race sick Robert.
Yeah. The guy who threw up in the theatre. So it was the same school. It was junior school. Yeah, he beat us all. He used to piss on the ceiling. We could only get as high as the urinal. You know. Yeah, he pissed on the ceiling. Dirty bastard.
I don't know why. I don't know why they would do that. Pissing on the ceiling. That's just fucking.
Well, it was the strange things you do as a child. Like back in those days, this is like, I mean, it's probably totally fucking different these days. But when I was like 7 or 8, it was 1977, 1978. You know, in those days, you could get away with stuff like that. You can't do it now. Like people get outraged.
Would have been like
even back then, we were all impressed by it. Wow, look at that! He beat us all by pissing really high.
When I was around that age in the mid 2000s, I didn't do anything like that.
No one does it these days. Like, no one wanders around with shit in their pants. You know, when I was a kid, like we had kids in school who parents obviously didn't look after them, like because at the end of the day, they were walking around with shit in their pants. They were stinking of shit. You know, no word of a lie. There was 2 lads in our school that stank of shit, and we found out they had quite a tough upbringing. They had a mother and father who didn't really care, and he suffered, man. He suffered badly for it.
Yeah, I shouldn't laugh.
Yeah, blood stank, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell you, the parents are fucking space. I didn't give a shit. So
yeah. Well, this is when I was a kid. When I was like 7 or 8, I used to go to school in Barnsley. So Barnsley, Yorkshire, is all coal mining. It was pretty big because Maggie had
big up north as well up here where I live.
Maggie had fucked up the coal industry when I was living there. So we used to have lots of mining families and lots of kids who had nothing. They had no decent clothes. They couldn't afford to fucking clothe the kids. So this guy was wandering around with shit in his pants, and it was sad. Like he got a hard time through it.
Yeah,
he really did. And then everybody used to walk by him and be like, "Oh, fuck, hell, go away." No one ever talked to him.
It would have been proper miserable. It would have been right miserable for him.
Yeah, he wasn't. One of them wasn't a happy lad at all. Like he always looked really fucking. He looked really depressed.
I would be as well, to be honest.
Yeah, man, he got a lot of bullying. He got bullied quite a lot as well.
Nah, bullies fucking hate it, man. I don't know why bullies exist. They should just all fucking jump off a cliff. A lot of them.
I had a few individuals in my life.
Yeah.
But most of the time, I was a fucking at school idiot, so I'd say me getting beaten because I used to make people laugh. So
I just don't like
that just stopped. That just stopped it. But I didn't learn a lot. Yeah, I didn't learn a lot in school. Like I fucked around, especially when I was in my third year of senior school. I didn't learn anything in that year.
I didn't really learn much either in school. In fact, I probably learned more at home than what I did at school.
I just fucked around in school when I was about 13 and 14. I just fucked around for 2 years. And then when I got to my 5th year in school, they put us in a remedial class with all the fucking nightmares in school, all the fucking crazy people. So yeah.
Well, I've had a lot of bad people in my school over the years, like really bad people.
I've had some fucking lunatics in when I was at school.
Yeah,
absolute fucking loonies.
I'm not sure if you heard the story earlier on when I was on yesterday when I was on Alex's live stream, but there was this kid at my school. He was called Matthew Mitchelson was his name, and he murdered his mother, stabbed her 50 times, and he got like, I think he had the same kind of problems as that woman I was telling you about, like mental health problems, and they didn't do anything about it, and then they left it for like that length of time, and that happened. So he's like, now I think he's in some sort of facility, like
fucking locked up for life.
Yeah, I doubt they'll ever let him out again.
When did he do that?
2006, I think it was 2015. November 2015.
Right, so he'd probably got he'd have got minimum of 28 years for that.
Yeah, and I remember him at school as well. He was like very quiet, and he was like, he always used to have this weird obsession about like death. He used to talk about like murder constantly. He was like, I think at one point he came into school because like one of my mates at school was telling us he actually came in at one point with a knife. He had it like in his fucking pocket as well, and the teachers found it, confiscated off him, and he got expelled for quite some time for having that.
Yeah, we had a couple of individuals who did that. We also had somebody who actually raped a girl.
Yeah.
In our year.
Yeah, and there was
yeah, and that wasn't nice at all. And
got done for that as well.
Another lad got accused of that, who was with him that day, and he was lucky he didn't get fucking done for it. He had nothing to do with it. The other lad blamed him, said, "Oh, he was with me," and they both got arrested. But in the end, old boy got done for it. The other lad, he was lucky. In the end, old boy fessed up to it in the end and said it was me. You know, he said
that's the thing when you go to school. There's always cases where there's going to be people like that, even if it's like a few. There's like, you know what I mean.
He was a fucking head case, old boy. Like he
Yeah.
was a real fucking head case. He was a nightmare. He'd been expelled from 2 other schools before he come to ours. And he was literally in school for about 6 months. Well, not even 6 months. He was like 3.5 months, and then he expelled him. And he expelled him after that incident.
My school was bad. There was like, I mean, I enjoyed some of it, but some of it was like fucking those fights almost every day. It was like tables being thrown, chairs, all that shit. I mean, it wasn't really.
I went to a school, like, no word of a lie. They used to have 3 schools. So one was called Holgate, the other one was called Charter, and the other one was called the Broadway. And in between, there was like 6 football, cricket pitches in between these 3 schools, like fields, basically grass fields. And there used to be fights. I mean, full on fights of 3 schools in these fields.
Yeah,
and there'd be people like fucking mass fucking brawls, like, you know, and no word of a lie. The 2 schools that used to come and fight with the Holgate kids, they used to actually walk through a area with stones, So they got these great big fucking rocks in their hands, and they're fucking lobbing rocks at people like that. And there's nowhere to rely, man. There was one time there was about 25, 30 kids kicking off at each other from each school in this field. They got the police out and everything. Like, it was people getting wounded, fucking great big eyes out like that.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, man.
Jesus, there must be fucking that. Fucking hell, what the hell? No, it was not. It was not nowhere near as bad. That was the stuff that happened at my school was nowhere near as bad as that. Like
that was
Jesus.
full on Barneys. Like I've seen some Barneys in school. I've also worked with people who kicked off as well. I've got another good story of a bloke I used to work with years ago, and he was a KP, so he was a kitchen porter, and he was he had this second chef who used to rip the piss out of him all the time in work. So he'd be like just fucking swearing, shouting at him, swearing, fucking making a mess. We used to have a couple of sinks in the corner of the kitchen, and he used to throw pans in it and it would just make a fucking great mess. And he was just a fucking nightmare to old boy, like, you know. So one day, old boy's like sat there. He stood in. We used to have a plate wash over the other side of the kitchen, and old boy's just fucking giving it loads of this, rah, 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 all day long, right? And matey's like stood next to me in the plate wash area. He's going, I'm gonna fucking have him in a minute, you know, I'm gonna fucking kill him. And I'm going, fucking just leave it, man. Don't fucking do anything, like, you know, just let it go. I can't, man. He's just doing my fucking head in. So anyway, another 20 minutes goes by, and all of a sudden, matey's just gone, and he's wandered off, and he said some throwaway line to old boy, and then he's wandered off up the corridor, right? And he's where we worked, there was like a couple of doors, and then there was a couple of yards. There was like 3 fridges up the corridor, right? So old boy's gone off up the corridor with and he's come out the fridge with this fuck off great big tub of potatoes in ice cold water, all right? So he's coming down like that, right? So matey was with me, this old boy like the KP. He's just gone, that's my fucking chance. So he's legged it to the doors, because he had 2 sets of doors before that in the kitchen, the corridor. And as old boys come down with the potatoes, he's just gone, pulled the door like that. And matey's gone, oh yeah, fucking hell, about time you fucking did that. And then he's just gone, whack, like that. He's thrown the door in old boy's face, like, right? And old boy's then just gone, what? And the fucking tub's gone up in the air. Potatoes have gone all over the floor. Cold water's gone over in. In a blink of an eye, like, matey's got him in a headlock. And he's gone, bam, bam, and he's old boy inside the head, like, you know, right? And literally, the head chef's gone, Jesus Christ, get the police, bring them on now. He's on the blower like that, ringing the police up, like. And they had to prise old matey off this chef, like. And when they got him up, like, his fucking eye had gone up like that. Fucking bruise on the side of his head. Like.
I bet he got done for assault there just for that.
Got sacked, like, he got instant dismissal.
Yeah. He ain't working there again. Yeah.
He was out of the hotel that day, like, yeah. No charges pressed, like. Everybody knew it was coming, like, because at the end of the day, he'd wound old boy up for about fucking 2 weeks. Yeah, man. Funny as fuck, like.
I was gonna say, do you know Melissa's name there? Do you not think it looks Ty or something? Tylissa Jones.
Tylissa Jones.
Yeah. It looks her name looks like Thai writing or some sort of like Asian writing style or something like that.
No. Punches.
Melissa Jones, Paranormal.
Punch is still around, is he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's on the chill nugs. The chill nugs.
Chili nuggets.
Yeah.
Wow.
I might get some KFC crisps soon. Have you tried those?
AFC what?
Crisps, the Walker's crisps. They're nice. They're lovely. They actually taste like KFC as well. They're lovely things.
I'm still eating wheat crunches.
Oh, they're your favourites, aren't they?
Yeah, bacon flavour ones.
You used to eat them on Garrett's quite a lot, didn't you? Because I've seen like a few of those lives where you were eating them on his.
I used to eat a full-on array of food like on Gareth's.
Yeah, it was like he said it's like a smorgasbord of shit and that. And I used to eat.
Like, he used to say, "What are you eating today?" Like, and I'd just come out with a load of fucking stuff. I'm still eating that nowadays. I haven't got any mackerel in tomato at the moment because the shops haven't got any.
I've got 6 tins in the cupboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of them is like basil. It's like basil and sun-dried tomato. It's quite nice.
Yeah, I find that a bit. I tell you, the one I like is the one with the white ones. It's like in brine.
The brine I've never had. The white tin, no, I've never tried them ones.
No, you get the red tin, which has got you get the deep red tin, which is the chili tomato.
Yeah, I've had that one. Yeah.
And then you get the ones that are tomato, and then you get these blue tins, which is brine. You then get the yellow ones, which is
Sunflower.
virgin olive oil.
Virgin olive oil. Oh.
I think they're in green. Sorry, the green ones.
Yeah,
are
they'll
virgin
be
olive
green.
oil.
Yeah.
And you got the yellow one that you're on about, which is sunflower.
Yeah. The virgin olive oil one will be nice. That'll be nicer than the sunflower oil one, I think.
don't know. I find the brine ones are quite nice.
Never
But
had
I
the
also-
brine ones.
I also love the ones that got tomato sauce because that can fill you up.
Yeah. Well, I could eat like 2 of them and I'll be full.
I've got sardines ones at the moment because I couldn't get any fucking mackerels and they're a bit sickly, like the sardines.
The thing is, I have this small bin in my room that I'm in, and sometimes I eat loads of them. Then I put them in that bin, and sometimes I leave them in the room, and it's like fucking weird. Like,
Shouldn't be throwing the tins away, man. You should put them in your recycling tub.
Yeah, because they stink the room out.
But be very careful when you clean them out because they'll slice your fucking hand open.
Yeah, I have to be careful. Yeah, I'll be careful with that sort of thing. I've got plenty of times, like slice my like hands open and that on certain things.
They're fucking lethal, those tins, man. It's like razors.
You could probably fucking like cut someone's throat with one of them things.
No, just the way they are, like it's, the lids are they got an edge on them. You can pull the lid back and it's got an edge, but that edge is razor sharp. So
It's
if
a
you
wonder.
if you go around with a fucking one of those green pads or a fucking cloth, it'll go right through it and fucking cut your finger.
I've cut that thing before and they've ended up like pouring blood into the hand.
Yeah.
You could see the flesh as well on the thumb.
Yeah, that's what happened to me when I nearly sliced the top of my finger off, like with a bake-off foot.
Yeah, that was a lot sharper.
Yeah, that was fucking that. I had sterile strips to put it back together. I thought I was going to need it sewed up, but they refused to sew it up. They said, "Oh, we'll just give you sterile strips, like that'll sort it out."
And it's over there.
My finger was bandaged up for fucking 2 weeks. Like.
I bet the scar's definitely still there, I would imagine.
Oh yeah, it's still there. I can't show it, but it's still. I
Yeah.
can still see it to this day, clear as
Yeah.
a bell. And every time I see something involving cutting, or somebody else gets cut, I twinge. I'm like, ooh.
Mm. Yeah,
'cause
I've never.
I remember it so well, like you know.
Yeah. The only bad cut I've ever had, like this was when I was shaving. Like I cut myself shaving really badly. And I had blood dripping off my face and onto the. It looked like a fucking murder scene in the bathroom.
I don't do that anymore. I don't use those razors anymore. I got a Lecky shaver, and I
Cut my the cheap shit razors cut my face to smithereens.
I got one of those free-headed fucking round razor things, and I do my head with it.
Yeah, shave the head.
Yeah, man. No, I bought a 21 pound shaver from Tesco's,
Mm.
and it's fucking free-headed fucking round thing, and it just go ring, ring, ring. And then I got another one. I've got another one which is like a plug-in, and that does the face.
I'll just use razors, mate. I mean, I've got the better ones now instead. I've got like there's 5 heads. They've got like 5 heads to them.
Fuck me, man, they're expensive as fuck. They are.
Yeah, but they're good. They're really good though. Really good. The only problem is though, I get like these spots coming up my face from time to time. So when I'm shaving, I'll end up cutting the heads of the spots off, and they bleed. So
yeah,
I don't know why I get them. That's probably my diet that's causing them to appear.
No good for you. They're like those razors, man.
Yeah,
they're expensive.
Yeah, I mean, I like clean shave though, and sometimes I go against the grain. I go up like that instead of down. Up and down. Sometimes I go down, sometimes I go up, but sometimes I do.
I always go with the grain, like.
Yeah, but I've noticed it's still like a bit. It's got that sandpaper feel to it, so I just decided to go up to get rid of a lot of that.
I find Lucky shavers do exactly the same.
I'll tell you what I would love though. What I would really love is a cutthroat razor. You know, the straight razors.
You end up fucking slicing your throat out for that fucking thing.
Yeah, I end up like fucking a scene out of the Reservoir Dogs or something. If I
wouldn't use one of them at all, man. I've heard of cutthroat razors, man. They're fucking crazy things, man.
Yeah, you have to do it at a certain angle. I can't remember which angle.
As well.
Yeah, the leather thing you go. Yeah, but probably not gonna. I mean, if I were to get one, I would have to learn how to use it. But it's probably not.
I don't even know if anybody sells them anymore, do they?
Online, I would imagine you can get them online or something. Yeah.
I've never seen them around. Like, I never was into it. I've seen people use them when they used to get me haircut. I used to always do the back of your neck and round there, like with a cutthroat razor. I've got a spot on my back on my neck, like, which is if you cut that, like, you'll just fucking bleed constantly, like, you know. And every time they used to do my hair, he used to go, "Do you want your back of your neck doing?" I go, "No, fucking leave it." Like, you know?
Well, they could still do it, couldn't they? They could just go, "Oh, well, not."
They get the cutthroat razor, you do the back of your neck around this area and around the back, and that will then sort of blend in. Especially if I used to get a lot of shave on the back of the head, number 1, and then have a number 2 or a number 3 on the top, like. So I'd have a sort of like shortcut. I always wanted a flat top. Always wanted flat tops. My hair never grew for it like that, you know.
I usually get like number 2 around the sides and the back, and I have this at the top. Yeah, the style over. That's how I do it all the time. I've never had like shave at a barber's before, like. Just pretty too much money. So
I went to a shave. I had it done once, and the guy got the towels out after hot towels. Like.
Hot towel that relaxes the pores and the skin. Yeah, it's easier to shave.
And then he'd say something for the weekend, sir.
Yeah, very nice. What a nice shave.
You just have a fucking full-on shave, like cutthroat style.
That's what they used to do back. Well, they still do it now, but back in the day, can you imagine that?
You'll find a lot of these Turkish places do it like that. I wouldn't trust one of them fuckers. Like
I've seen some of them that do waxing as well. So like they fucking put like wax up your nose and they rip the hairs out the inside of your ears as well.
My old dear she used to have these crazy ideas, and she got one of these wax boilers. And you used to get wax in it, and then you get these like a lollipop thing.
Yeah.
Spread the wax on, and then put this pad on, and then just rip it off, and it would take all the hair out. Yeah, the wax was fucking quite hot when it went on as well. Like, you'd be like,
luckily for me, I don't need that because I don't grow hair out my nose or inside my ears yet. That'll probably happen when I get older, but not now.
Cracks back and back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why older people grow hair up their nose and their ears. I mean, I've never known any young people that's had that. Like my age.
You won't get hair growing up your nose until you're in your 50s.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Yes.
no. In your 40s, you'll start getting it. And then in your 50s, like I get it all the time. I've got to get a pair. I got a special pair of scissors that you can cut all your nose hair out with.
Hope it doesn't happen to me, but
I've heard of people pulling them out with tweezers, man. Fuck
oh,
that.
you get a tear in your eye.
Ooh, fucking hurts. That does. Yeah,
Fuck that.
fuck that.
I wonder what it would look like if you left it for like so long. I wonder how long it can actually grow before.
It do grow, man. It grows all out, and it'll grow out your ears as well. Like there's a little bit of in between your earlobes, like in your ear.
Yeah.
There's a little divot area, and they'll grow out of there as well. Yeah, I've had to cut that quite often. Don't know what the fucking hell the use of it is for. I don't know. Never really understood that. What is the use of having nose hair and fucking ear hair?
Maybe it's to trap the debris. I think getting you through your nose. Maybe it's a snuff.
God knows, man.
Something to do with that.
God knows. I've never understood it.
Hi, Dark Corners. How you doing? Yes, we are still here. John's yeah, I'll probably go off soon. Actually,
Yeah, please.
my stomach acid's getting really bad now. I'm gonna have to figure out. I think I've got like one of them tablets somewhere. I need to take one.
I want to go into work today, like, because I want to get rid of a load of shit.
Yeah, we'll let it go to 6 hours, which is in like 1 minute and 8 seconds.
6 hours. It'll be here at 6:30. 7:30, like
7:30.
I don't mind doing 7:30. I really want to go to bed before 8:00.
Well, we'll do 7:30. Then I'll go and may as well just go make another cup or something and have another cig. So we'll do 7:30. I'll be back.
Punches, couches. We good, Dan. How's that cat? Mr. Couches, how's that cat? Mine's sat behind me he's fast asleep. He's doing the same as yours, like he's now meowing for attention. Today he actually attacked me at one stage because he wanted that much attention. It's like, hey, what are you doing, mate? Leave me alone. Gee whiz. That's fucking smoke. Everyone probably getting up for work. Yesterday I got up. I wanted to go out early, so I didn't get to sleep until about 7 a.m., 8 o'clock. No, I went to bed early. No, so it was about 6 o'clock. And I thought I set the alarm for 12:30. Get up, have a shower, and then go in the shop. And the alarm clock went for that chair's squeaking like a motherfucker. I can't really do much about it. But I thought I'd get up at 12:30, so I set the alarm for 12:30. That gave me 6 hours kip, and it was. I was so fucking knackered. I thought, fuck it, I'm gonna stay in bed for another hour. hours, exactly what I did. Stayed in bed for another hour. Not good. Oh, Adrian. Don't I get a morning? Morning. Yo. Listen, did you have a power nap? You must have got a lot. What was it? 3 hours? 2.5 hour kip? Was it a power sleep? Those power sleeps are killers, like they'll finish you off real fast. I had the situation today before I was on the verge of having a stroke. Taking a bong. You fucking bong, man. Jesus, I can't believe it. Real stream is faster than putting the comments up than fucking you. Don't think he wants to say hello to me. Hello, Adrian. Morning. What's it like where you are? Fucking hell, the screen went funny then. Like, what's going on there? Fucking pictures going mental. Yo, Adrian, how you doing? Simon VA. What time is it where you are, Simon? I can't imagine it's morning. Must be late at night, isn't it? Where is he? Barcelona. What is that? What is that emblem you've put down? Can't really get what you've put there. Is that stars? Starry night with rain. Hey, Simon. Hello, Simon. What time is it in where you are, Simon? Can't be morning there. Dan, what time is it in Texas? City at night. That's right. The City at Night. Wasn't that a song? The City at Night. 2:58 in the morning. Jesus, Simon. You're in for a long sesh then. 1 a.m. You're not cutting any trees this weekend, Dan.
Right, I've got another mince pie and a cup of tea, and that's it. After I've had them, I'll be off to bed.
Mince pie.
Yep, mince pie
This-
at 7 in the morning.
Are they selling mince pies now? Are they?
Well, I got this from Greg's. I got these like 2 days ago, so I'm gonna have to get them eaten. Otherwise, I don't want to be leaving them in there for fucking prolonged periods of time.
Don't they have? Well, they got a French mince pie, a fresh.
Well, they make. I don't think they make them at Greg's. I think they just. I think everything. Well, everything from Greg's is like made in a factory, isn't it? So
Where's Greg's? I've never eaten anything out of Greg's.
Greg's did not do them where you are, like.
Well, I've never eaten anything out of Greg's. I don't like anything they do.
Greg's.
We have a company in this place called Oggy Pasties.
Oggy pasties. Oggy.
Exactly.
The volleyballs and the biscuit tin.
Exactly. Oggy Pasties. That's what this place is called.
Yeah, I've never heard of that one. Like we have Greg's, and we have one called Couplands as well, which is quite nice.
We just got a Greg's opening in the last year or so. We also just got Taco Bell as well in the last 12 months.
Taco Bell.
Yeah.
I've only ever been there once.
I've never tried them.
They're nice. I mean, the presentation on the burritos the burrito that I had could have been better. It looked like it was slapped together by a blind man.
I always remember I used to know an Italian lad years ago. I used to work with him in a hotel, and he told me a load of Italian swear words.
Like cazzo and fucking
Well,
vaffanculo.
Mafancuro's quite cool, like.
Yeah, it means like fuck you.
Yeah, Mafancuro burrito bastardo.
Vaffanculo burrito bastardo.
Yeah, which is fuck you, fat bastard.
Yeah. I might start saying that more actually. That'd be quite funny. I might go around. I might go to Italy saying that. Vaffanculo burrito bastardo.
Yeah, it is. It rolls off the tongue really nice. I mean, the way when he explained to me how it rolled out in Italian, like, it just sounded so fucking cool, man. I was like, Mafaculo burrito bastardo.
Burrito bastardo.
Yeah, I thought fucking brilliant, man. And he used to go in there, you go Mafaculo all the time, like in the kitchen, like it's funny as fuck.
Oh, look at this one. This one's called Fika, which is cunt, apparently. In
Yeah, fika. Yeah, that's another one as well. Yeah, fika.
Yeah,
Fika.
so Vaffanculo Fika.
Yeah,
Fuck you, cunt.
fuck you, cunt.
Fuck you, cunt.
Fucking brilliant, man. He had he gave me a load of fucking swear words, like, because I thought it was hilarious, like.
I like the Spanish swear words are quite funny as well.
Oh man, Spanish is fucking what a crazy language. I used to know a girl.
Hiro de puta.
I used to know a girl who used to work in another hotel I worked at, and she was Spanish, but she'd lived in London, so she had half a Cockney accent and Spanish. And when we used to go up, she took us to her parents' house one time, and her parents were in the house, and they were having a full-on Barney at one stage. And I said, "Are they having a go at each other?" She went, "No, they're just talking normally."
That's just a normal day-to-day conversation.
It was the way they speak, man. It's just so fast and really vocal as well. Like, you know, they were like they were having a full-on Barney at each other. But they were just talking normally to each other, like, you know. And I was like, "What the fuck are they? Are they going to fucking start laying into each other in a minute?" Like, no.
There's a swear word here, a Spanish one. It's called "Qui cabron," cabron,
Yeah,
which is what a bastard. What a bastard.
Yeah. They don't even say bastard over there, do they?
Nah, I don't think this. I wonder what cunt is in Spanish. Let's have a look. Coño, coño.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, yeah.
One of my
Coño.
one of my cousins went and worked in Spain. She was in Marbella for about 4 years, and she used to run a bar out there with a partner who was in Spain. And they had a nightmare running it because over there, drinking over there is 24 hours a day and
Non-stop.
non-stop. Like, and the bar has to be open. The rule is over there, if there's more than 3 people in the bar, it has to stay open. So there was always somebody in the fucking bar, 24 hours a day. So they never really ever saw each other. They were like sleeping in shifts between the two of them. Yeah. And she came back. She used to go out. She originally went out there to teach English to the kids, like, and then ended up with this gadget. And ended up having a bar out there. And she said, I'm living an unsociable life. She said at the end of the day, I'm up all night and I'm going to bed during the day.
That sounds like me. That up all night.
Fucking hellish, man. And everybody over there, they drink fucking heavily, like, so the wild bastards over there.
Fucking hell. I mean, I downed 2 bottles of beer earlier on quickly and I was drunk off of that.
You know what? I've done that myself a few times.
I just can't handle it. It's tolerance, isn't it? You have to be tolerant towards alcohol. I mustn't be tolerant towards it if I can get drunk that quick.
I had a stage in my life when I was drinking really, really heavily, like, and I used to. I think it was once when I first cleaned up on the gear, and I just went fucking mental on the drink. I used to just drink loads, man, and it had no effect. And I remember going to a drugs counselor one time, and he said to me, "How many units do you think you drink?" And I said, "Units? What's that?" He's going, "Oh, units is how many pints and shots and stuff." I said, "Fucking hell, man!" I said, "At the end of the day, I'm probably drinking 7 pints of Guinness." He's going, "Wow, he's going, that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 35, 40, is it 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40 units?" And I said, "Oh, I'm having some rum and cokes." He's going, "Oh, that's another 7 units." And I said, and some other things. He's going, "Oh my God." He said, "That's 89 units in a night." He said, "You're only meant to do 89 in a week."
And you were doing that every night?
And I was doing that every night.
Wow. I bet your liver I took some punishment.
My liver at one stage, the doctor did a test.
Yeah.
And he said, "Your liver's bloated."
Yeah. There's some fatty liver.
Fatty liver, yeah.
Fatty liver is reversible. When it turns to cirrhosis, when it turns to cirrhosis, you have to have a transplant. Otherwise, you die. Because you get all sorts of fucking
yellow jaundice, as well.
Jaundice is something called ascites, which is a fluid in the abdomen.
Yeah.
Really, and it's safe.
I used to know a gadget, right? He did so much coke and drink that in the end he was having these liquid bags, that used to have some sort of saline or something in them.
Yeah,
he used to have it in his stomach, and it would literally change the liquid around. And he had to have it done every day. So he was getting these bags, and it was going through and coming out. And
drain it out.
Yeah, drain it out and put it back in.
Yeah.
And it was fucking hell, and it was he was in a right state.
Yeah.
Never gave up the drink and the drugs.
It's not just drink that causes problems with the liver. Also, some medications as well can cause liver damage.
Yeah, man.
I can't exactly remember what medication. I think it's painkiller, a certain type of painkiller or something that causes
barbiturates will do your liver damage.
Yeah. But fatty liver is reversible. You would have to get a transplant with certain. Some people aren't.
I was at the stage of he was on the verge of if I didn't stop, like it would have just got really bad.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I'd end up having to get a transplant or something.
Well, I
So
was just probably got cirrhosis in the end.
Mm.
Yeah.
I've seen pictures of that. It's nasty. It looks horrible. It's like all knobbly and black and fucking brown and nasty.
Just fucking. I thought somebody having. I had a chef I used to work with. He got hepatitis A.
Ibuprofen. That's right, Simon.
Yeah, he had ibuprofen. I'd do a couple of those every now and again. Should fucking give up with those, really, no.
I think a couple every now and again. What if you're taking them like fucking religiously? Then that'll damage your liver. But like a few.
I'm doing them every couple of days.
Mm.
I get these fucking. I don't know whether I'm eating wrong or I'm not eating enough because I get these like headaches. It's only like a mild sort of headache.
How long you had it for? How long you been having this?
Like for fucking years, man. So it ain't cancer.
Yeah, definitely isn't cancer. If it was, you'd probably be dead by now, or you would.
Yeah, it definitely ain't that. Like, because at the end of the day, I thought it was brain tumors, but
you can get like masses like benign that grow in your brain. You can get benign tumors, non-malignant, that won't. Some may turn to cancer, but some won't.
Yeah,
the benign ones, so you can get them removed. It depends on whereabouts in the brain they are. Some of the places they just leave them alone, or enough as long as they don't, turn to fucking cancer, which they can do. But most of 90% of them don't. Same with like polyps, which grow in the bowel.
I don't know what it is at the moment. I'm suffering. I've got an issue at the moment where today I was like, because when I went and worked yesterday, they said to me at one stage, he said, "Oh, we're boxing up all these things to send off to CRT." He said, "Do you want to get rid of anything?" And I was like, "Fucking hell, man! I've got the shelves. I haven't got time to do the shelves." So I said, "Oh, I'll change all the DVDs in the shop." So I'm literally working my ass off for about 2 hours, and all of a sudden the sweat is pouring off me, like fucking raining off me. And my t-shirt and all my lower end, like around my nuts and my ass, was soaking wet. And I don't know what that is. I've been having that for a long time, and I don't know what it is. But I thought at one stage I was going to have a fucking stroke or a heart attack.
I don't actually know. It could be like a.
I think it's just to do with drugs and the medication and the fact that I've always had problems with breathing ever since during my days of doing silly things.
As long as you don't like sweat heavily at night, and that's when you wake up the way you're.
No, I don't ever sweat at night in my sleep. I don't wake up in the bed's fucking soaking wet.
Because that's night sweats, and that could be a sign of lymphoma or leukemia, and that's basically
me. Like
leukemia.
I got leukemia. No, I don't think it is.
Well, there's many other symptoms other than leukemia. You've got like pale skin because it affects the platelets in the blood. You've got like tiredness, symptoms of anemia as well.
Anemia is another one. See, I get tired and I yawn, right? Like today, yesterday, I worked the ass off for about 3 hours, like, and then I come home, and like I am now, I'm still wide awake.
Yeah,
you see me during the night. I've been yawning a few times. Now the yawning's just stopped, and so I'm literally still wide awake. But yesterday I get it whenever I do anything exhilarating. I get tired. I get out of breath. So I'll be like that, and then I'll be fucking sweat would be pouring off me. Like,
yeah.
I don't think I could ever do a physical job now where it involved me doing lots of work, lifting stuff up and digging a road or sweeping a road or anything like that, because I just get fucking out of breath all the time.
And that's the only symptom you've got. Nothing else. Nothing else other than that. No.
Nothing else. I've got a cough at the moment, which is because I'm starving.
Cough.
And I've always got catarrh. I've always had fucking build up of phlegm in my throat.
Yeah, that's because of all the smoking you've done, so that makes sense.
Another thing that I tend to do as well is sometimes I'll have so much phlegm in my mouth that I'll start literally urging, like that, and then I've got to hoik up a big oyster out of my mouth, like, you know, it doesn't look nice when you're in the street and you're going, and then just bringing it up this big fucking lump of phlegm, like.
Oh,
You
well,
know.
I was like that a couple of weeks ago. I remember when I was smoking that amber leaf and I was like coughing my guts up.
Yeah, since I started smoking again, I don't think it's anything to do because even when I wasn't smoking, I was still getting the cough and the phlegm buildup. So I've only just really gone back to heavy. Well, not heavy. I probably smoke 10, 15 a day. I'm not one of these people who smoke when I'm in the shop. I don't go out and have fag breaks.
Yeah,
If I'm out during the day, when I go to town once, twice a week, I won't take cigarettes with me. And so I don't smoke. I don't smoke during the day. If I'm out and about, I don't smoke.
You see, I have to take cigarettes everywhere I go.
See, I used to have this thing years ago, like that with smoking. When I was like really into smoking, I used to have these days where I'd literally withdraw myself from it, and then after about 3 days, I'd be fucking crying out for a cigarette, and one cigarette would fucking sort it out, you know.
Yeah.
And I used to always sort of label it down to fucking heroin addiction. Because heroin would last me about 7 to 8 hours before I started feeling ill. And metabolism would usually burn through it pretty quickly, and especially when you smoke it. It doesn't last as long as when you do. Well, it does last longer than what it does when you bang it up. And I never banged it up, so you know.
Banged it up like injection.
Yeah, that's it, injecting it. Yeah.
I know this, like some people share. I've heard some people share needles. So it's a bad thing you can do. End up with Hep C through that.
I had a girl I used to know years ago, and she was like, she used to go out with me dealer, and she ended up homeless. So I said to her, "You can come and stay at mine for a couple of nights." And she got into banging up, and I remember watching her one day injecting it, and she wasn't putting it in the arm; she was doing it somewhere else in her arm. And I just remember her like one day with a needle trying to find a vein. And I was like, fucking hell, man. There was blood coming out and all that shit, man. I was like, fuck me, man. I don't want to be doing that.
No, I mean, I've got quite veiny arms, but I would never do anything like that. I wouldn't even go near the stuff. I wouldn't even like.
I've seen it with people. I always remember a lad I used to score off. And he and his missus were heavy users. And I remember him one day cooking up in front of me. And he put it on the spoon and he cooked it up on the spoon. And he must have injected a good size of it like that in a syringe, like, you know. And he put it in his vein and he banged it up right in front of me. And I literally saw it hit him in a couple of seconds. And he was just, most people I've seen before. I've even seen some guy on a $5's worth nearly go over. You know, he nearly went. He went blue. His lips went blue. But this guy, he must have banged up about a fucking 10 bag, which is like it's like 0.1 gram, 0.1, and he literally banged it up in front of me, and within 2 seconds you could see it hitting him
but he still looked normal. He wasn't blinking or nodding or going like that for a couple of seconds. And he just like, he said, "Oh, it just takes the edge off." That I was like, "Fuck me, ow." I come very close to it once during the time I did it, where I nearly fucking had a go at banging it up. But yeah, never went for it. Like I said years ago on one of the streams, my cousin actually lost 2 fingers through banging it up.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that. You mentioned that, and like went necrotic and he lost them. Or
Yeah, he nearly had sepsis. That's how bad it got.
That's the last thing you want, sepsis. That can kill you. That.
You're right, man. He was on the verge of death. The doctor said to him, he said, I've got to operate now, ASAP." He said, "No fucking messing. You're going to get it done today. We're going to have to remove these fingers and your veins, or you're dead." And that was how fucking. And he had an operation that day. They took his 2 fingers off, these 2.
Yeah.
And they took his veins out of his fucking arm as well, right up to where he'd injected it, which was there on his arm. I can't show it because it's not in the camera. About there.
Yeah.
And they literally took 2 great big slabs of skin off his arm, like to actually get the veins out. He destroyed. And to this day, he's got a very flat arm. To this day, and he does any pictures you see him in, he never shows that arm. It's always out the way.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah,
that's definitely one of the things that happens when you do that. When you do heroin, you end up like losing your.
All he did with that was he banged it up in the wrong vein. The fucking idiot.
I thought you could do it in any vein. I didn't know it has to be in
No,
certain
you've got a certain vein. I can't show it because my hand won't come up. There's a certain vein in your arm. It's in the curve of your arm, which is perfect for it, and it'll go straight in. If you get it straight in, it'll go literally within 2 seconds. It'll go from your arm, up your arm, through your head, down your body, within 2 seconds.
You can do it in your legs as well, can't you?
Well, you can do it. You can do it in between your fingers. There's another one. There's another place that's in your groin, and there's another place in your feet. That's if you don't want to show you've got pinholes in your arm.
Yeah. If I was to do it, it'll probably be in my feet, which I'm not going to do, by the way. I'm definitely not going to do it.
I wouldn't advise people. I mean, some people used to say to me, like, I used to hang around with people who shot up, and some people used to say it's the ultimate way of doing it. You know, but it never fucking thrilled me. As I say, only once I came very close, and I said to old boy who used to deal with me, I said, "Let's get some fucking needles. Let's have a go at it." You know, and he was like, "Oh, I don't know." And then I was like, and we very nearly went and got some needles and some citric acid, and we nearly fucking did it. You know, but in the end, we just stuck with the foil.
I don't know which is.
They call it chasing the dragon.
I wonder which one's worse. I would imagine the injection. In fact, yeah, the injections would be.
The injections are a pretty good fucking hit, from what I've been told.
Yeah,
it works. It works within 2 seconds. But yeah, it has a nasty downside to it. It will last you probably about a couple of hours, 3 to 4 hours.
It's like a drug.
Then you start getting fucking ill.
Simon said that vid with those Russians having their leg bone cut off is a good one. Necrosis is a bit of a sod. Yeah, I think I know what you mean, because they have like drugs over there. I think it's called crocodile, and that really fucking badly affects your extremities. And yeah, it usually
you can lose your fingers and thumb and toes. Like I've heard of people like that. I've heard of people losing their toes. I've heard of people like losing their fingers, like my cousin. I've heard of people literally nearly die out. As I say, a lad I knew he's dead now because he died last year. And yeah, he literally went over on a fiver's worth, which is a fucking minuscule amount of gear. And he hadn't banged up for about 6 or 7 months, and he had a go at it with a fiver's worth. And he literally went in front of us, and we had to fucking get him up, stand him up, and wander him around for about fucking 45 minutes. Keep him fucking active. Because if he didn't, he'd just fucking go. He had blue lips. He went blue.
Circulation.
He went fucking blue, man. It was like, and his sister was with me. His sister, she's no longer here as well, and she died on shooting up as well.
Yeah, so there's definitely a lot of reasons why no one should do it for, like.
As I say, I had a little fling with her for a couple of months, and she gave me an infection. I remember, yeah, she gave me an infection because I can't really say it, man. What I did that day.
No, didn't say it.
But at the end of the day, it went all up the side of my face.
Yeah. Yeah.
And at one stage, I thought I had Hep C because there was a rumor that she had Hep C.
Hep C, yeah. Yeah, that's yeah.
Luckily, I didn't get it. So yeah, I was lucky there.
I think
there's a bullet.
Yeah, there's like Hep C, Hep B, and Hep A.
There's even Hep D.
Yeah, you're right, Hep D. I don't like there's differences between them, but I would have to look into my book and I can't be bothered. But yeah, there's differences, and I'm not sure.
Hep D is very rare. Hep C is regular. Hep B, I've heard of somebody having Hep B, which you can't get rid of. And I've heard of somebody having Hep A, and they had to shit in a bowl at one stage.
Ooh.
Yeah, to actually get themselves cleared up.
Hep A is a liver infection caused by a virus that's spread in the poo of an infected person. It's uncommon in the UK, but certain areas in the world that it's more common.
Funny enough, the guy I used to work with, right? He was from Newcastle.
Newcastle, yeah.
Yeah, he was a chef called Noel Grundy.
Noel Grundy.
And he came from Newcastle. He was my first head chef I worked with. He was a lovely bloke, man. He introduced me to Abbott Ale. He also took me in a pub when I was 17, and I'll never forget it because I was working in a hotel at 17, and I went out and he said, we'll walk home together because he lived near me, like. So he said, I'll take you to the pub. And there was this one pub in town. It was a real old man's pub.
Yeah.
And it was like a proper spit and sawdust place, pub without the sawdust, but the carpet was like a fucking dartboard fucking measuring thing, like, where you stand against the lines on the floor.
Yeah.
That was part of the carpet. Right, and it was like a proper old school pub, never been painted. It had fucking shit hanging off the ceiling, loads of key rings and fucking you name it, right? And it was a proper old school pub. He said, "I'll take you down there, John, and I'll get you can have a pint of Abbott Ale." So I went in there and I felt I'm never going to get served in here. And I went in there and he said he's with me. He's old enough, and the guy served me a pint of lager in there at 17, like,
I bet you felt on top of the world there, like, John.
Great, and he was fantastic.
Yeah.
No, I doubt he's still alive, but he was a lovely bloke, man. He was proper Newcastle. He had a proper Newcastle accent as well, like,
That's probably how you can understand me and Joe so well.
Yeah, funny bloke, man. He was a pure ledge.
He was the original way I man, Joe.
He was the original. We also had a gadget who used to work in the restaurant, who was an Italian guy called Fernando. And they went on a boat one day, right? No word of a lie. Went out fishing on a boat because we used to have a lot of fishing trips. And he went out with them. And he went out with Noel and another guy. And at one stage, Fernando saying, "I need a shit," like. And he said, "Take a shit over the side of the boat." And Fernando literally took his trousers down, shit over the side of the boat. Like, it was fucking hilarious, man. It was
some of the people in the chat don't know about that story of the toilet shit in the toilet.
No, I want to bring that up again, man. It's a fucking good. But
the giant thick shit in the toilet.
He was called Fernando, and everybody used to call him Nando. And he was he was a proper guy, man. He used to roll off stuff in Italian, and then he would also chat in pidgin English. So, but he was pretty fucking switched on. He knew the English language, so but he's still fucking he knew most of his English from us in England, like, and he worked with Noel. If he understood the fucking Geordie, he was halfway there, like, you know. But yeah, he was on the boat, like on the fishing boat, and he's like that. I need a shit. Like, they went, well, there's no toilet on here. You have to take a shit over the side. Like. And he literally did. Shit out the side.
Pull your pants down and show your ass to the side and plop.
He did as well. Like he literally took a shit over the side of the boat. Like, funny as fuck.
Hopefully, it was a quick one, like.
Yeah, fair play to him. Like, at the end of the day, there's not many people I've seen like that. But yeah, Noel
that shit would have been fish's food.
Noel was a fucking lovely bloke. I doubt he's still alive. But yeah, I worked with him for about 2 years, on and off. Great guy. He gave me the taste of listening to people like Springsteen, Bob Seger.
Oh, Bob Seger, yeah, he's good.
Yeah, he introduced
Hollywood Nights.
Yeah, Hollywood Nights. He gave me a tape of that, like of Hollywood, the album that came off. He said, "Listen to that, John." And I said, "Yeah, man." And I listened to it, and I was like, "Fuck me, this is great." Yeah.
Oh, there was another song as well. Can't remember its name though.
I think at the end of the day,
night something.
Yeah, Nights. Yeah.
Yeah.
Night in the City. I think it is, isn't it? I can't remember.
I think I'm not sure.
Living in the night.
Night Moves, I think maybe.
Night Moves, yeah.
Yeah, that one's that one's a good one as well.
But yeah, he introduced me to Bob Seger. Yeah, he's a lovely guy. Crazy fucker. We used to have him in the kitchen, like he used to do service at night. And he at the end of the service, we'd always have a table around about 10 o'clock. And he'd nip off downstairs and he'd come up with a pint of best in his hand, like in the kitchen. And he'd be serving food to the last table, and he'd have a smoke going in the kitchen.
And you were allowed to do that as well.
No, you weren't allowed. Not even then you were allowed to do that.
I thought you were allowed to smoke indoors back then, or was that like?
Well, yeah, you were allowed to smoke indoors, but you're not allowed to smoke in a kitchen, like in it.
Yeah, that would make sense because of the gas and all that.
But with food.
Yeah, the food. Because you imagine the butt and the ash going into the fucking.
Well,
food,
no, used to spark a cig up, like, and he'd have a smoke, and they'd say, "Last table away," and he'd take the smoke out of his mouth and he'd put it on the step, because we used to have a set of steps in the kitchen to the main service area for the restaurant, and he used to have the smoke on the step, the pint of best, and he'd serve the last table, like, and then he'd pick the smoke up and he'd go out the back and finish it off.
And that was his tradition.
The smoke was still burning on the step, like, while he's serving the last table.
And that was his tradition, nearly every night.
Every night he was on service. Yeah, you'd see him. He'd go downstairs for a pint about 10 to 10, and he'd come back up with a pint in his hand, and then he'd spark a fag up, and you'd be like, "Fucking hell, man! Wow, look at this guy." You know, and he's smoking it, and then they go, "Last table away," and then we used to be about 2 or 3 people on the last table, and he'd put the smoke on the step, and then he'd do the table, do the main course, serve it, pick the smoke up, walk out the back, and finish it off.
Like a boss, like a boss.
He was a proper bloke, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I
Yeah,
learned a lot of him. Like,
you never know, he could still be around. I mean, no, I
I
don't
very
really
much doubt it. He was quite a heavy drink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What time is it? What time on now? So.
But we're coming up. Like so.
Well, I'll end it if you want. If you want to go off, I'll end it because I'm actually.
Mate. I don't mind going at 8 o'clock, man. If I'm going to do anything, I'll tell you what. I'm going to do the tablets, and then I'm going to definitely go to bed at 8 because I'm not going to slur my words.
Yeah. We'll go off at 8 then.
Yeah.
Oh, Frank's back. You all right, Frank? Do you want to get Frank up for a bit if he wants to come up? If you want to come up, Frank, for the next 25 minutes, I think John will be going off then when he's medicated.
If Frank comes up, I'm going to bed.
Well, it depends. Like, because he might not, because of his migraine. Well, he said it's mostly gone, so.
Yeah, man. You want to go back to bed, Frank, and finish it off.
Yeah. It's probably best. Well, it's up. Yeah.
Migraines. I ain't had migraines for a fucking few years.
I don't think I've ever had one.
Do you not?
I don't think I have. I might have done in the past, but I can't. I usually get tension headaches in my neck because of like angle, like if I'm like my head's like this at the moment, and it's looking at the screen, and it causes like a lot of stiffness in the neck muscles and like headaches that go up from the neck.
I've got a situation like where it's migraines. I've only had probably I've had about 10 in my life.
Mm.
And I had one time, it literally put me in bed for about 10 hours. I was in agony, man. I couldn't even look at anything. They had to be in a dark room. It was, and I necked a load of paracetamol for that.
Mm.
I think I did a load of Anadin for that, and some I believe I think they call it or one of these other fucking unprescribed headache tablets.
You see, I'll never take any medication for headaches. I'll just leave it, me. That's where
Really?
Yeah, I'll leave it.
I want to do something like that, man.
Nah, I'll leave it. It depends. If it's like really bad, then I'll take one. But if it's not as bad, then I'll probably not bother. I don't really get them as often, but not like a regular thing, which is good because otherwise I'm fucking getting them constantly. That would be like bad. But yeah,
a fucking maniac cat. Fucking does this every now and again. Like he just comes up, knocks everything off the table. What are you meowing at me for?
I've been in bed since Monday night. First migraine I had in 10 years. Wow, Jesus.
Yeah. What? Hear him meowing?
Yeah. He doesn't seem happy, like.
No, he wants to go out, but he won't go out because he knows the weather's shit. He's got food. He just comes over and gives me a load of grief.
He likes to moan at you.
Yeah, he's a bugger, he is. He'll literally come in and howl the place down.
Grumpy cat.
No, he's not grumpy. He's just a very vocal cat.
Yeah.
So he'll just come in and he'll just meow at me for no reason.
I wonder what he's saying in cat. Like cats.
He's probably saying to me, "I'm dying for a piss. I want to go out."
But it's like, is it still raining out there?
It was pissing down with rain earlier on, and he went out and got soaked. So he literally went out and did what he had to do, and then came back in, which is rare, really. You know.
It's not like that over here at the moment. It probably will be later, but I hope it is because I'll actually like the rain and lightning and thunder and that.
See, what it is at the moment is it's becoming light. So the daylight's sort of showing, and he likes going out when it's light.
Mm.
He's one of these cats. I can't get the fucker in when it's summertime. He's out 24 hours a day almost.
Yeah.
But when it's wintertime, like now, and it's early nights are coming in, like he then starts coming in the house all the time. And
Most
the
of the
motor,
cats around here are always out at night time for some reason. I think some cats prefer during the day, some prefer during the night. It just depends on what the because they're all
mine,
different. They'll have different.
mine has this thing like where he won't walk along the floor. He's one of these high up cats, so he'll just jump on every surface just to avoid the floor.
Hmm.
Don't know why he does it. He just doesn't like walking on. He's not like a cat. I can't feed him on the fucking floor because he won't eat anything off the floor.
He's
So
like
he has to eat off the kitchen surface, like in a bowl.
so he likes it high. He likes it high up. So he's like the alley law of cats.
He's like the high up cat. Yeah, he just likes being up on things. So like what he just did a minute ago, jumping up in front of me, like, trying to wreck the table.
He's probably a good climber as well. He can climb anything.
No, he's not a climber. He just likes being high up. He'll jump up on things, but he's one of these small podgy cats. So he'll struggle. You'll see him do 2 jumps, and then he'll get up.
Some can get up quite quickly. I've seen some cats jump up really fucking fast, up walls and that.
He's looking at me at the moment, like he's giving me this look, like he's going, "Hey," and then he's looking at my speakers now because he wants to jump on them.
He knows you're talking about him.
Yeah, he nearly wrecked one of my speakers one day, like because he. Another time, when I first got my TV, he was like sat on my lap, and he'd seen something on the TV, and he jumped at the TV, and I was like, "Fucking, what are you doing?" Like that. And the TV's gone ring, ring.
Like rocking back and
Yeah, it was rocking back and forth, man. If it wasn't for the fact that I blue tacked the TV to the fucking table stand, he would have pulled it over.
And that would have been fucking that.
That would have been the TV fuck, like. Yeah.
He wouldn't have been happy.
I don't know what the fuck he'd seen on it. I think he'd seen a bird on it or something like that, and he just went for it.
He must have thought it was real.
I used to have a cat who used to watch snooker, and he used to chase the balls as they went for the pockets.
They all have they all have their own different personalities and what they like and that, don't they? I mean, I've never owned a cat. I would love to own a cat at some point, but
As I say, they're a 24-hour thing. He sleeps now a lot. Like now he's sleeping a lot on the kitchen surface, or he'll sleep on me. But I can't leave him alone for like any longer than 2 days. If he's got food, like dry food, he's all right. He'll just come in and eat some dry food, drink some water, and fuck off out again. But I can't leave him for any longer than 2 days, or he won't eat the dry food. He'll just stay out the house all the time because he knows I'm not in.
So he's only in when you're in.
But when he comes in, he has this tendency to go like that. You know? Yeah, he's fucking howling. Like he's a very quiet cat.
Morning, Liam.
He doesn't really howl that often, but when he does, he'll fucking howl loud. You know.
Yeah. Puncher said that's your new national anthem, the Crazy John anthem.
My national anthem is Ring. You should do that a lot. Ring.
Ring.
We used to have it. We used to describe it as a way of a swerve. So you got a bit of a swerve in your step. So it'd be like swerve, ring,
Swearing.
ring.
Swearing.
There's lots of crazy things like when it was off my head, like
Yeah, imagine those days. Being around John back in those days, that'd be mad.
Done some fucking crazy things like over the years, like some real fucking mad things.
No, I haven't done any of the mad things.
Some things that that people used to go, fucking hell, really?
I'm a bit of a wild man.
Not really wild. I've never been wild or excitable. I've just been funny, crazy. Yeah, and a little bit fucking sideways. Like usually like when I was like, we had a bit of a session. We had a period of time where we were partying every day. And I think that's one reason why I'm fucked up permanently with sleep problems to this day, because we done 2 months of it solid, where we just went out every night. We did pills every night, and we were just heavily drinking. And I'll probably get about 2 hours minimalist kip, or these 45-minute power naps, which are a fucking killer, man. If you ever get into power naps, never done them for a long time. Power naps.
I've done power naps before.
Yeah. I mean, they're fucking hard to get out of. Yeah. But yeah, and we had a bit of a session. We did 2 months. There was about 7 of us, and I had the transport. So we used to just go out every night, and I didn't drink, but I did lots of pills. Yeah, as I say, the most I've done in one night was 10.
10,
but I've known people do 35.
35, fucking hell.
Yeah,
I'm surprised nothing bad happened. Like, you take 35 pills, like, there must have been, like, not the good ones, I would imagine.
They were fucking pretty shit.
Yeah.
And we were working in a nightclub, and we had these 2 lads who were glass collectors. And you can imagine the clubs, we had a 650 capacity club. The club's fucking heaving. The bar's running dry of glasses. We're going, where the fuck are they? Like, can't find where these 2 guys are supposed to be collecting glasses. In the end, we found them in the cellar downstairs, like that, hiding away, man. They were fucking wired, coming up like fucking. They were rushing their nuts off, like. They were like that. And we're going, what's the fucking matter? Whoa, fucking can't go out. It's just too hectic. They were saying, what are you doing, like? And he's going, what? I said, what are you doing? And he goes, oh man, we just done a load of pills. I said, how many have you done? He's going, 35. I went, what? You're fucking nuts, man. Why are you doing? Don't jump that fucking way. Hey! What are you doing? Don't go fucking behind there, man. You'll end up fucking the computer up. Get down. What do you want? You got food. Go over there. I'm going crazy, mate. You're gonna wreck things in a minute. I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna end up fucking things up.
You may have to end this shortly before your cat destroys the computer.
I don't know what he wants to do. If I go out, he's just giving me grief, like, and he's doing some weird running around. I've had him one time.
I don't think he's done this before online, or he might have done. I can't remember.
No, he's done it a couple of times, but he's also done these crazy things where he tries and jumps up on shelves, like where my DVDs are.
Yeah.
And he does it wrong, man. He'll just bring everything down, like, and that will cause major fucking problems, like. And a minute ago, he was just sniffing around the back of the computer, which is not good one bit, because that. Oh man, what are you doing? Fucking mad. Yeah.
Yeah, what's he like? What's he like?
Fucking mad, like. You're famous for the boom. Yeah, booms. I've had a lot of booms in my time, Frank.
Booms.
Booms.
Boom. Yeah.
When things go boom.
Bang.
What you want? Shut up. It's got food. I can't eat. The weather's shit, mate. No point going out.
Yeah, may as well just stay there.
Might as well just sit down and go back to sleep.
I wonder how often cats sleep for. Is it like only a few hours? I've never owned one, so
I've seen 12 hours a day.
Oh my god! I wish I could fucking have that much sleep.
He has this terrible tendency of sleep. When it's summertime, he'll just go and sleep in the back garden.
Yeah.
And at one time, he had this tick in the side of his skin where he'd been sleeping on the grass.
Yeah.
I had to pull this fucking thing out of his neck. Yeah, tick.
Didn't not get have a rash there a few days later or anything like that. So it wasn't one of them. Like,
he was lucky there. Yeah.
Because I got bit by a tick a few years ago, and like I thought I had Lyme's disease.
Yeah, I know a lad who's got Lyme's disease.
Yeah, caused by tick bites.
He got bit by a horsefly.
Horsefly. I always thought it was ticks that carry Lyme's disease.
Horseflies are pretty big for it, and if you get it, you've got to do something about it within the first couple of hours of getting bit. If you leave it, it'll never cure, and you'll get Lyme's disease, and then you start going fucking nuts.
Yeah, you lose your memories, goes funny. You get really bad joint pains as well.
He's got joint pains. He's got problems with his brain. He loses the plot.
Yeah.
And, not so long back, he ended up in hospital with breathing difficulties.
Yeah.
I
thought it was more of a neurological thing.
More of a neurological, but it started affecting his breathing.
So it must have the virus must have spread.
Well, it's pretty bad. Like he did nothing about it for
yeah.
I think only in the last sort of 10 years is he finally done something about it. But yeah, you're supposed to treat him within the first 2 hours of getting bit. Well, under 2 hours. And you might get a chance of it getting sorted out. But
so you may be able to keep it under control now, but not fully cured.
He's like that. So he's loopy loo like.
Yeah, loopy loo.
He's gone like he's on it. Proper lost it.
Can't you get Lyme's from rats pissing, swimming in river, or is that something else? That's Weil's disease.
I don't remember the rats pissing in.
That's something called Weil's disease. You get that from basically what you said there. Yeah, that's
Weil's disease. Yeah,
that's that. Nasty that as well. You wouldn't want that. Probably not as bad as Lyme's disease, but I still wouldn't want that. Like I wouldn't want either one because both can make you that ill. You wouldn't want to live anymore.
Lyme's disease, as I say, old boy's he's suffering. It's a shame, really, because he's got a fucking wicked sound system, and he's got this huge sound system, and he goes out do shows with massive, and it's fucking 35 to 40 K's worth of sound, and he's built this up from fucking scratch. And
so that's his passion. That's his thing.
That's his passion, man. Yeah, he used to work for a company called Opus Audio, and he's got all this Opus sound rig. He's got about 5 great big bass bins with Void bass speakers in them. He's got these other he managed to get some of these KV amps, which are made by Crown KV amps. We had them in a club that we used to go to back in the 90s, and he managed to get 3 amps from that club. The KV amps, man, they're fucking kick ass, man. They're fucking serious sound. But, yeah, and he managed to get a load of Opus fucking speakers as well. So he's got about 7 Opus speakers. He's got 2 Opus amps now, and a couple of Crown amps, a PV amp.
I would like to play fucking rock music and heavy metal on those kinds of amps. That'd be fucking loud and
mainly when the Opus was mainly nightclubs.
Heavy metal music would have sounded okay on them still, wouldn't it? Or was it
heavy metal it would sound great if you've got it right.
Yeah,
it'll sound great. We used to have, as I say, every club I went to or worked in had Opus, and Opus was, it kicks ass, man. It's a fucking great sound system. and really unknown. I mean, if you have other things, you have these other systems. I can't remember what one of them is, but it's fucking really tinted. But Opus is nice and flat and nice and low, so the top end don't really hurt your ears. The bass will just go right through you, man. It just rumbles right through you. Beautiful.
That's how it's meant to be. I like it when you have a feeling.
JBL. I worked in a nightclub that had a JBL sound system, and it fucking hurt your ears.
And get tinnitus for all that.
I was lucky we didn't have tinnitus, but I managed to get the system sorted out, and then we had this compressor on it, and we managed to get the compressor sorted out as well. And it was once we got that sorted out.
I've got tinnitus, sadly, so.
And the system was fucking rocking.
Tinnitus happens though.
Yeah, we had one place, like, no word of a lie. I was fiddling around with a sound system one day, and I flicked this button and nearly deafened mate in the club, like, because he was mixing away, and we had the system up, like, and I just went, oh, I wonder what that does. Click, and he gone, fucking hell! He had headphones on as well, and it fucking hurt his ears even then.
Oof, you end up with like a perforated eardrum.
Yeah, because the headphones luckily saved the huge blast. I was lucky I didn't destroy any of the cones that day doing that.
That would have been a bit of a costly error.
It was a bit, yeah, he was hell of a loud man, I tell you.
Oh, fucking hell.
We used to have private parties in the club, like. So when I worked in a nightclub, I had the keys at one stage, but before I had the keys, there was another lad, and then we used to have private parties in it. And at one night, no word of a lie, it was a Monday night because the club wasn't open on Monday. We had about 7 of us in the club, and we had the sound system on so loud in there. There was people queuing up trying to get in. The doors were closed and everything. Like they thought the club was open. We were in there having our own private party, like fucked up.
I would love to have like a private party in a giant nightclub. That'd be cool.
Yeah,
do what you want.
It wasn't a giant club, as I say. It was only about 650 capacity. But yeah, it was in an old courthouse. Lovely place, like. But yeah, what a buzz. I walked out of that place one day with 9 crates of Hofmeister beer.
Hofmeister, I've never heard of that one. Is that any good?
Yeah. About 3, I think it's about 4.2, I think it is percent.
Yeah. Well, that beer I've got there is 4.3.
We had an order, like some bloke put an order in, and instead of putting in for 9 crates, he put 19 crates. They got 19 crates of Hofmeister, right? Hardly anybody drank the fucking stuff. So we had all this Hofmeister in the club, and it went out of date because it was still in there. It was a cock up on the order. So the club we was coming up to being sold. So I said to May, who owned the club, I said, I'll have all those beers. I'll get rid of them for you right now. He's gone, no, I won't do that. So he tried to sell them one night for 50p a bottle. Nobody bought them. So I said, I'll have them off you. I'll just get rid of them over, one afternoon. And I walked out of there with, no word of a lie, I walked out of there with, I think it was, 19 crates. Not 19 crates. I walked out of there with 12. Yeah, 12 crates of Hofmeister. And I gave it to my mate and I said, here, have these. And they had a fuck off great big party around his house that weekend. And they drank it. They drank all of it in under 20 hours. No, not 20 hours. In under 15 hours, they drank the fucking lot.
How many was there? There must have been quite a few. I'm guessing for them to drink all that quickly.
Yeah, man. We went. My mate, the fisherman guy I keep mentioning, his name's Adam. His mother went away with his stepfather to Canada for a holiday for 2 weeks. So he was looking after his mother's house, right? And I said, "Oh, I'll bring some beer around for you. I don't need it all." I said, "I've just got all this beer out the club. Like, do you want it?" So I turned up at his house, like, right, with 2 journeys, and then we were unloading crates into the house. God knows what the neighbors must have thought, like, seeing all these crates coming into the house.
I mean, like, what the fuck's going on here?
And that night, he had a party, and they drank it in under 15 hours. Like,
yeah, I couldn't fucking. I wouldn't. I would just let people drink it. I couldn't be able. I wouldn't be able to drink all of that quickly.
well, it was out of date as well. It was about 2 months out of date.
I wonder if that affected the flavour. Probably would have
No,
done.
man, it was fucking perfect. It was all right.
As long as it was stored properly, then it was fine.
Yeah, it was in a cold cellar, like, so it was. All right.
It'll be fine.
But, yeah.
Probably maybe a little bit of sediment or something. But
I literally walked out of that place with about 24 cases of booze. And I found out a couple of weeks later, after I'd finished working there, that I'd actually walked out with two cases of beer that were in date.
So you got them for free.
Yeah, man. I was. We were literally coming up to the lease being sold, and they were signing the papers over at the end of the week. So I got there because I was in there doing the cleaning and other bits and bobs in the club. I literally got Rain to do whatever I wanted, and I said to old boy who owned it, I said, "I'll just take all those beers. I'll get rid of them for you right now, like, you know." Because they didn't want to give them to the new people who were owning it. So he just went, "All right, then, John, you can have it."
There you go, John. These are on the house.
I literally took everything out of there that was in that cellar. That was like just about a couple of weeks out of date. And then I found out I'd mistakenly taken 2 cans of Bud Ice. There was a can of 2 boxes. One was Bud Ice and one was Budweiser. And I took them both home and I looked at the dates and they were still in date.
You got the extra ones that were in date. There's
I had all sorts, mate. I had Hoffmeister, Grolsch, Molson, Budweiser Light, Bud Ice. Yeah.
Never heard of any of them apart from Budweiser.
Coors,
yeah. I'm not a fan of that. It's too weak for me.
It was, mate. I couldn't believe it. We had beer for fucking weeks, like, you know. And luckily that year, it's funny enough, that year was '99, so we had the millennium as well. So we had a fucking great big celebration through that.
Oh, the millennium, the year 2000. I was only 3 when
really
came around. Yeah, 3.
Mate, man, it was one of the greatest nights.
You would have been. I knew a new fucking millennium. That would be crazy. The parties, like,
the parties were off the scale, mate. But I spent the night at home because I was living in some house with a load of other people. We were smoking big blunts and just drinking beer all night. Yeah, we had a fucking good night that night.
I wish
shoes were blaring, like fucking great big howling tunes being played, like chopping a few Gurners.
Oh, I would have been good, like
drinking the Molson.
The Molson. I've never tried that. Is that any good as well? The Molson.
Very nice. Molson's fucking beautiful booze, like, yeah. Very, very, very nice. Very mellow.
I've seen it in shops, like, never seen it in any shops around here.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it around anywhere. Like, I only ever saw it in the club that we worked.
Might have been their own special mate or something. I don't know.
Molson, was it Molson Straight? I can't remember what it's called. But yeah, man, nice bit of beer.
I'm starting to get lost in the conversation a bit. Me now, John. I'm getting a bit tired myself. Yeah.
I think it's a time, mate, isn't it, really? Though?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I've not started slurring my words yet, but I'm on the way.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea when now, so you can, like, yeah. We don't want you, like, falling asleep on the armchair. Right.
Rolling Barrels of yeah, that's a good one. Rolling Barrels of Bass, Kevin. I bet that was a great job, man. I bet
Yeah.
Bass is fucking great. I can drink that like no man's business.
Bass.
Yeah, Courage Bass, best. Well, it's Bass. Is it Bass? Part of Best Bitter, I think. Yeah, Best Bitter. J.R. Bass, I think it is. I think used to brew it.
J.R. Bass.
Something like that, I think it is. Double Diamond. I never drank Double Diamond. Frank.
I've heard of Double Diamond, but I've never tried it either.
I never drank it. It was never around. Funny enough, Double Diamond was never around when I was drinking in the 80s. I remember it as a kid when I was in the 70s because my father used to drink it. And my father used to be part of a Bowling Green syndicate thing where they had the bar. So they used to buy booze. And I always remember seeing it. And McEwen's lager. And I always remember the smell of it when you went in a pub the next day and you'd smell stale beer. But yeah, I've never seen Double Diamond. I've had a go at what was the other one you were on about? What is it? Beamish Red. I remember Beamish Red, Frank. And Boddington's. Yeah, we used to have Boddington pubs up north. You might have seen Boddington pubs. There was up in Newcastle as well.
Boddington, I think.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. Boddington's.
Thwaites was another company that was up there.
Wait, I've heard of them.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah. I've had it on tap. Now this is another thing. Special brew. Now, I remember a pub in Red Roof that used to sell special brew on tap. Now people say they've never ever seen it on tap, but I have only ever seen it once in my life on tap. And fuck me, that pub was crazy. Nuki Steam, Kev. Yes. I remember Nuki Steam really well, Kevin Quinton. Yes. Lovely fucking lagers. They used to do stout, best bitter, 4X, triple X, which was like special, Nuki Steam regular, and stout.
Nice cream stout, lovely.
Yeah, cream stout, Nuki Steam. Yes, mate, I remember it really well. 1987 to 1994. It was around. It was actually sold in I remember going up Chorley one time when I was about 19, and it was actually in sale in pubs in Chorley. And
coming back, I'll let you speak there.
Those pubs were Red Lion pubs.
Oh, I've heard of Red Lion pubs. There's one. Yeah. Well, different. There's one up there near where I live, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of that Red Lion pubs, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to have things like Red Lion, Courage, Ansel's. What else was it? Greenall's. Devonish pubs. And fuck it, I'm trying to remember what the other one was. They were based in Bristol. Yeah, a lot of pubs like. I'll always punches, chocolate stout, Samuel Smith's. Man, there's some serious chocolate stouts around, man. I seen a stout a couple of weeks ago. There's a Gadget got a YouTube channel. He does tasting of real ales and stouts, and he had this chocolate and caramel stout, and it was 13.5%. Fucking hell, man. 13.5%. That's a serious fucking bit of taste, that. Toby. Yes, I remember Toby as well, Kevin. Yeah. Shepherd Neame pubs. Well, that would have been your neck of the woods. Exmoor Beast, yeah. Oh, mate. In a lot of Wetherspoons pubs is Exmoor Beast. I think it's at 5.2, I think, or 5.5%. It's got a very nice sort of rich taste to it. Very smooth aftertaste. Very Moorish. You can get quite a few pints of them down, like, if you really want to. Bit expensive though in Wetherspoons. Yep, harp, stay sharp to the bottom of the glass. When I started drinking 1686, we had Carlin Black Label. We used to have Carlsberg Green. When I started drinking, that was 72 pence a pint. Carlsberg Blue, which was 93 pence a pint. And Special Brew was barely a quid. It was, I think it was £1 and 2 pence a pint. Tennent's Super as well was another one. Tennent's Extra. Hofmeister. We had a beer that Devonish used to sell called Great British Heavy, GBH, which was a dark stout, beautiful pint. It used to be about 5.8, I think it was, or 5.5%. Only ever seen it in Devonish pubs. Nowhere else in the country sold it. Beautiful pint that was. Yeah, you are. You're lucky to get a pint at £5.50. The most I've paid for a pint is £4.47. Nah, mate. Special Brew and Tennent's ain't paint stripper. Very, very, very strong flavors with a bit of a heavy aftertaste. Not very nice. Can be a bit sweet and sickly, especially Special Brew. Tennent's a bit different. That comes at a bit more refined. I never used to get into drinking it. No, GBH was a beer we used to sell. It used to have it in the UK. If you ever see an advert for it, there's adverts for Great British Heavy. GBH. We had it in a pub in town, and it was people used to start smashing the place up on it. Tropical flavors.
Oh, I don't have any of them Lanzaprazole, so I'm going to be in agony.
What's that?
Lanzaprazoles, they're like acid, they help stomach acid. They're good, like they do the job really well, but I haven't got any left, so I'm fucked.
A nice, lovely IPA. I tell you what's nice to get if you get a chance is
Grievous Bodily Harm was a good band too. Fucking hell.
Yeah, GBH. I was just describing a few beers while you were out. We used to have a beer called Great British Heavy.
All the yobos drunk Orange Boom. Orange Boom's nice. The blue can one's good, but the red, the black can's the strong one. I know there's an even stronger can, but you can't. I don't think you can get it. I think you have to order it online. And that's like 16%.
What do we used to
12%.
Kestrel.
Kestrel, yeah, I've heard of that one.
And what was another one? There was another one that was at 8.5. It wasn't nice at all, like fucking.
And then you had your ciders like White Storm, White Lightning, and that.
Yeah, we used to have
Cramps juice.
we used to have this stuff like that was in a bottle called TNT,
Mm.
and we used to have another one that was like firecracker cider, and it used to come in a clear bottle, but it was wrapped in this red aluminium, and it used to have a metal top pull, which you pulled and it lifted off the lid. And you could, if you got the foil off the fucking thing, it was like a clear bottle of glass.
Lynx, that's where I'm on Joe's drink that.
Lynx, that's the one, man. It's 8.5. Joe drinks the green stuff, which is about 3.8, I think 3.9. Yeah, I could think that Joe's probably gone on the black can before.
Yeah.
Lynx was all to me. I could never get into Lynx.
I always thought it was an aftershave.
Yeah, there was a Lynx aftershave. Yeah.
Well, there still is actually, because I think you can still get it.
They do, Frank. They do still sell Tenant Super. Yeah. Yeah, £4.95, I think it is, or is it £6 something for a
Skull
can? For
Supers. I've only had the Skull Light.
Skull 1080, Frank. That's what it used to be. We actually had it in a pub, Skull 1080. There was a woman, there was a bloke who was sailing around the world, and he was sponsored by Skull 1080.
Andrew was good. He's got a sweet tooth, I guess.
And he said, and he come into the pub, and we had to have this 1080 put in, and people were going mad with it. Like, it was fucking beautiful stuff. They put it on tap as well. Yeah, rare to see. It's rare to see on tap. Like I said, no one believes it. I mean, the people say they never ever saw Special Brew on tap, but as I say, I've only ever seen it in one pub. And the people were ripping up tables, smashing them up.
It's mad juice that I drank that a few things in the past. I drank it in the past, and I've never touched it again.
I'll tell you this now: the way to drink Special Brew is, to be honest, when did you last drink it?
Probably when I was 19.
Right, so that's what, 5 years back?
Yeah, 5 years ago.
Right, in the last 5 years, Special Brew's gone down from 8% now to a nice, reasonable 7.2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when I drank it, I only drank like 2 cans, and I was completely fucked after.
If you want to drink, if you got to drink it, you got to drink it chilled, super chilled.
Yeah.
Straight out of the fridge, or out of the freezer. Literally put it in the freezer, barely 20 minutes, half an hour. Got to be quick, like, or the can will freeze. Take it out, and you can drink it straight, man. It'll go woof like that. Yeah, if you do any longer than that, man, it just gets a bit fucking.
It just harsh burns. I would never drink it now with my stomach acid, because it would go crazy.
Burn. It just has very sweet, fruity flavor with a bitter aftertaste, I'd say.
It always burned for me for some reason. I don't know why.
I'd seen people drinking it when like Frank says, 50, when I was 15, 16, I'd see people drinking it. I had a go at it for a little bit, but I never got into like those strong ales. I found them to be a bit too much. I got into my smooths, so there'd be things like Kilkenny, Worthington, Tetley. What was another one? Like Tetley Smooth. I got right into those, like Worthington Smooth.
I've never heard of that one.
but it's like creamy, really creamy pints.
Mm.
And Guinness did a Guinness Red for a short period of time, and that was fucking lush, man. Guinness Red, Caffrey's, that's it, Frank. Frank knows the ones. Caffrey Smooth, yeah.
Can't eat a fucking Lands that was all. We'll have to find one.
Lazara.
Fuck's sake. Otherwise, I'm going to be in fucking agony.
Agony. Yeah.
Oh, fuck's sake. I don't even know where they are. Bugger it. I don't care.
Caffrey's. Brewdog.
Oh,
Yeah.
God. I'm an old man. An old man.
Not when you're fucking 24.
I've got the body of an old man. I look 24, but I've got the body inside of the body of an old man.
Because you've been smoking them cigars and pipes, like.
Yeah, they've damaged me internal organs over the years.
They fucking you up, man. They kill you.
Yeah, they slowly chip away at you.
Yeah, man. I never got into pipe smoking, man, when I was a kid.
Yeah, it's not for everyone, to be honest. I mean, there's an knack to it. You've got to like pack it properly in layers. Then you've got to like
smoke
like
Regal cigarettes.
Regal. I've heard of them, but I've never had them before.
Regal and Embassy.
I had Woodbines up here, like they were common.
Yeah, we had Capstan full strength.
Capstan.
Yeah. Let Sailor, Navy cigarettes.
Navy cigarettes.
Yeah.
There's Mayfair as well.
Mayfair. Never got into them. We used to remember these. There used to be coloured cigarettes. They were the most expensive cigarettes. When I started smoking, I was about 16, and they were like gold tips, coloured fucking papers. They come in multicolours. I can't remember what they were now. There was some real fancy name. Anybody remember the fancy cigarettes? Moore was another one, which was like black, really thin, black raw cigarettes. Menthol flavour and normal.
I like menthol.
My stepmom used to smoke them. I fucking hated them because I fucking hated her. But yeah.
Who's number one?
More. Smoke a menthol more.
Yeah.
The blue and white striped packets. That's Regal.
Yeah.
Yeah, Regal was the blue and white. Embassy was the red and white. They were both part of the same company. Royals, 25 in a pack.
I hate to cut this conversation short, but I'm gonna have to end this because I need to lie down. Because
Good plan, man, because I'm on the fucking verge of slurring your words.
And I'm on the verge of like fucking spewing stomach acid up. Yeah, and you just don't want to say that. So, and that would burn my entire like fucking mouth and throat and everywhere. I don't want to do that. So yeah, I'm gonna end this. So it's been nice. It's been good speaking to you, John. Good. Very long conversation about everything, and it's been good. Everyone in the chat, have a nice day. Have a nice sleep if you've been with us all throughout this conversation.
Punches, you were the only man I know who do chewing tobacco.
Yeah, I'll probably try that as well.
On that bombshell.
See you, everyone. Subscribe, like, all that bullshit. Take care. See you next.
It's all that bullshit, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't like, don't subscribe.
Yeah. Unsubscribe if you want. Joking about that. But yeah, whatever. See you all next one.